No, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got no, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got Love got you. Love got Love got you.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy.
It's gonna be
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying, I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me winning, I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like home. This feels like home, yeah. This feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like home. I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling, pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it, yeah you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't living here alone. No we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you, I'm flying. When I'm with you, I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know, yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling, got me winning, I'm lucky when you're by
what a clean fight for Disguised. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point. Side buzz.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And they get the touch. Here comes the engage. Psycho with 3. Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back to the OWCS Stage 1 playoffs. This is our third and final day. Our teams in NA and EMEA are fighting for the regional crown and, of course, the last spots to our first LAN event in Japan. I am Zoe. Joining me are my good friends Jake and Matt. Guys, Championship Sunday. How are we feeling?
I mean, this one's going to be exciting, right? I know a VP. They're trying to get Kev to a LAN event in the worst way, trying to prevent Landon from missing one after he just kind of makes it to everyone. But GK, it's proven to be a little bit better than people expected.
Yeah, I think
let's take a trip down memory lane, Jake. Yesterday, what transpired? Yes, Twisted Minds, they swept the opposition, but GK pushed back. Like, that was a quality loss if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly, though, we are grasping at straws. They got 3-0'd.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? They had some competitive fights. Like, individually, the players could hang. But as a team, they weren't that close to winning a map. Like, it was pretty close at points. But in the end, Twisted Minds is #1 with the bullet. And, you know, there's some really decisive moments throughout the course of the series to prove that. And for GK, you know, they're just taking their turn, taking a tough L to Twisted Minds. But it's not a place you should really judge a team. Comes down to the matches like here today against Virtus.pro, a rematch. EK won it last time, but it was about as close as they come there in that upper semifinal #2.
That's right. And of course, to absolutely no one's surprise, Twisted Minds are finding themselves in the grand finals. They already got their tickets punched to our first LAN event of the year, which will take place in Tokyo, Japan, the Champions Clash. How will our reigning world champions fare against international competition? In particular, of course, I'm looking at the Korean teams. Matt, how do you feel like they're stacking up in current form?
I think they're going to be totally fine. I mean, I think you'd have to look at them as the favorite or one of the top favorites. Like, I think finishing inside of the not finishing inside of the top 3, I think would be a little bit surprising, as we head over towards Champions Clash. But, meta could obviously change, balance patches, new hero, right? So a lot can change between now and then, but this team is going to be fine come Champions Clash. I expect them to try and go back to back.
Yeah, let's talk about the changes that we will see in the game very, very soon. This week, in fact, Season 2 is going to drop, and with that, we're going to see Sierra in action. Potentially a hero that could look dangerous in the right hands. Jake, what do you expect to see, or who do you expect to see excelling on a hero such as Sierra?
Yeah, from what we've seen so far from her kit, I mean, you got to think maybe she's a little bit more natural in the hit scan role, but some of the mobility tools on this kit, kind of make it possible that we could see some flex DPS players giving her a go and maybe playing on those flanks. So I think it's going to be a really interesting hero to just see how it fits in with the cast, see what strats the top players can play. I think people being able to grapple to this drone is going to have a lot of playmaking potential here for Sierra.
Yeah, we truly never know, right? Until these heroes get into the game, and then our pro players get their hands on them, where there's sometimes you think a hero will be extremely strong, they're not. Sometimes we kind of think the opposite, right? But her kit has a ton of mobility. It'll also, I think, kind of depend on how that rifle plays out, right? With the gaining accuracy with the sustained fire, type of play style, right? Is it going to be more of a hit scan that plays at range, or a hit scan that's going to be in the mix, really just trying to assault rifle / SMG type of style? So I think that'll definitely impact how she's played and who she's played.
I'm definitely very excited that just in this stage, we've seen a lot of utilization from the new heroes that were added. 5 heroes being added all at once. So we're wondering how will they fit? How will the teams fare? And Emre found the way into the meta like right away. Is like a must pick. And Vendetta is picked a lot. See a cat spotted here and there. So, you know, our team's definitely not shying away from implementing new heroes as soon as they drop and see if they will be giving them an edge in the competition. Of course, we do have still some weeks, in fact, time before we're heading to Japan, so plenty of time for the teams to make things work. Let's take a look at today's schedule to see what's coming our way on our last day of the playoffs here. We're kicking things off in the lower bracket final. GK and VP, this one is for everything. They're, of course, trying to get that last ticket to Japan, but also they want to get a shot at becoming our stage 1 champion in EMEA. That comes with a hefty paycheck and a coveted title.
I think getting that stage crown though here, Jake, is going to be pretty tough with Twisted Mind in there. I mean, I think both of these teams are like they are so owned in on this match, and then whatever happens in that second one, I know with how good TM has been, it's just kind of, you know, like they're not really not focusing on that, right? They obviously want to qualify and then see if they can get that #1 seed, steal it away from TM, but TM seems so locked in at the moment.
They just look indomitable, Matt, and you know, it's like we do our best to cope and define, you know, the hope for some of these teams against TM, but TM hasn't been touched at all this year. They have not lost a map, and so they have played these teams before, and it hasn't been pretty, frankly, right? We're desperate. We're looking for like team fight wins. We're not even considering the possibility that you could take a map, much less a series. So, you know, a BO7 might be a little bit quicker with Twisted Minds on the lobby.
Keep extending the series. BO9, just keep going.
If you made dinner plans, Twisted Minds got your back. They'll make sure you make those plans. Now, I think if we're looking at keys to victory going up against a giant as Twisted Minds, you really just have to come in with aura, you know, come in with good skins, which is essentially what gives you aura, such as these here, Elysian Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle. I mean, it's bedazzling, astrological anything, yes please, gold, always a good look. Yeah, that's myself.
Well, look,
did it work?
I think, yeah, you sold me on the skins, and make sure you scan the QR code here for the giveaway. But if we think these heroes would be played to take down Twisted Minds, you know, we'll have to do a little check of everybody's glass here, because you know, that might be some silly juice. I don't think we're gonna see any Wu Yang, Lifeweaver, Reinhardt. I mean,
Wu Yang made an appearance.
We do see a wild Wu Yang every once in a while. That's true.
Yeah. And leave it up to Kellen to bust out the Reinhardt yesterday. Did it work? I mean, yeah, for 1 point. They did lose the map, but that Rein though, so nice. Absolutely loved it. Would have even looked better with this particular skin. Now, let's dig into our first match though. It is, of course, an elimination match. They are fighting for the spot in the grand final. And most importantly, it is a rematch. So we did get to see Virtus.pro and GK play in week 3. And that was a very dominant victory for Virtus.pro. Now, starting in the playoffs on day 1 though, they played a really close game, and it was basically just like Zarya Tracer all the way to the final map. And then it was VP who, I don't know what happened, but they felt like they need to bust out the Maga there, and they ultimately did lose the series.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of desperation there in a series that was incredibly close. And so, you know, with the way some of the individuals were popping off, like Psycho had a crazy game 5, you know, you really have to look at VP as you know, getting a chance to go back into the lab, to talk with the coach, make some adjustments. We heard about just that in the interview from yesterday's win. So for VP, they're going to come back into this revamped and ready for their opponent. And for GK, it's like, I don't think they're going to throw a curveball. It is going to be straight up the gut, exactly how they've been playing before, right? Alpha E Tracer, and just send it. Like, give him the resource, and that's going to be a tough one to match. Psycho is going to need to come out strong, especially the supports for Virtus.pro are going to have to be very aware, because they are going to be hunted in this game.
Also, I think Isom kind of hinted at it a little bit, you know, in the interview yesterday, and then you can see it through their gameplay. They were really aggressive yesterday, right? Like, you know, never really kind of moving back, always trying to go forward, take that position with Isom and Psycho. I think they probably thought maybe they were a little bit too passive at times against GK, not on the same page. I think they're going to come out and go, like, you know, full-on aggression today here against GK.
Yeah, and I think he really, like, nailed that, right? Because if you're going back to that semifinal match, VP's defense looked stellar. It was always the attack that kind of fell short. So if they can clean that up and play as they did yesterday, they might find themselves in a much better position. That said though, yes, GK suffered a 3-0 or rather 0-3 beatdown yesterday against Twisted Minds, but caveat, it was against Twisted Minds. As much as you can look good when going up against them, GK certainly did that. I hope Alpha E got some physical therapy overnight, because he tried to carry that team. Like, Alpha E played on another level. Like, he really put the work in yesterday.
I mean, I think that's like for Virtus.pro, the scariest part about watching, yesterday's games and then kind of like, having this match again today is that like Alfie was unreal yesterday playing Tracer. And like, in the first VP game, right? Like Psycho was like, Psycho had like one of the best games I've seen him play. And they still wasn't enough to get the victory, right? So if Alpha comes out and kind of continues that really strong Tracer play, Labda has been really strong on the Emre. Like, you're going to need another crazy type of game from Psycho and Kev to kind of hang. And I think that's really where you're probably worried if you're Virtus.pro. And for GK, like, how do you deal with that aggression, right? If VP is going to come in and play more aggressive, it's really on Haku and Finn to kind of keep Ziad alive through a lot of that aggression and then kind of battle back.
Yeah, Jake, backline definitely something that, if we're looking at that GK roster, is something that I don't want to say criticize, but we always put a lot of pressure on them, saying like they're the ones that need to step up. We know what to expect from the tank, we know expecting from the DPS players, but it is the supports that ultimately will change the tide for this team.
Yeah, I think, those ultimate tempos, right? Being able to get those fight wins when you have this portal advantage is just crucial, right? We've seen how easy it is sometimes for these Zarya comps to kind of skate away, pop a speed boost and just disengage from the fight, boom, get the enemy to completely waste ultimate. So it is not an easy task for supports to find the perfect moment to pop their ults and get those decisive fight wins, but it makes the world a difference. You look at a player like Ziad, I mean, look at him last year. We were talking about this guy as the best tank in the world. He's on Zarya, very high skill expression, carry tank. And so, for this team, it's like they got to enable this guy, right? They got to like really set him up for success. This should be a strong point for GK. But Aizdam looks like he's got very capable hands as well. Looks very comfortable this meta. So definitely a clash of titans here. Both teams really are going to feel like they deserve this qualification spot, but only one can win. Only one can come to Champions Clash.
Yeah, if we're looking at predictions for this one, I felt really good about what I saw from VP. The first day already in the semifinals, it was a close match, right? And it just kind of fell short at the last hurdle. I do think I'm going to give them the edge in this one. I expect another 5-map series, though. I expect a banger with VP coming out on top.
Yeah, I hated predicting this one because I think you could literally say anything here.
Triangle team versus triangle team.
Either team, any permutation in terms of like map score. I went with GK. I just feel like Alfie will show up again, and I've been starting to warm up a little bit to this like support line. We've been seeing them start to kind of put it together. So I'm gonna say GK pulls out a really close one yet again.
Yeah, like you, Matt, this is a really tough one to call. I think this one is about as close to a 50-50 as you're going to see here in the EMEA playoffs. But I had to go with Virtus.pro. I think I just had to give a little bit of faith. Kev is going to break the streak of missing lands. Landon is going to hold on to that streak of making every land. I think this team has the right mix of players to really succeed in a high-pressure scenario. As long as they don't overcomplicate things, just play that mirror match. You're going to have to take GK head on, not try to be too crazy unless maybe the bans let you kind of find those edges here and there. But I think VP are the better team despite losing in the playoffs. I think they're going to bring this one back and come to Japan Champions Clash.
I'm very excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us in our first match of the day. The winner moves on to the grand finals and punches their ticket to Japan. Let's see if it's going to be GK or VP coming out on top. Guys, please take it away.
Thanks so much, Zoe. And as we get into this, our starting map, Lijiang Tower. I mean, that's a pound for pound Zarya mirror match kind of a map. Maybe you could throw some interesting bans in. We have seen some teams willing to take key meta heroes out of the lineup on Lijiang.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's an opportunity here to get rid of the Vendetta if you're, let's say, GK, right? That's something that we saw Psycho go towards yesterday a little bit more when they kind of wanted to up the aggression. I also think Jake, like, playing into a little bit of my predictions, like when we talked to Quartz yesterday, he was like, I'm not surprised that GK was able to win against VP, right? He was talking about how GK has looked like slightly better maybe in scrims. as of late. So this is one of the scenarios where VP, they will select map 1 and then actually, it says it's a GK map pick, so maybe the first asset was wrong. Yeah, maybe because they come down from the winners. Maybe
that makes sense, right?
Kinda,
yeah,
that feels like it makes sense.
Yeah, because they lost to Twisted Minds instead of a weaker opponent.
They made it further through the winners, right? And
exactly,
they already beat them, so it would be weird if VP was then the higher seed. So so they get rid of so it's their map pick. They pick this map, and then they also get rid of the Juno, and then the Pharah ban on the other side. That probably tells you that VP wants to probably play some of the Psycho Vendetta.
Yeah, I think, Vendetta and Tracer, both interesting options. AlphaE has pretty much stayed away from the Vendetta. It's been really hard to argue with his individualism on Tracer, though.
Yeah.
So, I don't think you can criticize it. I do think we saw in the Twisted Minds match, though, it's like Jwoo on the Vendetta, it wasn't like so individually flashy and dominant, but when they have those big moments, when they pop a Curie Rush, when they dive in, having the Vendetta alongside that rush is just explosive, right? It's not the solo kills, it's that team follow-up damage that really adds up. So curious to see what Psycho's eventual choice is going to be, whether he wants to take that mirror. I mean, leaving AlphaE a little bit unchecked on the server is also quite scary. Definitely pressure on Landon's Kiriko to be able to shoo away that Tracer. We know AlphaE loves to take those bubbles, loves to blink in. As we got a little pause to start things off.
I'm not saying anything today. Yesterday, I was like, I guarantee this is the only one, and we were here for a bit, but looks like just get a pause off the rip. Where, I think you do worry, right? Where, like, if you go Vendetta, if you're VP, and you're kind of like playing around this hero, and you're not able to kind of like make that aggression pay off, and AlphaE is just running unchecked on Tracer. With how he looked, I mean, he was crazy yesterday against TM. I mean, in a loss, but like, you cannot let that happen. It feels like if you're Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I feel like honestly, you got to watch Landon's Kiriko. I think he's really the player to watch when it comes to the Tracer matchup, especially if Psycho isn't on Tracer and isn't going to be taking those moments. Honestly, even when you both play Tracer, it feels like in this meta, you're both trying to get on the enemy backline, enemy hit scan, even pressuring the enemy Zarya at times. Marking the other Tracer is kind of a losing battle. Both players, though, are going to roll out. It's going to be a key mirror match this game.
So this is what we got a lot when we had this series the first time, right? It was basically these comps locked in the entire time, regardless of the bans. As I know for DK, they ended up taking that last series in a map 5 banger. We'll see if they can do it again today. And remind you guys, this is a spot in Japan on the line, right? Top 2 in the region. The winner of this goes on to play Twisted Minds. It's Ice Gnome. That's going to be a bubble used. It's going to get to the point, but he is quite low.
Out of bubbles now, needs the cleanse, super low, and has to play this one a little bit slower. Geeky trying to pressure Ice Gnome, those steps back up to the plate. Trade is in onto Labda, but Ziad now has some free reign on point. Virtus.pro, 4 players alive. They might still be able to find some pickoffs into this one. Haku and Finn trying to be resilient, trying to hold on to the point, and seems that they'll be able to do that for now. First flip goes to Geek, but it's a close one, and VP stay on the map.
Yeah, but I think in that close quarter scenario, though, like, you're probably fine losing your Emre to get rid of the other team's Zarya, right? Yeah. Especially when Ziad is so charged up, as everybody will now be back at full strength. You see VP moves into the point here, Jake. They got to be worried, though, that Labda and AlphaE are on the flank.
Trades coming in. One support down on both squads. Fixa, though, with just slivers of HP, falls as well, and now Finn keeping people topped up. Virtus.pro going to get desperate now without any support to sustain them. DK hold on to the point, even gonna stall out these kills just a little bit, so getting every extra second off the clock that they can. Strong start to a crucial game for both of these teams. Virtus.pro, they gotta wake up soon.
Well, VP decides to go in, right? They kind of get back there a little bit earlier, and I think the unlucky part for them, right, is Labda is a little bit slower coming off the spawn there on him, right? Doesn't have the speed, and he actually ends up coming in behind them, just able to put down so much damage there. With AlphaE is now Ice Gnome trying to work through the choke. Is Ziad pretty charged up? AlphaE with a pulse bomb. He was so good with this the other day. It's going to be VP. They're going to rotate to the point.
AlphaE menace in the back line, trying to force some of these key defensive tools out. Cleanse is out. Pulse bomb is good from AlphaE. Drops down Kevs for the rush. Traded on point. Grab comes out from Ice Gnome. It's going to be an all-in commit for Virtus.pro. They've got to win here and now, but he can't get the push up themselves. They're staying healthy. Ziad, the later, better grab. And another cleanup now. Geek all over this series. Virtus.pro look to be dropping out of this first round, and quickly. I mean, not much left to say about this round. You're coming in with like a low ulti fight, but this retake can be very difficult, and Ziad still energized.
And I mean, Labda now going to have this override protocol. Kev hasn't even been able to build up towards one, right? Hasn't been able to put down a significant chunk of damage as he gets the high ground. You see they get AlphaE right in his face. Oh, look at this Haku there as well, just trying to put some pressure down onto the Emre from VP is all. It's going to be Labda. He's going to be able to go in with his override protocol. Now a little bit of a duel in the sky. Nice shot from Kev, though, maybe trying to turn the tides.
Yeah, needs to find at least one more into this one. Psycho and Vixa are going to have a lot of work to do to stall. Alfie, pulse bomb does go wide, but Ziad just standing tall on point. He's got to come touch into him in the OT. Alfie cleaning house. I mean, this is pretty much a beatdown from Alfie here on control point 1. Eisdom back on the wrecking ball is going to stall things out for now, but doesn't seem to be really any hope in this round. Zari at 100 energy, full HP on point. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit, though, like when I was talking about my prediction, like kind of what I was worried about if I was Virtus.pro is that Alfie was so good yesterday. If you bring that into today, like Psycho, you know, if you want to watch like just an unreal game, Psycho in the loss against GK was unreal. And like you need him to kind of recreate that magic again today. Alfie 13-0 in the first round, 3,600 damage on Tracer. I mean, that is crazy, right? The Tracer out damaging the Emre. I mean, that is something we do not see very often. So tremendous first round there from Alfie, and then also Finn being able to stay alive on the Kiri, no deaths. That is a recipe for a lot of success for GK.
Yeah, the early pickups from Alfie, you know, set them up for advantages in these team fights. And when the ult trade comes in, all it has to be is clean for GK. They already have the edge. And Alfie, when he takes these bubbles in, man, he is so threatening in the back line. You don't want to be shooting those bubbles on the Tracer. You kind of want to just stall them out. But when Alfie keeps finding kills in the first seconds of the team fight, I mean, what are you going to do? Look at this heavy commitment of resources, but he's fine. He's pulling that attention to himself. He's continuing to fight the 1v2. Now the team support comes in. The rest of GK following in behind the Tracer, full confidence into that one. The kill was so quick. Just now the point opens, and should be an easy flip for GK to start the map.
It also kind of like has down, like Alfie getting into the backline like that with the bubbles and stuff has downstream impacts on the rest of VP, right? Because like Icenom has to use the bubbles on like the, you know, whether it be Kev or the supports, right? So then doesn't have them for himself, doesn't have them from Psycho to go as aggressive, and just not having that, you know, huge Zarya bubble to kind of go up onto the Tracer is really impactful. As you see Psycho here trying to put some pressure down onto Labda as Kev does find Finn. So that is a great opening pick.
It's huge that he can put that pressure on in the 2v1 because the rest of the team low on resources and they can't stand tall. So Psycho's turn now to kind of take over on the Tracer, even though he doesn't get that kill quick. I mean, keeping both the Lucio and the Emre engaged, nearly killing the Emre is more than good enough to ensure the win, the win for the team in the main fight there. So VP get a quick reflip, and that's a massive one because GK don't really have the ultimates for a fast retake of their own.
But also just feels like for like, you know, confidence, momentum, right? Like they needed a fight win desperately.
Yeah.
I mean, round one was, you know, as dominant as you could get from GK. As and now maybe it'll be VP kind of settling in as Psycho finds Haku.
And just a little bit quicker than Alfie, now turning around, marking his opposition. Pressure on Alfie, he's going to be low here. Needs some support. Oh, the bubble comes in, but it's too late. Out of blinks, Fixa breaks the bubble and finishes him off. So Virtus.pro, they talked about this, right? The need to be aggressive, to take the tempo away. If you're just defending from Alfie all game long, it doesn't seem like a recipe for success. Psycho, though, takes charge in that last fight.
Yeah, this is exactly what Virtus.pro needed. Now VP set up in a great spot, right? Gonna have basically all 5 ultimates going into this next fight. It's gonna be Finn opening things up with a Kitsune Rush. Landon is going to answer back.
Yeah, both rushes traded, but Kevster dies in the chaos. Grab comes out, but fixes out of this one already. Haku forced the beat to the ult trade. Still stable for VP. But in the end, they're gonna get cleaned up post-haste in this team fight. Ziad close to his own grab, fix it with the beat. That's still a solid flip for GK,
that's a trade, though,
right?
you would want to take, right? Like if you're GK, right, you get the flip there, you end up having to use your beat, but now with Ziad having the grab, they can force like fix the sound barrier out, and then you can actually just kind of use this override protocol to just kind of pump damage into it, remove some of that shield.
Yeah, and honestly, even with sound barrier, right, that override protocol damaging into a grab, it doesn't feel great. Here comes the override protocol from Kevster. Beat comes out. Only onto Icenom, though. Is this team taking enough to sustain the beat? Not quite enough to keep him alive. Ziad stays alive on just a little bit of health. However, Kevster, Psycho finding kills of their own. Player advantage now for Virtus.pro. Now a 3-on-2. Fixa needs to be a difference maker in these duels. Kevster looking for that clean kill. What a pull from Alfie. Oh no, Fixa's there too. Alfie holds on by the skin of his teeth, and they're going to keep running because of it.
Dude, we got to see that pulse again. I mean, that is an insane pulse bomb from Alfie onto Kev. That looked like VP was going to be able to flip that, Jake, and then that pulse bomb may be enough. I mean, dude, it's what, just Alfie and Labda and I think maybe Finn alive at that time? I mean that is That is a hero play there from Alfie.
Virtus.pro, though, not deterred. They're going to try and push the pace in on this one, although you're giving Alfie a little bit of time to work. Ziad under a lot of pressure. Big nade from Kev, and Ziad just drops. The support isn't there. Nades from Kev to create too much space. Icenom finds 2 on the fight, and Psycho getting the cleanup. So another quick reflip. And I'm feeling it in my bones, Matt. This could be another very close series. Like, the way these teams are battling right now, it's anybody's game. It's down to these, like, tiny individual moments that make all the difference. And Psycho, with the pulse bomb in his hands, has everything to do.
I mean, it's going to be basically one fight for either team, right? It's, Alfie
Faster
gets
rush, though, for
high
VP.
ground here. That is true. VP could open up things up with a rush. Landon gets dangerously low. That's going to be the Suzu use as well.
Bigza trying to mark Alfie. He doesn't want to stick around too long. Virtus.pro sensing the opportunity, want to get aggressive. Here comes the rush. DK back out, trying to rotate away. Alfie touches for the OT. Beautiful rotation away. Ziad, though, forced back into his own spawn. Is this enough of a delay? Haku grabs Bigza off the rotate. What? And now DK coming back into this with a rush of their own. They may have just done enough now. Beautiful backup. Reading the play perfectly. Grab comes in. But there's just not enough damage to finish them off in the rush. And trades coming in, but Kepster and Landon now with everything to do on the outside. The boot from
Landon does like
just enough.
Nobody can get there. Oh,
wow. What a read from Geek. I mean, that was a nasty read. They knew the rush was coming up first. And when Landon swings that corner, it's just a ghost town in main. Nobody is there.
Yeah,
Alfie, he puts the pressure on. He makes that call, and the team reads it. I mean, that is not an easy fight to play. Like, they were kited to their own spawn. Alfie holding on for the OT. Like, when a team is playing like that, man, these ult fights are going to be so hard for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, that is just. I mean, GK play. You couldn't have played that any better there at the end. As we take a look at some of the stats here, is I know Psycho ended up kind of winning in terms of the damage battle there on the Tracers towards the end, but I know what, it's Labda with a little bit more than 2k damage over Kev. They were able to target Kev a decent amount of time. 7 deaths there on the Emre, and then 9 deaths for Icenom on the Zarya. But EK continuing to get off to a pretty strong start here, and for me, it just kind of starts with Alfie here in this round 1. I mean, 13-0, he was just untouchable.
They came out of the gate so hot on round 1, and that's certainly going to set the tone for the series as they take map 1. But Virtus.pro, I do feel they started to come alive, and honestly, in the end, right, like, you have a sick rotate on that last fight to clutch out, like a fight you were not supposed to win. However, for Virtus.pro, I mean, from an ultimate perspective, they're in a winning position as we come to the final fight of the round. Like, EK have to do a crazy outplay to be able to win it, which is big, but the fact that Virtus.pro can find themselves in that position mean this one, there's a lot more to battle for, like, far from a decided series here at map 1.
Yes, you see Icenom there. He actually does get the benefits of the beat, but just kind of getting pummeled there by the override protocol. I mean, that pulse bomb from Alfie, I mean, that allows them to kind of stay in that map, right? Or that round specifically, right? If that doesn't happen there, it's probably, a world in which VP just kind of like walks away with that round. So Alfie still continuing to go crazy here, in our EMEA playoffs, as that's kind of the formula, right, though, for GK. Like, if you can kind of play some of these fights well, and then you can basically have Alfie and Labda like outperform, that's kind of like where you need to be, right? As a team. So can they continue those strong performances? It'll be a VP map selection. Where do you want to see them go?
It's a tough one, Matt. I mean, there's a possibility of taking us to some of the more oddball maps in the pool, but you might also think that's a little bit of a weak pick. Like, you kind of want to be able to win this mirror, frankly. If you're going to win the series, it feels crucial. So I'd almost rather see them go and stick with that. Yeah,
that's true. I mean, that's a really good call. And hey guys, remind you guys, we got drops going on right now. Our EMEA and NA finals are 1st to 4, so we're just gonna let you guys farm those up. Make sure you guys have connected your Battle.net to your Twitch accounts and start earning, the competitive points are, I think, active as well. I was trying to claim those as much as I possibly could earlier. So make sure you're all connected. You can get all these drops, and especially that legendary esports drop there at the bottom.
Yeah, that's the big one. 15 hours. I hope you got a head start on it. That's gonna be a big one.
You better hope
for
those
a lot
NA
of
games are long.
Yeah, you better hope for like the 8-mapper grand finals over in NA. I don't know that Twisted Minds are gonna oblige you so easily. So get it linked up now, guys. Start earning those drops. No time to wait. And VP are going to take us to Runasapi. So, I mean, we talk about confidence, and very much another map where this Zarya, Emerald Tracer mirror likely to continue. And I think the bans are gonna really say a lot here. Do Virtus.pro try and throw a ban at one of the meta heroes? And they do.
Okay, so VP,
so they yield the ban.
VP yields the ban over. It is a Life Weaver ban, so maybe that's trying to protect like a support. Maybe it's just kind of a throwaway. And then VP gets rid of Tracer here. So this is going to force Alfie, we were talking about, doesn't exactly, I mean, can play the Vendetta, obviously, but it hasn't been something that GK has really kind of gone towards. So that's like what they're trying to maybe force here for VP. I would say Alfie, though, there's definitely potential here to come out and play some Pharah, right?
Yeah, you could consider it. Absolutely. I do think this Tracer ban does inject quite a bit of chaos into what we'll expect to see on Runasapi, because there's even a possibility of, when we've seen this in Korea and North America, of some people playing the Iliari on this map and still sort of playing the Zarya core and running a similar style, but with more poke and with Tracers out of the mix, like punishing those really greedy comps is less consistent, right? Is kind of more of an issue of getting poked down. Yeah, it's a risky move.
I mean,
we've just seen it in other regions. I don't know that EMEA is going to do it. They might just take the mirror on Pharah or Vendetta. And honestly, if it's a Pharah matchup for GK, I think that's going to be very comfortable for them. Like for Virtus.pro, the risk of banning this Tracer now is like, what are you going to do about Alfie's Pharah? You're almost forced, I think, to consider pulling out some oddball comps. I don't know that Psycho is going to want the Pharah 1v1. Maybe he'll just take it, but we'll have to see.
Like, I mean, it's also like really like, because VP has looked pretty strong with Tracer as well. I imagine you would have loved like a Tracer fallback option, right? Where like, you know, let's say you're all in on this Vendetta and it doesn't exactly work. It looks a little silly. I mean, Psycho probably goes over the Pharah and tries to force them off of you know, the Vendetta as well. But this is a big moment for VP, down 0-1 here to GK. Winner goes to Tokyo to the Champions Clash. It'll be a mirror matchup here, with both teams with the Tracer gun going over to Vendetta.
I will say, though, I think the Tracer is more central to the GK style than it is for Virtus.pro. I mean, they do so much for Alfie in these fights. He does so much individualism. Now he comes in here again over the top, trying to put that damage down. Labda here around the mid, looking for opportunities, but Virtus.pro aren't giving him anything here, just playing on that bot, blocking off these angles. Gonna get some early control for them. GK are gonna find themselves a little bit on the back foot here, so I like the positioning from Virtus.pro. GK, cart is rolling. They're gonna need to somehow find the opportunity to challenge a contest. Kevster now under pressure, flanked by Alfie, but looks pretty comfortable with it in the Vendetta. Maybe getting burned down here. Good defensive peel, though, keeps Alfie alive and into the fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a ton of energy that Ziad gains there, and then Finn does a nice job keeping Alfie alive there. I know, with the Suzu, and that's gonna allow them to clap back as it'll be GK winning this first fight. A little bit of percentage gain there by VP, but it's going to be GK taking the lead.
Yeah, you know, it really comes down to that kill on Alfie, right? If you're able to find that kill, I think he drops below 50 health. I think that fight swings for VP. But when you save him, as you mentioned, it gives a huge energy boon to Ziad. The resources on Eisnam are just a little bit lower because you're putting that focus elsewhere. And so, good fight win. Still a very competitive opener, though, and things are slowing down quite a bit with this Vendetta style relative to the Tracer. Once again, though, Cleanse forth out early. Alfie under pressure. Psycho hunts him down, looking a little bit less comfortable on this Vendetta. EK just going to have to fall back up to play. Finn lives long enough to get that teleport cooldown out.
I mean, they definitely don't look as clean as EK, at least early on with that Vendetta, right? I mean, Alfie just kind of, you know, has to go in, doesn't have that, you know, crazy Tracer mobility, being able to kind of recall, gain the HP back, has to play it just perfectly here, as it'll be EK giving the lead over to VP as they just go ahead by, you know, 3 meters or so here. Is now it's going to be the Kitsune rush here from GK. They have it a little bit earlier. It's going to be a later rush here from Virtus.pro.
They do find the kill into Psycho, so now under pressure. Virtus.pro, they need to find some counter kills of their own, stepping forward with their own rush, trying to isolate some targets, but Ziad, Alfie holding down the front line, demanding to be addressed, and Virtus.pro just doesn't have the resources to do so. GK low across the board. Landon finds a couple of exits. That's all he's going to get, and with double support Zarya alive, EK are going to be pretty confident to step up and push this spot. Game, though, still on the edge of a knife. Don't think this is going to be an easy checkpoint for GK, despite their ultimates.
It'll be Finn who moves up here, and Finn's going to try and, he'll just push it across to take the lead, and then I imagine, going to TP back over to Ziad. It's going to get another fight back towards more mid-map as VP is going to be, it's going to actually be Kev opening things up there with the override protocol. It's going to be a grab thrown in there from Ziad, but it's going to be Labda just trying to battle Kev up in the sky. Psycho, though, with 2 on the Vendetta. That should be good enough to give VP a fight win.
Yeah, massive ult trade comes out, but Virtus.pro find the better of it. Alfie not getting the opportunity to pop his Sundering Blade in that team fight. It's always a risky choice for the Emeras, right? When they fly up into the sky with the mutual override protocol, because if you shoot at the other Emera, if you're able to hit those air shots and drop him, it's a huge boon to your team. But if you can't quite finish the kill and the other Emera is just pumping damage into the low ground, and that team absolutely is going to have the edge in the main fight. Now, team rolling towards the crab. Geeky need to step up. They're going to bubble Alfie in, but he's already getting just absolutely beamed down. The pressure immense. Virtus.pro absolutely ready for this one. Eisnam cleans up another. And although Psycho dies, the distraction seems to have been more than worth it. Checkpoint going to be taken, and a bigger lead to be established here for Virtus.pro on Runasapi.
Yeah, I don't know how they expected to keep Alfie alive there. I mean, that was crazy. It just kind of goes on across, and
this is what they do with the Tracer. Like, they just send him across
that's what they do with
map.
the Tracer, yeah.
But it's a little different on the Tracer, right? You know, when he can just recall out, stabilize from there. You know, I almost think it's like the recall perk, especially when it's online. I mean, you're pretty strong right after. Rush available though for Land, and 30% faster here than Finn. DK just trying to kite out of this Sundering Blade, pop from Alfie, just trying to hold an off angle, put some pressure on, but can't quite get the connection. VP wisely hide away, but Rush expended without a dominant fight win. It's actually going to feel pretty good for the defenders. They are losing a lot of pressure. VP now continuing to push this pace and tempo. The lesson they've learned from some of their past matches, they're just going to keep sending it. They do not have the ultimates to win this fight straight up. And so they're instead going to try and just box it out, get these kills early on. But Ziad lives long enough to take the rush. It's in a relatively passive position, but an energy advantage. Theoretically, this is quite good for GK close to their own spawn. Grab comes out from Eisnam, who's trying to clutch. And with 2 supports behind him, he might be able to do just that, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, he ends up using the grab. He's got Landed and Fixa there. And even where it looked like it was going to be pretty good for GK, they were going to be able to turn it. Those are huge kills there from Eisnam. They're going to keep that forward spawn, and they're going to kind of continue some pressure onto the bot as GK ends up using their Kitsune Rush back in their spawn. They'll have a sound barrier here to use, but damage is done. I mean, Virtus.pro goes up by 70 meters.
Love the aggression now. Both teams, override protocols up into the sky. Big crit though, knocks Kepler down to the ground. What a combo between Alfie and Lambda. And now Lambda free reign in the sky, just layering down heat from above. DK cleaning house now. Virtus.pro out of this one. That was nice. Alfie comes up, crits Kevster to make him drop to the floor, and then it's just an easy follow-up shot by Lambda. So really sick play from the GK DPS to take out Kev.
Yeah, you do have, though, Fixa with this sound barrier, then you have a massive advantage in terms of rush. So I wouldn't exactly worry just yet if on Virtus.pro. You can kind of come back into this next fight with a pretty healthy advantage. Alfie up into the sky already, getting pushed back there, taking a lot of damage.
And in another rush, right? They've been pushing that tempo, but the pick's starting to come in. Eisnam takes down one in the front line. Is low, needs support desperately. This Zarya has to survive here. It's a crucial moment. The kill comes in. Finn, Alfie trying to clutch. Psycho, though, with the benefit of this Kitsune Rush, he's quite strong. Spawners, though, going to be coming back in soon for Geeky. And absolute chaos in the end.
It's a pretty rough
Geeky
fight to lose,
find the
though.
cleanup. Yeah,
Right?
you know, it's the split focus, right? Geeky's aggression this time it's Landon losing the fight despite his own Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, I mean, they end up using the rush there. Landon actually tries to TP over towards Fixa, who's taking a lot of damage, and then Suzu, but not able to kind of keep him alive. And then they lose out the damage on the front line. This allows DK to come back with a rush of their own here, Jake, which could be quite devastating around this corner, potentially going to allow them to get checkpoint.
Yeah, Graviton Surge from Ziad needs to be big here. You've got a beat to respond from Fixa, so it won't be easy necessarily to follow up on those kills. Eisnam parked himself in the corner here, holding the cart. Beat comes out early from Fixa, has to pop it just to deal with the Kitsune Rush. Graviton Surge isolates Eisnam away from his teammates, blocked up by the cart, cannot get that support that he needs. With the Zarya down, it's up to BP to just find some exit kills. Psycho, Kevster find a couple of their own. Just Alfie and Ziad holding the cart as the dust settles. That will be enough to roll things forward, but with spawners coming in, getting the checkpoint is about all you're going to find here for GK. Yet more work to do if they want to retake the lead in this map. And hold on, denying the checkpoint. Beautiful timing. That's a big deal, Matt. It's a tiny bit of push, but it changes the game. No forward spawn for GK. If they lose this next fight, they're going to lose a ton more progress.
Yeah, that was really smart play there from Psycho. Gets a bubble and gets right on top of the bot. It's like basically what? It's like less than a meter, maybe a half a meter away from getting the checkpoint, and just denies that from GK. So that could be quite huge. Just Haku getting up towards a sound barrier here. It'll be Alfie with this Sundering Blade. They most likely kind of deny the follow-up on the grab using that ultimate.
Big aggression coming in. This is the lesson Virtus.pro has learned. Take it to the opposition. GK just a percentage away, I think, from the sound barrier there. And VP rewarded, willing to take a risk, willing to push in. And that seems to have changed the tempo of this match quite drastically alongside this the ban of the Tracer, right? Alfie, I mean, he's had big moments, but it's not the same impact that he can have on Tracer.
Yeah.
And I think Psycho is clearly getting the better of this matchup. So it's really, I think, vindicating the ban strat here for VP.
Without a doubt. It's just, you know, would you have loved it a little bit later? It's going to be Kev using the override protocol here. Lambda using his as well as Ziad taking a lot of damage. Ziad dangerously low. He will end up falling. So it's going to be the sound barrier used here towards the end from GK. They desperately want to try and fight this.
Yeah, they're going to all-in commit. Beat should be enough. Virtus.pro refusing to back down. They're going to die here on the payload. So they say that Icenom maybe trying to retreat a little bit. Don't think he can get out of this one. GK run him down. Forward spawns might be coming up for Icenom and late. It's a little bit of a late death for them. It's actually a big deal if they get this spawn. Oh, and it looks like they don't. So could actually be close. I mean, not necessarily going to be a free checkpoint, but it's Virtus.pro are not going to be in strong position here on the corner.
Yeah, it's going to just take a second there to get around. I wonder if they just kind of take a beat. Yep, it'll be the checkpoint there. Gotten for GK. GK will back up just a little bit. It'll be rushes from both sides. We'll see if Fix is actually able to get this beat, though. That could be huge in deciding this. As Lambda takes a lot of damage and backs on up. As Ziad now in a lot of trouble.
Rush is traded. Tempo advantage, I think, for VP. Nice boot back from Haku, but kind of forced off the angle. Icenom takes charge of the fight. Psycho cleans up Lambda. Now into the rush. I just think this is going to be too much for Ziad to do. And VP, they win it. Not just winning the fight, but winning it clean. Everybody alive. Big ultimates to tempo out, and we are coming into a final fight scenario.
Wow.
Do they want to push the bot here? It's sort of a, they could like
You like get off of it completely, right?
Yeah, but I think this is a smarter play. Grab the forward spawn is going to make a big difference when it comes to a follow-up overtime recontest. And hey, you could just win this fight here and now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a brutal fight here for DK. Yeah, grab, no beat on the other side. You have the sound barrier there. Psycho finishes too with the Sundering Blade. As DK, not really an opportunity there in that fight. The VP looked awesome here, playing the Vendetta. They even it up at one map apiece.
All right, you know, looking prepared, and for GK, that maybe some over-reliance on Alfie's Tracer gets punished with a map loss here. One that looks pretty strong for VP. And like you said, an opportunity, I think, to maybe reset the mental in this series. Obviously, now Tracer probably going to come out for the rest of the series, and you're going to have to be able to answer it. But I don't think that's necessarily a death knell for VP. Like, Psycho can absolutely hang in that battle. And I think they really found their confidence on this map, right? Like, some of those spots where, yeah, like, there maybe is an opportunity for you to play slow and defensive and kind of hold those corners. And VP say, no, we are going to push the pace. We're pushing the tempo. We are ready to go, and we will send it. And I think more often than not, DK get kind of rolled over when VP are willing to take those risks. So I think that's going to be a really important point for the rest of the series, right? Your ability to keep taking risks and pushing the pace.
Yeah, and it just, you know, I think where Psycho really shines here, and specifically on this map, like just the difference, I think. Now, Alfie obviously plays extremely aggressive on the Tracer, right? You see getting the benefits of those blinks like you were talking about, and the recall perk comes online, becomes even stronger to take out. You're not able to do that as well here with the Vendetta, and I think just the way that Icenom and Psycho kind of play this like Vendetta Zarya back and forth, I think they really have it down. But this does give an opportunity, though, for GK, right? You can get rid of the Vendetta on some of these maps, right? You can go back to playing the Tracer. There's going to be no worry that the Tracer is going to be gone. So it does open some opportunities here for GK moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Arguably, that's one of the really key heroes to ban. You could also look into the support line as well, but, you know, I think for Virtus.pro, you got to be careful, right? When you start to be the team that, like, banning the Tracer is one thing, because really you put the Vendetta in this style, and it's still a very well practiced, a proven strategy, you know, absolutely. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how those bans go the rest of the series. But what's even more interesting is all the stuff we've got going on, guys, in Overwatch Esports these days. Follow us on our social media. We're streaming. We stream on YouTube, on X, on Twitch, on TikTok Live.
We're on every social platform.
We are everywhere,
Soup,
but you got to follow us. You got to follow us. We got weeks and weeks, even beyond NA and EMEA playoffs today. We've got the next few weeks, right? Tons of the Asia playoffs, China playoffs, you know, opportunity to see who is that full roster coming to Japan to compete in the Champions Clash. You won't want to miss it.
Yeah, just a ton going on, right? I mean, season 2 dropping here soon. You want to see how kind of like the new hero plays out in, you know, high level competitive, some of the balance changes. I was reading the other day, like some of the, you know, kind of the perks going baseline. I think I saw Aspen doing a Twitch Rambles thing coming up. So there's a lot going on. You want to be a part of it. Make sure you follow us on all these social channels that we got going for OWCS. Don't want to miss out on any of it. And it'll be a Suravasa map selection here for GK. So taking us to where the last series ended.
They were able to get the win here. I think Virtus.pro, though, there's kind of an opportunity to rewrite history, right? If you can win this map, you know, this is one of the keys, right? When the opponent wins the first map, you have to win a map pick of theirs at some point in the series. Yeah. There's just no way around it. And Suravasa, I think, is honestly could be a really powerful place for Virtus.pro to do just that. I really hope to see maybe them not play the Maga. If they do play Maga, they need to like ban Zarya, or they need to do some like kind of really all-in commit in terms of going for a very different meta play. But they're not going to do that. Instead, they're going to ban away the Sojourn. I mean, banning the Sojourn is like, it scares me. It makes me think you are going to play Maga.
You're going to play Maga, yeah.
But surely you've learned your lesson, right? Surely you've learned your lesson.
Well, so when they did play the Maga, though, they ended up going Juno Brig, right?
Yeah.
To deal with like Alfie's Tracer, and then I believe Ziad was not sure if he was playing the Zarya or the Diva. I believe it was actually the Zarya that he was kind of playing, but like maybe an opportunity to play some Diva with that gone. Yeah, the Soj is like, we've seen teams go Sojourn with the Maga, right? You're just able to kind of farm those railgun shots and just kind of like burn them down.
Yeah, it's weird because you don't need the Sojourn to play against Maga. Like, you can just play Emeret. I think it's an absolutely fine matchup. So it's sort of it scares me, but it could also be a bit of a bait. You could also look at these bans and think irrelevant bans, Lucio Curie, Zarya, Ember Tracer, run it. And I think that's what GK look at these bans. I think that's exactly what they're thinking. Run it. Dude, we know this comp. This is our style. Alfie back on Tracer the rest of the series. We got this 3-1.
Do you run the Maga? Dude, if they ran the Maga here, I mean, maybe it looks different than last time, right? It's not like that map was like a blowout, right?
No, it was close. Psycho had to do some devious things to make it close, though. So I don't know that I loved it. Did. Like, him having that crazy pop off on the fountain point, it was like, okay, you can win a point, but you know, I just think I just feel like the Maga has sort of been figured out by teams in terms of how they respond to the play style. They just pump too much damage into him. The Zarya bubbles are protecting people who you're trying to get that stomp and catch on. For me, I'm no longer a believer. Even like things like the Tracer melee perk getting you the reload is like, I was watching it, it's kind of a big deal in the Maga matchup. Yeah. Because the Tracer, you're just sitting in Maga's back, punching him, shooting him, punching him, shooting him, punching him, shooting him, and like there's no, like, you do a lot more DPS to heroes like that.
I mean, there's nothing that the Maga can even do. I kind of don't want to see it come out. Like, I think, especially how the VP looked there. Okay, here's a different one. Would you play the Vendetta into the Tracer? Like, if you're VP? Like, you obviously were so good on it in that last round, right?
That could be a really interesting point. Like, it might allow you to hold on, and I do not mind a Vendetta at all on this map. That being said, it's also kind of a fantastic Tracer map, so I don't know enough to say like how the matchup really plays out. I'd be a little worried about having a potentially unchecked Tracer. It's like, in the end, I think teams have strayed away from the Vendetta for the most part, feeling like the Tracer is just a little bit better in the all-around. I mean,
just a little bit more versatile.
Twisted Minds won the matchup yesterday, but that could also just be a giant bait because it's Twisted Minds.
They can play whatever. Yeah,
they could probably play whatever.
They can play whatever. Yeah. You know, I kind of almost throw out what they can do, like compared to everybody else.
Don't look at their match results; they will not tell you anything.
All right, so this is back to kind of what we saw in map number 1, right? We're gonna see the Tracer v Tracer matchup. Psycho had a crazy game on this map in their first series into Game 5. Not good enough to get the victory, though. You see, they are so worried about Alfie at the moment.
He's just putting on that little harassment pressure, pulling that attention to himself. That's damage that's not going into Ziad in the front line. Alfie biding his time, maybe waiting for an opportunity to get aggressive when the team is ready. That's what's made them so good, right? The ability to follow up on that team play aggression. Now Psycho's turn to come in, step up onto the back line. Kevster, as well as Mixa here, trying to just clean up. Big damage though onto Ziad. Cleanse comes out onto him. Aizdom dropping low himself. Kevster trying to push for this kill, trying to finish off the Zarya. Pinching into Ziad, and Aizdom cuts him down. With Aizdom now stabilizing on the health bar. Should be a clean fight win for Virtus.pro. Great patience from them. Just fending off Alfie in the backline, although Alfie grabs 2 in this. I don't think these are going to matter, but still a little bit of something to write home about.
Yeah, he gets 2 towards the end, but I think it's just great, like, push and pull there from Virtus.pro. They realize that Ziad is dangerously low. They realize the Suzu's out, that bubble breaks, and as soon as that happens, it's like all steam ahead from Virtus.pro. That's, I feel like, what they were talking about a little bit with their aggression, right? You know, hey, realizing we have the advantage in this fight, not just to play passively and just kind of like let GK get back into it. Let's take that advantage and do something with it.
And because the cleanup is slow, Matt, we're already at 65% coming into the start of this next fight. EK, need to find some answers. Alfie really getting batted away on the flank. I mean, a lot of awareness from Virtus.pro about this Tracer position. Kind of liking their odds and, hey, willing to run the clock down. Landon has a slightly faster Kitsune rush, and Aizan, though, he needs to stay alive, getting a little bit low. Pulse bomb, luckily for Virtus.pro, goes wide this time. Now with just a few seconds remaining, the rush is going to come out first. A deep dive from Psycho, going past the choke, surrounding Ziad, trying to hit this back lane, trying to
later rush from Finn.
Could be big. Trades now coming in. Aizan with the grab. Groups up players. The pulse bomb is in. It's good for 2. They break the Zarya bubbles and get the kill. Just Ziad and Haku, though. Ziad still healthy. Aizan putting out what damage he can. Psycho, clutch here would be massive. Would secure you this first checkpoint. And Zarya can kind of struggle to get on top of this Lucio and Tracer. They're living for now. Great recall from Psycho, and I think he's done just enough. Yeah, the damage comes in. The clutch fight here from Virtus.pro. Alfie is back in the 1v2. It's not a favorable position. He has to stay on point. Vix is able to reset his HP, and Spawners come back in
here as well.
Maybe more to fight for.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be enough. Yeah.
In the end, right, just staying alive with the Lucio, a world of difference there for Fixa. Able to, you know, regroup with the teammates and bring that numbers advantage, man. It comes down to the wire, but in the end, hey, 100-0 flashpoint. EK sent reeling on that one.
Yeah, and then now you're going to have an opportunity for VP. They get to the point first, right? It opens up some of these flanking routes, as you see through the map. For Psycho, it's could look like putting some pressure on the Lambda there off of the rip, just trying to farm up towards that pulse bomb, getting close yet again. Alfie will touch point there for just a second, get close. It's going to be Kepster opening things up here with the override protocol. Yeah, that's a massive shot on the Lambda.
That's big. They're going to go aggro with the beat as well. A defensive bubble on the Kiriko. A beat has to come out as well. Aizan, though, does get overwhelmed on the front line. The grab from Ziad was enough to secure that, but this is turning scrappy. Potentially winnable here for Virtus.pro, but maybe not with Ziad clapping the point, turning around, looking for some of these cleanup kills. Going to be a bit of a reset for Virtus.pro, but they're in the wrong side of town. Like, they're just trying to get out now on supports. Landon eventually going to be run down. Only Fix is going to live to tell the tale. Man, definitely scary for GK, but they get it over the line.
Yeah, and the beat there from Fix actually doesn't connect with Ice Gnome, so they're not able to keep that Zarya alive, which is a pretty rough scenario. As Alfie with a pulse bomb there, Psycho ends up using his in the previous fight. Huge advantage, though, in terms of that Kitsune rush, so maybe this is an opportunity for Landon and Dakota to just kind of flip the point back rather quickly, but GK already up to 60% and counting.
Rush here comes out from Virtus.pro. They're really going to push the pace. Ziad trying to just speed out of there, trying to stay alive, but Aizan is not going to let him get away so easy. Here comes Psycho with the backlink as well, ensuring these escaping players take maximum punishment. That's the kind of dominant fight win you need off an advantage Kitsune rush, right? One and done, quick flip the point, send the team pack into spawn.
That's also kind of the difference between VP, you know, the other day and then, you know, in this series and then today, right? Like, they would have used that rush, maybe got around the corner, and then, you know, they're fine just getting Ziad off of the point, right? Not just kind of chasing those kills. Today, they just go all in aggressive, take the rest of the members of GK out. But GK not out of this just yet, right? I mean, 73% on the point. They're going to have a rush of their own in the next fight. And they may end up getting their beat here to kind of combat this grab that's going to come down. So GK not in the worst spot.
Rush gonna come out very soon here. Finn opens it up. Aizan does he look to grab on the choke? Does grab the Lucio into this, gets the bubble, gets a lot of defensive utility, but the damage is just enough to overwhelm. Fixa dies on the off angle. Aizan continuing to battle down with the rush. He's just providing too much value in the front line. Ziad overwhelmed. The help of Alfie used. Looking for some exits here. Landon and Kepster would love to get out, but they cannot, man. Alfie
you're not
has
escaping
them
Alfie.
covered.
Yeah, I mean, not escaping him there. Is that allows, so you win that fight with a rush, right? Now you end up having, you know, your grab plus pulse bomb, your Emre ult. Yeah, I think you probably just give it up if you're VP. Look like
Psycho's
Psycho
pressured as well.
Yeah, Psycho's trying to get there.
Yeah,
oh, that's recall. Yeah, no,
I mean,
not
he's
to
just
be able
out
to
of
get there.
wigs. You know, there's not really much point going for it. And GK might try to push the pace here. The next checkpoint very close to this.
Yeah,
Virtus.pro, they kind of don't want to
rotation.
They don't want to get caught in a fight early. Fix at 95 to the beat. Really needs to get that sound barrier up. GK bearing down on them with a full head of steam. Psycho holds the recall for now. It's a big deal if he can hold it, but actually does get forced. And oh, great nade spam from Lambda. Reads the recall. And Psycho not having the benefits of that health pack after the recall. Unfortunate for him there.
Well, it's like the first early shot from Bin that kind of forces him into the corner. Then the nade comes in from Lambda, that forces the recall, and then they do a nice job just knowing exactly where he's going to be. Lambda with the second grenade finishes him off. It's going to be the override protocol from Kev there, just kind of nading himself up in the sky, trying to get a good sight line.
Focusing the damage on Ziad. Front line taking massive pressure. Beats come out. Exchange from both sides. Override protocol a little later from Lambda. Ziad with the grab, though. Could be a difference maker. Only finds Kevster, actually. It's going to be good enough for Virtus.pro to continue to push the pace in this fight. Eisnom, energized, standing tall on point. No enemy Zarya to contest him. And he is just taking all comers. Alfie getting a little bit of that extra stall. Finn delaying as he can as well. Fixa is still going to go down in the fight, man. Alfie always gets his one.
Yeah, he's always able to come up with one, and I feel like, though, that's a fight that GK could have won, right? And they end up using the grab. The beats both come out like early, right? They don't even
not
have
a good enough
the beat.
grab.
Yeah, they don't even have the beat for the grab. It's just the grab is like a solo Emre, which is just not a lot of value. It looks like maybe some players kind of turn the corner on the point and maybe thought he was going to catch them in there, but does not come up with anything with that grab. As now we're on with Alfie with a pulse bomb. He is so dangerous.
Landed an ice
on high ground here. I mean, he's got a grab to work with.
They're trying to bait ult tap, but Virtus.pro are just holding the line. Here comes the rush now. Exchange from both teams with the grab and the choke. It's just going to be overwhelming. I mean, not even close. You try to step up in the rush trade. I feel like they didn't expect Eisnom to have grab that fast, the way they stacked up in the choke. So EK looks like a bit of a misread there on the economy, and they get wiped off the face of the earth. 20% to go. I think there will be enough time for a recontest.
You get a touch. Yeah, you'll get a touch and you get OT, I think.
Look at the aggression, though. VV are going to fight off point. They're going to contest. I mean, Eisnom is so deep here, but the team is kind of not with him. Is a little awkward. They need to deny this touch from Alpha, but just can't quite make it in time. Big risk to be taken from Eisnom, but it does pay off. So Virtus.pro grabbed the point cap, but and that was actually kind of scary. Like if Eisnom dies, if you get the OT touch there, and that's kind of like a free retake for DK, but Virtus.pro exactly on the limit there.
Well, I think Alfie didn't want to burn recall, right? So like wanted to actually get the touch, then use the recall, and he was just so weak heading towards the point.
He has to, right? If he recalls, then he gives up the point anyway. So you got to gamble there, no matter what. Psycho though takes the bubble into the back line. His turn to burn down Haku. He's a lot of support. It's a full kite here. DK beating a hasty retreat. And Virtus.pro hot on their tails. DK, though, can have a moment of respite unless Virtus.pro continue to step up. Override protocol going past the point now. Looking for more, and over the top, Kevster here has complete vision on the fight. Pumping damage in the front line. Ziad now the target. Just trying to get out, trying to disengage from this. That leaves Eisnom free reign for him. Ziad even steps back up into this one. Gets cleaned up. Great fight from VP. Essentially just the override protocol, and that's that trademark aggression, what they've been pulling out, the change that they've made in this series, and its benefits are being felt here, Matt.
I mean, that is the type of gameplay you expect to see from Virtus.pro, right? With how aggressive they can be as Kev gets up into the sky, puts down some crazy damage there with the override protocol. But I think it just starts off with Psycho putting that damage down on a Haku. It forces Finn to TP. It forces the Suzu out as well, as no way that they're able to recover from that is GK. GK will get on the point. There'll actually be an early rush here from Finn as he's the first one with it.
Psycho stalling really well here and finds the kill into Lambda. Despite the beat coming out, it's a little bit too late. Massive pulse from Alfie, though. Finds two and big damage onto Eisnom. And that's going to be enough to seal the deal. That fight got a little bit scary. Like, you committed a rush and grab, and there was almost a chance for Psycho to snatch that one back with the kill. Like, yes, DK win that one in the end, but way too close for a fight where you have an unresponded grab and rush.
If you're DK, you almost kind of want to try and take a fight here early, right? Because like the grab, grab plus rush. I mean, it's going to be that Lambda going up into the sky there with the override protocol. And they do find Kev. That's huge, and that's going to be the grab. Is the grab rush used there? It's going to be the grab that connects with two. They're going to get both supports. Is this going to be enough, though? So they do end up flipping the point, so it is in favor of VP right now.
Honestly, I think that's favoring VP until the big nade comes in from Lambda to kill off Psycho, and then battles away from land. Honestly, with two supports and Tracer, DK had no supports in that fight. I think they'd lose that fight without Psycho getting popped by Lambda there. So huge play now from the hit scan from DK. New lease on life for them, but still just one more retake necessary. The ultimates are essentially dry. Kevster very close to his own override protocol. Looks like a scary fight for GK. Snatching the tempo wave won't be easy right now.
I mean, the last fight was pretty scary for GK as well, right? Rush plus grab, and they're still able to come out on top as Landon gets dangerously low. That's going to be the Suzu. Alfie getting close to a pulse bomb.
Oh, can't find the opportunity for it. Kevster up in the sky now. The point is split. DK gonna have to contest into this one, but Kevster's gonna bring the fight to them. Aizdom finds Haku on the trade, and now waiting for the OT touch. Surely Alpha is gonna be here. Woohoo! Down to the millisecond there, but ultimately he's just out of gas. He's burned out, cannot hold the clock. And DK are gonna get wiped out here on Saravasa. A statement map win from Virtus.pro on the map of their opponents choosing, on the style of their opponents choosing. This is the must-win map of the series. VP, get it done. One more to book your ticket to Japan. DK on their last legs.
Yeah, I mean, VP looked awesome all throughout that map. That's the type of aggression you want to see from Virtus.pro. They really kind of just handle business there on the final point. I think it's also a huge win for VP in terms of, like, you know, Psycho I thought was awesome on the Tracer. You're able to kind of win that Tracer Zarya head-to-head. So you take a look at some of the stats of Labda with 11 deaths. They were really targeting him a lot here on Saravasa.
I mean, both Kevster and Aizdom about 20% more damage than their counterparts. Yeah, a lot of it comes from the deaths and maybe some better team fights, but I mean, think back to some of these fast grabs from Aizdom. Like, this faster grab wins the first point. You know, some of these kills on Ziad. Like, I feel like Ziad is feeling the heat. And honestly, if you think about it strategically, I think this is a really good way to punish DK's style. DK give crazy resources to Alfie. Like, he gets bubbled sometimes twice in the fight. That is crazy on Tracer. But that means there's less resources for Ziad to just bubble himself and fight in the front line. Moments like this are going to hurt, though. I mean, taking that rush trade down mid, like, if you knew Aizdom had grab, I don't think you would ever be in that position. So certainly it looks like a misread on the ultimate track that's going to cost them that point. But in the end, hey, it's a 3-1 on Flashpoint. Solid win for Virtus.pro. And that's the Geeky map pick that should have been, in theory, their strongest of the series.
Yeah.
See what they can do next.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of look, right? We have what, Escort and Hybrid left in the pool. So, but you did think that maybe that was one where GK probably felt the strongest, right? They beat them on it the other day. They kind of go back to it here again. VP does not play the Maga, a lot like how I know what they did the other day, and it ended up working out for them this time, right? That Zarya Tracer looking really good after, you know, playing some Vendetta and upping the pace, right? Now kind of bringing over that with the Tracer. They look great.
That's the style you have to be able to win. I feel like Psycho really came to play on Saravasa. I mean, we saw it from him, like, as well in the earlier match at the start of playoffs, and he just kept on delivering there. Continual pressure on the back line, right? Like, really matching Alfie, right? Which is, I mean, the way Alfie has been playing is not an easy statement to make. Havana is going to be the pick for GK. Probably the most standard of the Escort maps, right? Like, Rialto and Gibraltar are like oddball maps. You know, when you pick those maps, like, the game is pretty different. I'm not so sure the Zarya comp is actually the meta, especially on Gibraltar. I think it's almost definitely not the meta. And so for GK, this makes a lot of sense that you would go to Escort first because you block out the weirder maps of the pool. Honestly, Blizzard World, Midtown, Numbani, I'm pretty sure all three of them, you can just play the Zarya comp on it if you want to. So GK kind of ensure that if they can win this map, the rest of the series can still be in their comfort zone. VP could still throw some bans at the meta heroes, but they've elected not to thus far in the series, right? Like, other than the Tracer ban, they have been allowing this to go to the Zarya comp, and I mean, winning the mirror on Saravasa certainly is going to be a feather in their cap.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with the bans here on Havana. Will be the DK map selection. It looks like they're also taking first ban is some Moira. So they're just trying to maybe, like, protect this Moira Roadhog. All right. So looks like neither team felt like there was too much of anything they wanted to get rid of there. So the Moira.
Come on, guys, ban Junkrat. For me, if you're gonna ban Moira Roadhog, somebody ban Junkrat.
Oh, just in a nod.
I got confirmation. You remember we cast that Dallas Fuel match, Matt? I got confirmation that they banned Junkrat for me. The good people of the Dallas Fuel.
But I know Mitch and me get confused a lot.
Oh, you guys are like the same person in my mind.
Yeah, via our accent, and I know everything.
You really you look the same. It's kind of.
Yeah, the only thing they say is, like, different is, like, I'm just, like, much better looking. I don't have as big as a forehead as Mitch. Yeah,
that is what they say. Yep, you heard that one.
More energy. That's one I get quite often, that I have more energy than Mitch. He is gonna be so angry when he watches.
Dude, Roadhog Moira, I love to see these bands. Love to see these bands. This is like the standard. This is the bands in Plat, right? These are like the meta bands. It's like, get these guys out of my game.
The 1 a.m. Plat ranked bands are coming through here in the OWCS. Moira Roadhog. Nothing really take away in terms of like how that will impact the meta here for this one. We do see teams kind of like, play the Vendetta like towards the second part of the map, but honestly, with the way that these Tracers are playing, I would just keep running it back.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Twisted Minds won with the Vendetta, but I'm a little scared about that. I just don't know how the matchup plays on this map in particular. I think it really comes down to these small differences. Like, Vendetta has a better team fight ult, right? Being able to like Sundering Blade a grav is a huge deal. It's really hard to live through a grav when Sundering Blade can like take your beat off, can break your Zarya bubbles, break your shields, right?
Even the Sundering Blade when the other team is rushing to just kind of like deter players from like moving forward is like kind of worth. Like, it's not like it's the Sundering Blade comes down, everybody runs, right? But still, just to deter them a little bit.
I think what people have been starting to realize though is that so many of these fights come down to like low numbers engagements. Like, both teams trade kills. Like, rarely do we see a really clean fight.
A 2v2.
And I think Tracer, Tracer just thrives, right? Like, there's no better hero than Tracer when it comes down to that. Like, Lucio +1 is still alive. Tracer is the best in the game, right? Like, one of the most efficient health pool heroes in the entire, probably, without a doubt, the most efficient health using hero in the game.
Tracer is just like the pinnacle of hero design, right? Like, regardless of what they do with the rest of the cast and the meta and everything else, like, Tracer is just always somewhat viable, somewhat playable. Just a
Blink is the best
hero.
skill in the entire game, Matt. 3 charges of Blink, I will trade any character skill in the whole game for that.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Yes, it is kind of wild to be able to just kind of like
teleporting.
Just kind of teleport. Yeah, like 3 charges of teleport, basically. They should give like Carry 3 charges of teleport. No, do not do that.
Matt,
that would be
your man. No more. Okay, Kester. Ooh, big nade of the Alpha. Okay. Maybe wasn't expecting that kind of a quick burn. Virtus.pro want to take everything they can get out of this kill. Finn holding an off angle with late TP out, but he's going to be caught in a tough spot as they swing the corner and Landon takes his head off. Alfie over to the Widow is going to maybe look for a cheeky little pickoff on the exit. Can't quite find it. Worth a shot, though.
And after map number 1, and even in map number 1, I think GK just maybe kind of like, had 2 or 3 like huge plays that kind of went their way. I've been so impressed with how Virtus.pro is like, okay, we get the advantage. Like, it is just speed forward, finishing these fights off, right? Not allowing GK to kind of like linger within these fights and maybe able to turn it.
Alfie boxes out Psycho, is going to have a bit more room to work with, and Aizdom feeling the pressure, has to back off the corner. Now it's Alfie's turn to continue to get aggressive. Psycho goes past him, though, into the backline. Now Alfie's turn to kind of be caught looking on the defensive. Can't quite punish Psycho for that move. So both teams really boxing it, playing for that cooldown. Ziad playing nice and slow here, saving the bubbles. Here comes Alfie once again into the background on the Lucio, but good movement from Fixa ensures he doesn't really take much damage at all from that. Opportunity for the counterpunch from VP. Both teams trading blows, but Ziad is playing at a nice, safe distance, really slowing this one down, playing for that ultimate economy.
Yeah, I mean, Kev, though, with the override protocol here, I think they were just kind of like playing around, maybe getting those bubbles ready for Alfie, and Alfie not able to find anything when he goes in. No, not able to keep Ziad alive as some sick damage coming down from Kev. Nice fadeaway there, the shot on Ahaku as he gets into the spawn. So this has been all Virtus.pro on defense thus far.
Yeah, absolutely rewarded rather for the aggression, right? Just for the override protocol, without even really much to go off of, right? He just sends it. Alfie has established a backline position. Actually, he's quite valuable on Tracer here, right? It's a hard spot to get. Kevster, though, he's aware of that. Off the ping out. Bubble comes in on Alfie, looks into the backline, pulls out the Siphon Blaster, but really being marked well by Virtus.pro. They are not giving him any room to work with. Even Fixa takes the fight to him in the flank, forces that recall. And it's uncharacteristically slow play from DK. They pop the rush now. A grab gone into the backline. No damage follow up on that, but it's going to zone players away. A better beat, much better from Fixa as now Aizom's turn to try and get aggressive into the backline. Psycho finds one. Alfie, though, trades it right back. Grab it in over the top with the override protocol. Is just doing way too much. Finds more on the fight. Psycho battling in the 1v2. Way too much to do here. Just gonna stay alive.
Can he get a touch?
Actually, I think he will be able to get a touch here. But it won't be that clean. VP need to get there very quick. They need to support this Tracer. It looks like they are gonna be able to swing the corner and do just that.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to get the touch here with Psycho and a lot of players around the corner. It's gonna be GK. It's gonna be Ziad throwing in that grab.
Kind of a bad grab.
Oh, yeah, no Suzu there. I believe it was thrown in, but they're able to just kind of burn on through. So that might be enough there for DK to take this checkpoint.
Oh, I thought it wasn't going to be a good enough grab with Aizon being in position behind the cart. I thought there just wouldn't be enough damage follow up on him, but they overwhelm, they swarm around that one. I think Landon might have even had to step into the grab himself just to try and get those heals down on Aizon. So in the end, GK, they get it done with the ultimate advantage, but from the eye test, Matt, am I crazy? Or are they like, have they been really rocked from that last map loss? They are playing way slower than we've seen them play in the past.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's like, okay, we're like, you know, they're relying on Alfie, right? And like Ziad is just kind of like not using the bubbles on himself to be able to like kind of take some of that space, right? It looks like very like passive. We're gonna, you know, bubble Alfie, see what happens. We're gonna allow it to gain some energy. We're gonna work a little bit slower than maybe Virtus.pro is, but yeah, I believe, you know, probably a little bit, you know, rattled after the 2 map losses in a row here for DK. So Alfie gets over to that pulse bomb, but look at this. I mean, they just kind of like back out through the choke.
They're gonna rotate.
Like, yeah, they're gonna rotate on the high ground. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like kind of a must go. Once you move the card a little bit forward, you come in now from this lower angle, keep things rolling. Ziad steps up to the high ground, so it's pretty clinical. But these boot downs from Bigsa, like this costs you in the time bank. Ziad's just gonna do it himself here, stepping up to the card. Alfie struggling to get towards the backline in this fight, right? Really getting marked when he goes for these aggressive moves. Still walking the card up little by little, but it's an expensive play on the time bank. See if he can link up to the high ground. This is an advanced jump, but doesn't want to commit for it this time. A little risky to be going for that in a battle.
He takes some damage there from Kev and has to just kind of back down. Doesn't want to end up using the recall. Now VP, they want to push. They want to use this override protocol. They want to see if they can push them all the way back, seeing if they can maybe get a pick off there. Not able to find anything, but I mean, dude, DK is
find Tracer.
Like, oh, okay, this is
isolated.
Huge. Yeah.
Oh, like dude, it makes it all worth it, right? Like, yeah. I mean, you know, if you the full kite out from DK, but they leave Alfie on an island. Great awareness from Psycho and Fixa to hunt that one down. They know there's a Tracer missing, and that, and in the end, it's like one ult. It's not like a decisive dominant fight win, but hey, 30 seconds off the clock. That's a deal you make every time on defense. And with the other 4 ultimates coming online, Virtus.pro bridging the gap. Ziad with no grab in this one. 1 minute. This is a scary spot to be. DK need to get more out of this offense.
It feels like they've been so passive. Like the entire round.
Oh, grab here on the ceiling here. Picks up the Zarya.
Yeah, catches Ziad. I don't think it's going to be enough to finish him off, but Ziad
the rush
alive. You do have sound barrier available here for DK. They end up holding on to it potentially for another fight. So maybe with Finn down and then Ziad getting dangerously low, you don't feel you can fight out of this, especially with Isom alive. You end up holding on to this beat, but not a lot of time left. Isom dangerously low, bubble broken. Gonna, I thought the nade maybe around the corner. He's gonna be able to live there with about 150 HP and then regen. Yeah, so
this corner is like his castle, man. He just plays this position. Override protocol from Lavender, though, swings wide, gonna go straight to that backline. Good defensive bubble, keeps the players alive, but Landon finds himself in a tough spot in trouble. But the Zarya climbed up to the high ground. He's not expecting this. But with the help of Kevster, they cut down the override protocol, beats exchange. Landon does drop in that. And as Eisnom gets cornered now, Ziad takes the fight to him. He'll grab the trade of the Haku before he falls. Cycle with the pulse bomb is going to keep this one in contest, and maybe even looking for more if he can kill the Zarya, who break the back now of DK. And without the players to come touch the cart, the push is going to end here, Matt.
Man, VP hitting another level here today. That one. I mean, DK, they end up using their sound barrier. I don't think they expect Fixa to have it on the other side of things. And they do get Ice Gnome, but everybody dangerously low on DK, and Psycho just kind of runs on passive, and now Psycho's starting to get the better of this Tracer battle. 14-1 there from Psycho. Just a tremendous first half there on defense. And look, I mean, these Tracers were going head-to-head in our, last series, right, between these two teams, and Psycho was, really taking it to DK. It was just, Alfie and the rest of DK that clutches up, but without a lot of those clutches that we saw the other day, Finn with 6 deaths there in that first half, you're seeing, how dominant Psycho can be, and just making it really difficult for DK to get anything going.
Oof, man, I gotta tell you, Matt, just watching this game, though, this has felt like a game from a different day, right, than the last matches we've watched. Like, Virtus.pro is only accelerating. Like, they are going aggro on no margin. I mean, they're like, we have an override protocol. Well, it's like I don't care where you are, we will come for you. And
it's like they traded the aggression between them. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but it doesn't feel good for DK. It looks weak. Like, you're just like waiting for Alfie to make plays. Ziad not getting into the mix. Like, yes, those fights can go wrong, but for DK, it feels like you want to scrap. You want to get down to those low numbers engagement. It's a little cheeky opener on Bastion here to put some damage. Oh, Alfie!
What?
All right. I will say, I don't think this kill matters. It's a funny one to get on Tracer.
Not, but it's a funny one, though.
It's because he takes the bubble to spawn to get like melee and farm a little bit of pulse bomb and energy, but the Bastion breaks the bubble so fast that the Cassidy flash actually does get the Tracer. So it's a sick play. It actually
a weird interaction.
The corner fight. It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, look at how far back DK has to go. Like, they have to play so passive here.
Alfie's back with the bubble, putting some damage onto the back line. Follow-up could be there. Seems that they've dealt with him well. It's second bubble in the fight. Now the pressure comes in onto Eisnov. Kind of struggling here in the front line, but gets around the corner. It's going to be a difficult place to chase. Kevster punishes Alfie out of gas in the fight. Went for just a little bit too much. And now with the Siphon Blaster out, Eisnov getting reeled. Eisnov, hold on. Maybe just doing a little bit too much there. Swings the corner before he's healed. And Geeke willing to stand tall and cut him down despite the player disadvantage. Psycho grabs one back, but with Ziad stabilizing into this one. Dude, that was a good opportunity for VP to take. I think they overheated.
Yeah, I thought VP was going to be able to take that, and they were going to steamroll through this first checkpoint, and that was maybe a little bit of a GG moment, but...
That was like your ticket to Japan.
Yeah.
Right? And, I mean, hey, still more to play for. It's not, you know, it's just one fight.
Still, it allows Geek to at least kind of have some signs of life going into this one, right? As Alfie puts some pressure down there. On to Kev, Ziad has to back up as Ziad using all his bubbles basically on Alfie. He has to play so perfect on Zarya, right?
Psycho with the pulse bomb could find something. A little bit of a faster rush here, significantly faster for DK on the defense. They're going to pop it early. Eisnov just has to full run out of there, beat a hasty retreat. Kevster, though, with the override protocol makes it just a little bit too scary to really push the pace. And honestly, that's an ult trade you take every day of the week. Landon and Fixa, 82 their own ults. Bit of an interesting spot to be. Very different ults available for both sides on this attack and defense.
Alfie gets up to the high ground with a pulse bomb, gets one bubble as Landon getting close to a rush. It's going to be, oh, the sound barrier early here for Geek. They end up using the sound barrier and decide to go. It's going to be the rush here that comes in from Landon and VP as they get 2 kills there, traded out. Ziad's going to end up using the grab. I don't think there's going to be any type of follow-up, though, as Ice Gnome uses his grab as well. Alfie, maybe they thought the follow-up would be with the pulse bomb there onto the grab. He's not able to get anywhere close as that is a great fight for Virtus.pro that most certainly will give them the checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, when the grabs are traded, it's just a DPS check, and one Zarya is inside a Kitsune rush. It's not super hard to figure out who's going to come out on top of that trade. And VP now, to get to Japan here, waiting for them. At the end of Havana's second point, 3 minutes 40 on the clock. This would be heroic from Geek. I mean, this is like a 10% to win situation. Extremely favored for VP to finish this map here. They need to find some kind of pick-off play, right? This is not going to come down to fundamentals if Geek can win it here.
I mean, you basically just need, what, 2 fights here if you're VP, right? 1 fight, and then maybe at the end they're just kind of like, you know, flooding out, trying to get a touch here. Is Ziad getting dangerously low? It's going to be a pulse bomb there, though, from Alfie. It's always good, it feels like, from Alfie. There'll be also the override protocol, going to try and push them all the way back, gain some control over the choke yet again. So a fight win there for Geek. I think if you're Geek, you try and at least get this, like, you know, to 1 minute and 30, and then if you lose the fight there, at least it gives you a chance, like an OT, to try and hold.
Yeah, you need to run this clock down. Finn's going to pop the rush. See what the response is from VP. They're going to try and just kite out of here just to get back, beat a hasty retreat. Eisnov gets 1 kill before he drops. The rest of VP going to stay alive onto this one. Just going to be taxing the Zarya back into the fight. Lucio awfully close to that corner. DK, though, they do not want to throw this position away. Ziad going to have to play a little bit carefully from here. It's a good fight win off the rush, but after that rush, there is no ults coming your way for quite some time. This is the chance for Virtus.pro, and a pause comes in. Oh, my God.
Tactical. No, it's not a tactical pause. You don't have a tactical pause. Yeah, I mean, so if you're Geek, is the logic here like, okay, let's use some ultimates, let's play as close as possible, let's burn some clock, maybe force them to end up using 2 or 3 ultimates in a fight, and then coming back a little bit even as like a fight on the cart towards the end? Is that kind of the math of like reasoning that they're trying to get here?
I mean, Matt, to be honest, when it comes down to like reasoning and ult trades, this is like generally an attacker favored point, I think, or it's a lot easier to attack than like, for instance, first or third. And the ultimate advantage right now is in VP's hands. So VP, this fight, I mean, all right, if somehow like miracle hero play, you can win this fight on Geek, you're kind of like right back into it. You really do even things up. But realistically, VP should roll them over this fight. VP just need to do it without overcommitting, right? Because like you said, there's still beat and grav coming down the pipe for not this coming fight, but the one to follow it. If you can get there on Geek, a huge grab from Ziad, like maybe that's enough. The beat could save him. Maybe that turns it around. But what's most important is that for Virtus.pro that they can close this fight out with like, if just override protocol and pulse bomb, they're going to feel very good about it.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll have to see where Icenome, I think Icenome's like 55% to a grab there. So like, there is also the world in which VP wins the fight, maybe Icenome gets closer to grab, and then is able to kind of like, you know, get up towards, like, they push out towards like the door where they're kind of coming out, and you're able to get that advantage.
Yeah, here comes the fight. Expect things to come thick and fast here from Virtus.pro. Kevster looking for his opportunity to step up with the living weapon. Just takes the high ground. It's very passive. GK, they're scared of this threat. Playing in the corners, gonna have to fully back out, disengage from this Zarya. You'll be able to get out, should have some bubbles, should be just fine to escape from this one. But you're gonna give the entire map away for that map. No one dies, but you basically won the fight anyway, and you're gonna be retaking. Land is at 9 to the Kitsune rush. You have to somehow overwhelm a Kitsune rush. This is not a good spot to be. Virtus.pro even stepping off the cart, they know this is all about the team fight. Virtus.pro, lot to play for in this moment. Ooh, that shot onto Fixa, right? You can't let those picks come in, but rush is available now.
Are you trying to desperately gain beat here if you're Haku? Is that kind of like what you're playing him for here? Ziad dangerously low. He's gonna get the Suzu.
Oh, he gets it off, but he dies just after. Alfie on Finn finds some kills with the pulse. The beat comes in from Haku, and that will hold the day for now. But it's expensive, right? 2 ults for 1 to defeat the rush. Once again, right? A minute 20 on the clock, but VP, you got beaten grab here. Like,
yeah.
He can't have, I mean, they have essentially nothing. A pulse bomb. Ziad has to go. Do you actually like this?
Yeah.
Frankly, you need to eat grab. However, it is so extremely desperate.
It's so tough.
Like,
and I mean,
Icenome doesn't have to grab. He can just walk up with beat and just kill people. Already getting a little bit of energy. Expect him to do a lot of self-bubbles here as he trades up on the choke. Ziad, it's maybe a nice boop off there on the Zarya. Going to kind of slow her roll. But as Icenome steps up close to the cart now, this is a fight you're forced to take on Ziad. He's doing everything he can to be annoying, to slow things down. Finn, 80 to a rush of his own. He could bridge that gap. Actually, that could be a
getting
big
very
difference
close
maker.
to an override protocol.
Here comes the beat. They're trying to chase in. Good escape from players with a grab. And crucially, onto the DPS now of EK. Threats eliminated. Just a few stragglers trying to hold on. And Virtus.pro are booking their ticket to Japan, to Champions Clash, already starting to celebrate because EK are knocked out of this one. It was an impressive win earlier in the semifinals, but today, Virtus.pro reigns supreme. The adjustments are good enough. The aggression from VP, absolutely immaculate today. I mean, they stole the fire here from GK.
Nah, I mean, VP looked awesome in this series. Just the amount of aggression, just a huge difference from the other day.
Absolutely. I mean, GK was off to a good start there, right? Dominant victory on control. But we did see like the game plan there. It was the same as what we saw from them yesterday, which made some moments, some fights against Twisted Minds close. It's pooling all your resources into Alpha Yi. That strat has been exposed. And then VP just kicked into another gear, into another level. They came in so aggressive, and it really felt like they took the fire out of DK. Like there was a weird trade going on there. And now VP finding themselves in the grand final. I think if we're looking like just overall predictions heading into the playoffs, we did expect to see Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds making it all the way through. But it was great that GK managed to like surprise everyone in their first semi-final match. They played phenomenal Overwatch here, and I'm very excited to see them again in stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, much different series, right? I think you can definitely see where, you know, Icenome was talking about like how they had to make adjustments. Map 1 looked really good for GK, right? But I think in the second round of map 1, like that most likely, like, you know, you replay that round a few times, it probably goes to VP. And then after that, it kind of was all Virtus.pro, right?
I mean, I think Suravasa was quite the backbreaker. Like, all right, so Runasapi is one thing. This is just a well-coached play to go to the Vendetta, over-reliance on Tracer, really exposed here on Runasapi, but like that can happen. That's a you know, well-stratted play. When you win here on Suravasa, straight pound for pound, and I feel like there was just an incredible awareness from the entirety of VP of Alfie. Like when you're on Alfie's POV, he is getting hunted by like Emrid, Lucio, you know, Jericho. Everybody is ready for the back flanks, right? They sort of see it coming. And then, man, just watching on here on Havana, I was just like, wait, what is this team, right? Like Alfie is in here in the back line, but there's like where's the commitment, where's the aggression, where's the follow-up? That's what's made GK look so good. It's not just Alfie in the back line, you know, doing big work. It's the rest of the team pounding down your door at exactly that same moment. And I feel like we just didn't see that on Havana. I really felt, you know, this team kind of was hollowed out by the loss on Suravasa, and VP only got stronger from there.
Yeah, they definitely seemed rattled after going down there. They made it to the lower finals, but this is where their playoffs journey starts. Now VP in the grand final going up against the Twisted Minds, the number 1 and number 2 seed of the EMEA region after the regular season. But as good as VP looks against any other team, they did not manage to make it close against Twisted Minds when they met in the regular season either.
No, I mean, nobody's been able to make it look close against Twisted
Right.
Minds, right? So I don't even think you kind of like... I think if you're Virtus.pro, it is a big sigh of relief that we get past GK and you qualify. I know kind of Kev gets the monkey off his back, right? And he kind of makes it to another land. Landon kind of continues that streak. And then now look, you put your best effort in here against Twisted Minds, see if you can steal the number 1 spot. I mean, it would be a massive upset, right? Because it's a first of 4. So you have to beat TM in one series, basically more. You have to take as many maps as they've lost basically since Worlds in one series.
Like the last year and a half.
Yeah.
They've lost 4 maps probably.
This is like realistic. I think it's like 5, right? They've talked about it since Worlds, where it's like,
Yeah.
okay, now basically do that, but just in the next hour.
Yeah, easy. Why not? I mean, again, like I think VP came into this knowing that like the main goal is make it to Japan, make it to the Champions Clash. You'll figure out the rest as you go along. And now, speaking of that LAN event, Landon's LAN streak is alive and kicking. We'll see him alive in the flesh in 4K in Japan, and now an amuse bouche, if you will, as he will be joining us for a quick interview. Landon, congratulations. You guys punched your tickets to Tokyo. How are you feeling now that that kind of pressure is off of your backs?
I mean, I'm feeling great. That kind of match is always the most intense match you ever play, you know? Like, I think the first stage for a team really sets the theme for the rest of the year. And so for us, making Japan was like a really, really big, important milestone. And having accomplished it feels awesome.
Yeah, Landon, today it looked like you guys were way more aggressive than you were in the series against GK the other day. Was that kind of like a little bit of the game plan? I know Iceland kind of like alluded to maybe some changes, but you guys looked really, full on aggressive all the time.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of opportunities in our first GK match where opportunities presented itself, but we were just a little bit, unsure. Should we chase this? Should we really just ult like this early, or chase these kills? And then we realized that like if you just play that aggressively, for every time it doesn't work and you get punished, it'll work like 3 or 4 more times, And that was kind of the mindset going into this match, was just turn up the aggression and we'll win for free.
Yeah, I felt like you guys really got rewarded from that. You were really, like looking very coordinated as a team. From just watching the match casting, I really felt like after you guys got that map win on Suravasa, man, Havana, it felt like GK were really like slowed down. It felt like they kind of got rocked by that. I'm kind of curious if you had that sense in Havana as well, or what you felt like, I guess, coming into the final map when, of course, that ticket to Japan is on the line.
They're really, really good at Havana. I think it's by far the best map. It's a map that like we're not particularly I think we've lost them twice on it now. So going into it, we were like full ready. We had all of our counter strats ready. I mean, you guys saw the attack first fight, right? We were ready for that Tracer blink in the spawn. So we had full prep for it. And yeah, it did feel like they kind of slowed down a little bit.
Now, Landon, of course, going to let you go in just a second to get ready for the grand finals where you will be facing off against Twisted Minds. How do you guys approach a match against a team that has not shown any cracks in their armor thus far all regular season long?
I mean, they're for sure a good team. I'd be crazy to sit here and tell them they're not a good team. But I also don't think they're unbeatable, I think especially in this Zarya, Kiri, Lucio, Tracer comp, I think it's a match day comp. Whichever team rolls up to the match and plays it better we'll just win. You saw the GK Twisted match, even though it was 3-0, that was a close game, to be honest. There were a lot of opportunities for GK to win that.
Absolutely. And you guys are coming off of a great victory here, so I hope you can ride that momentum into the grand finals. Once again, congratulations and thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
We're going to see Landon on the server in just a little bit as he and the rest of Virtus.pro are getting ready to take on the giant that is EMEA. But as he said, as we discussed over the last 2 days, it all just depends on how you're showing up on match day, right? Anything is possible in the current meta. You can throw a lot of wrenches into the gears. How does the saying go?
Wrenches into the gears?
Into the works.
A native speaker,
works?
please
Yeah.
help. Sure, the works that are the gears. Either way.
I love
Or
how Zoe
wrenches
fixes
into
her
gears.
metaphors.
I was trying way too hard here. It's too early for this, she said at 11 a.m. Twisted Minds MVP are coming up next. So that is going to be our grand final as expected. But VP definitely is showing us that they can, just step it up to another level. And I hope that's what we're going to see in the grand finals. You know what else I want to see?
What?
Our viewers in action in the Face It League. That's right. If you're watching and you feel like, I could do that. I can play like those guys. Why don't you give it a try? Why don't you sign up with your team to the Face It League and grind your way all the way up to the top, where you might make it through promotion and relegation, and we might see you in stage 2 or stage 3 of the OWCS. Jake tried.
GK,
everybody starts somewhere.
Yeah. Jake has
DK
tried.
made it.
Yeah.
How much have you guys played on Face It League? What's your Face It division?
I want to see Jake play again. Well, we tried qualifying through the Face It League last time, and we lasted one game. It famously ended after that one game. Actually, there may have been 2 games. I don't remember. We may have done 2, and then it ended. But
it was not a skill issue, though, per se. I think it was just the team imploded. So
that's true.
That's
true. Yep,
it was a character.
We're a real
Focus
North
on your
American
chemistry,
team.
guys.
We're a
Focus
real
on your
North
chemistry.
American team. We just exploded after one game.
It's all about team cohesion, right? So, those band of friends always make for great teams to go all the way and up into tier 1. Let's see what our 2 finalists have in store for us. We're heading into a quick break, giving them some time to get ready for all the action. It's going to be a first to 4, I believe, so best of 7.
Yeah.
Is that making sense? I know numbers, I know math, I know words, and have much more of all of that after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We should be right back.
Start your climb to OWCS with Face It League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/faceitleague.
Project log Jetpack Cut, Entry 1. With Null Sector gone, the team has been sitting around Gibraltar without much to do. I'd say I'm in the same boat, but to be honest, I've had my hands full. Ever since I found this cute little stowaway, my mind has been racing with ideas. For some reason, when I rescued this pretty kitty from in between some rocket parts in the main landing bay, I thought back to some projects I never got off the ground. Literally. I was so young when I drafted them up, and that lazy old Mitzi wasn't much help either. But something about this stray got me thinking again. Maybe there's a way to make this work after all. Looking at my old sketches, I can tell I had a lot of hopes for this build. Guess it goes to show how far I've come that I can finally turn all those dreams into reality. And Fika has been a surprising help. Oh, I named her Fika, by the way, since she looks like a big kanelbulle. There was a funny moment earlier today. I was so stuck on the schematics for the thrusters, but Fika knocked one of my old blueprints off the shelf, and it actually clued me into the answer I was looking for. I can't help but think there's something special about this kitty. I'm thinking over what material suits the jetpack best. A carbon fiber frame would be nice and lightweight, but aluminum would be more resilient. The weight distribution on a cat is pretty different from a human, not to mention the tail. So for the stabilizers, I'm thinking... Does the harness need shock absorbers, or will Fika's fur be enough? Big problem. How to make a joystick that doesn't require opposable thumbs. I have a few ideas for the motor, but I'll need to be careful. I'm worried Fika might lose one of her 9 lives if it's too loud on startup. And for the healing projectiles, actually, should they be projectiles? Oh, I bet Fika will love that. I should really add a grapple to the frame. She'll need it whenever Reinhardt charges off without us. I put out different paint options, and Fika knocked everything over except blue, of course. Hon är svensk ut i klospetsarna. And that's that. Blueprints for Project Jetpack Cut are finally complete. Whew. I wish my younger self could see just how well this turned out. To be honest though, I'm not sure I'll ever get the chance to build this for real. I know Fika would be a great help, but a cat in a jetpack seems crazy, even by our team standards. But who knows? We keep saying the world could always use more heroes, and I think she might be just the hero the world needs right now. That's how you do it. The story continues in Overwatch.
Hello and welcome back. Zoe here, joined by Matt and Jake, and we're about to set the stage for our EMEA Grand Finals between Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro, two teams with a dominant regular season record. Alas, there is a clear favorite here. Of course, I'm talking about Twisted Minds. I mean, the last team to take a map off of Twisted Minds, a map, not a series, a map, was Crazy Raccoon, but that was a boot camp earlier this year, so I don't really feel like we can count that as an official. Now, the last team to take a series of Twisted Minds was over 4 months ago, a tournament that Twisted Minds ended up winning. That was Katsuya who managed to do that. So really, you know, they've just been dominant. We're talking about them as the team that can play it all, like front, center, to the back. They're just the best at everything.
Yeah, I mean, really, there's not a lot more like we can say about how good this team has been as of late. You know, kind of after Worlds, during the event, and then kind of now taking that success and kind of moving it forward. I will say, like, sometimes it can be tough where, you know, the other team already like has a warm-up, right? And like, you know, they're kind of like clicking VP towards the end, and maybe you can kind of catch TM a little off guard at the beginning of the series. But you know, with how consistent Jwoo and Quartz are like in those roles, and then same with the support line, right? Like, it rarely feels like they ever have bad days. This team, it's going to be difficult to beat.
Yeah, I think, you know, for Virtus.pro, you really can't be thinking about this as like, oh, these are the Titans, right? Like, these guys, can we take a map, right? You just have to play this, you know, fight by fight, moment by moment. Because I will say, for teams that have this kind of record of dominance, it would be, you know, like, if you do win a map against them, right, it's not something they've experienced in quite some time, right? So for TM, you know, if they are put in a spot where they need to adapt and change, that's going to be the question mark for this series. However, probably the hardest map to win is going to be that first one for Virtus.pro, right? Breaking the reign of terror, you know, honestly, coming out on map 1 even, and if Twisted Minds like just put down a complete beatdown, I feel like VP, it's crucial that they come into the series relatively hot, that they don't lose momentum. Like, yes, they just won their ticket to Japan. You know, you could easily kind of like lose your tension as a team because of a big, you know, meaningful result like that to the squad. But if you come into this Twisted Minds match thinking, well, we already did it, you know, it's all good, let's just do our best, like, you're gonna get destroyed. We're gonna get melted on the server. So you need to really have that heat. So big test, I think, for VP and their ability to maintain that.
I mean, we saw Virtus.pro really rattling the confidence of GK. That's just not really something we see any team do to Twisted Minds, because even yesterday when GK kind of made them work for it, you know, they made them sweat, Twisted Minds still felt so confident and so good about their game plan that they also just busted out like completely different comps, you know, like poke comps coming out on Havana. Like, they're not scared of trying something new. VP, they locked in today on what they know they're the best at, you know, like it is that Zarya comp. We do see Psycho and that Tracer and Emre. I love that look much more than when they're implementing the Vendetta. I think if they're just playing to their strength, that's probably their best chance.
I think a lot of it comes down to like what Jake was talking about. Is like, okay, I'm sure you've been a part of teams, Jake, where it's like, all right, yeah, sure, we qualified, everybody's celebrating in the team house, and you have another game. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, let's just go back and play it. Like, or if the break in between these is like, okay, what strategies do we have planned for TM? We really want the #1 seed. We want that extra cash. Like, how much weight they put on this game as opposed to just getting in to Champions Clash. I think you'll have a good idea or sense of that pretty early on.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, definitely some cash to play for here, and being that title holder. But it's just, I think that the nature of this challenge is even more extreme, because not only have you secured your ticket to LAN, but now you're playing the team that was untouchable in the regular season. And so it's like, well, what's going to change now? TM is a very much a match day team. Like, from what they've been saying, like, they go even harder in match days. They were feeling like, hey, maybe VP weren't playing that well in scrims, so massive wall stacked up against here, as Virtus.pro. But I think for them, you kind of have to throw caution to the wind. I think you're going to have to push the pace, push the aggression, and just be willing to go down to scrappy, chaotic fights. I think if you want to play a clean game against TM and play things slow, I just don't think you're going to be able to keep up. I think you just need to be as aggressive as humanly possible here to try to sneak a map off the champs.
Yeah, gotta take those risks here whenever possible. Landon did share that's something that they initially weren't confident doing so. So heading into today's match day, they did go for that ult, they did go for those push, they did go try and get a flank, a sneaky kill in. So that's kind of what you need to do to get an advantage against Twisted Mind. It's gonna be an uphill battle regardless, going up against the greats that are Twisted Minds. Looking at predictions, I think it'd be crazy to go VP. Like,
yeah, I mean,
low-key, I'd have to report you for that. Like, it's Twisted Minds, they got this. Even in a longer series, I might give VP a map here, but that's about it.
I don't even know if I'd go that far. I'm gonna say TM. Like, they've been so good, so consistent. I think if there's a map, maybe it's like early map 1 or 2, right, where VP's coming in pretty hot off the last series, a lot of confidence. Maybe they kind of come in and kind of ride that. It feels like once TM though kind of settles down, it'll be tough.
Yeah, I agree. I think the longer series, further favors a team that's as good as Twisted Minds, especially because VP, this is the challenge coming out of the lower bracket. It's a long day to stay focused, to stay on point, and this is a very high-paced comp in the meta right now. So a lot to do from the individuals on Virtus.pro. Had to go for TM in this. Sort of an obvious pred. I'm with you guys though. I think it'd be a big deal if Virtus.pro can make them bleed. Like, I mean, a 4-0 beatdown, like, it sets the stage for Champions Clash that VP are going to be kind of capped on what they can accomplish on an international LAN. I mean, maybe they can still do well if like TM is still the best team, but yeah, if you're getting destroyed 4-0 by anyone in the world, it puts kind of a bad taste in your mouth going on to an international LAN. Like, if you're a team that believes you can be a champion, feels like you can't be going down 4-0. That just feels like it's sort of incongruous with the possibility of contending for the world title here in Japan.
Yeah, you never want to get rolled in a grand finals. No matter if it's a stage grand final or like the championship grand final, it just does not feel good. It's also unfair to the people who need some extra time in order to get their drops. And that's why I want to once again remind everyone to connect your Battle.net accounts to your Twitch accounts and start collecting right now. I'm almost through. I'm almost at like the 15-hour loot box is, I can taste it. It's right there.
We're so close.
So
You've been here.
Yeah, I've been here for 3 days, but it's almost there. So, VP, if you can be a homie, get a map or 2 for the people, do it for the people, that'd be great. That'd be swell. So, yeah.
Hold the line, Virtus.pro.
Hold the
line, skins.
Virtus.pro.
We need the skins.
Drop in an extra pause. Did I just jinx it? Hope not.
Why did you?
It's on Zoe today.
Sorry,
it is on Zoe today. All right.
Bro, come
I'll take
on.
One. I never jinxed anyone, so this is the first, 7 years.
We'll see.
It had to happen eventually. But let's see what they got in store for us. It's grand finals time here in Stage 1 EMEA. It's Virtus.pro going up against Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, absolute Goliath here in EMEA. I mean, so far untouched. Haven't dropped a map. Like,
the 5-0 doesn't even do it justice. Like the 5-0, right?
Yeah.
Like, with how good they've been. I mean, these are 5-0, all blowouts, running through people. Now, Landon, I think, kind of saw a little bit what we saw is that Geek definitely made them like bleed a little bit at times the other day, but still, it was not good enough to even get close to like a win. Right?
Like Geek had chances, but it's not like, you know, TM, they clutched those chances. They took those chances away. It was like, oh, you had an opportunity, you failed. I'm better. You know, like, so it's like, yes, it's you got to create those opportunities by having really strong team play, and you need to actually capitalize on them by being able to take it down to the 1v1s. And, you know, I think for Virtus.pro, looks like TM are going to yield the first ban. VP are going to ban the Juno, and Tracer kind of surprisingly taken away for TM. But TM with JWoo, they showed a lot of willingness to play Vendetta, and on Lijiang Tower with Tracer banned, it's sort of an interesting one. I think VP are actually a team that doesn't really like playing the Pharah compared to some other squads, but
yeah,
you might feel like you need to kind of, I mean, this is Lijiang Tower. Like, this is a very, very good map for Pharah, at least on Gardens of all points, right? Like, I kind of would hope to see them play Pharah here.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen them play a little bit of the Pharah, and I think you're probably with, you know, the Vendetta going to be coming out from like JWoo, right? You're probably going to want either match the Vendetta, right? Try and go head to head against it, or get them to go something else, like maybe with that Pharah in the mix. So we've seen teams like, you know, you'll see the Pharah come out, then maybe we see like an Echo, right? When Tracer's not in the mix to kind of get them off of that Pharah, and we see end up some weird comps. Let's take a look at the bracket. Show you guys how we got here. TM 3-0, 3-0. We'll see what happens in this series as VP, they lose that round 1 against GK, and then they battle back through lowers to secure their spot at Champions Clash.
Been a wild bracket here. EK, I mean, I think we're definitely going to see them come back with a vengeance next stage. Like, they have shown such incredible, you know, threats on the lineup that, you know, hey, you put them in like a dive meta and just like let Alpha Yi cook. And like, I mean, they're getting so much done on Tracer in a rush meta where it is not easy to show that kind of dominance. So definitely going to be a team to watch the rest of the season. But of course, their journey for this stage ends here. VP and TM battling now, not just for bragging rights to be the #1 seed and the champ in the EMEA, but also quite a bit more cash on the line here. For TM, though, it's like they've almost got to be thinking this is a foregone conclusion. When you have the run that they've had this stage, you believe you almost can't lose. You know, it starts to just, it's like inevitable. Like, you know, like when you haven't lost in this long, you start to forget what it's like. And so I think for VP, it all starts with one. It's got to be that like first a trickle, then a flood kind of a moment to make this series winnable. And like you said, I don't like their odds if we go really deep in the series. I think it's like you need to come out of the gates absolutely swinging. You need to catch Twisted Minds a little overconfident, a little bit sleepy.
Keep the momentum you have.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. Maintain. The Tracer ban definitely is going to complicate things on Lijiang Tower. I kind of like it from TM because I think Psycho, for me, has not looked as good on the Pharah. Like, he's been serviceable, but for JWoo, I think it's an extremely comfortable pick. And if Gardens for our first map too, if you have any desire to play the Pharah, right, like this is where you bring it out. Actually, it's a big deal to roll this map first with the Tracer ban.
Yes, we'll see. Maybe both teams end up playing a little bit of Pharah, but we believe Twisted Minds will end up doing so. Where, yeah, I think if you're Virtus.pro, just pause. Just keep pausing. I jinxed it the other day, and then I purposely didn't say it today. Right?
You guys are crazy.
And then
Zoe, I'm scared of that.
Is the first one. Hey, you're here, so you're complicit as well. It's not like you can just walk away.
Me? I'm complicit? I'm like, I think we're getting
I think we're getting a full PC restart here potentially. So I think we're getting like what are they gonna do? They're gonna do a disk cleanup, making sure, you know, scan and repair on Overwatch. We're gonna get like a whole PC sweep here.
Stop. We don't know anything. We don't know anything. We're just getting sorted to start the match off.
We're getting a hard drive is being reformatted here just to have Overwatch on it.
All right, they're building a fire to get the steam engine rolling to generate power for their house. And once we get enough,
stopping on a power supply.
Once we get enough coal in the furnace, we should be able to get this one moving.
I can't believe we're here.
We're training a team of hamsters, running the wheel to power the PC, the monitor.
So, I mean, rolling that map first, like you mentioned, Garden is pretty huge, right? This is like the best Pharah map on Lijiang Tower, right? Yeah. So, getting this on the first go, really good for Twisted Minds. Obviously, they want to come out, potentially play some Pharah there with Jwoo. Let's take a look at the Twisted Minds roster. Jwoo's been playing basically every game. I imagine Yubi will kind of like be there when the sim comes into the mix and maybe some other stuff, right? But for now, I mean, they've looked too good with this lineup.
Yeah, you know, and I think with the way Jwoo's playing, I mean, the guy looks like a star in the making, and not even in the making, right? He's already here. He has come onto the scene. Such a huge splash. I feel like we saw sort of the glimpses of it last year, but, you know, it just wasn't a successful enough team around him to really unleash the full potential, which we're seeing now. And for TM, it's like crazy huge shoes to fill to come into a world championship team. Crazy pressure on a young player. And when in that environment, somebody comes out as hot as Jwoo has, it really just dispels any doubt you could have had about his future as a player. Like, this guy is going to be on top of the world, and maybe already is there, just a matter of climbing that stage, lifting that trophy.
The people out there, Jake, are telling TM, take their time getting back into this one. They want to farm for drops, right? Maybe build instead of restarting your PC, just build a whole new one while we wait.
It's a perfect moment.
Keep getting those drops.
To follow us on all socials.
This is also the perfect moment to follow us. Yes.
To follow
everywhere.
Follow everybody, man. Follow this Overwatch scene. We've got great stuff cooking up for you guys, and it looks like what else is cooking up for you but our first map of the EMEA Grand Finals. Twisted Minds, as expected, hovering that far. And like we're saying, if you rolling this map first, you're going to play Pharah here anyway. But you might be able to take Pharah into other rounds with the perks unlocked, which makes her a lot more viable, I think, on some of the maps that maybe aren't as favorable.
That is true. Let's see what Psycho decides to do. So he will match the Pharah. So I think if you're predicting the Pharah on the other side of things, right, with Twisted Minds. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, a hunk there. Psycho with a double. That is a great start for Virtus.pro.
You'll take it, right? It's essentially a free team fight win. You know, that happens because Jwoo doesn't TP, tries to get there a little bit early on the Pharah. And the TP out from Virtus.pro means they're across the bridge before the boop can really be a threat to them.
TNT over to the D.Va here.
Interesting choices. There's going to be a lot of pressure on it here. See if they can get it done. Twisted Minds, full aggression now. Taking it to Psycho, trying to attack him. But Izom's going to have a lot of rain on point, but Simple just takes Psycho's head off.
That is...
And D.Va into the back line. It's looking scary. Fix it low. Virtus.pro still can fight for this one, but I mean, Izom just getting swarmed, surrounded, hit from all sides. He does drop the Lucio, but D.Va in the back line.
That is such a feels bad for Virtus.pro, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you get the double conk, right? They swap D.Va, and then they get right over to the point, and then Simple just with a Simple with a kunai just takes out Psycho right away. Okay, what do you think about this? The Vendetta now. So Vendetta, obviously, there's no way you can block any of this damage from the D.Va's perspective, right? But it's going to be very difficult to play into just kind of the constant splash damage from Jwoo.
I like it, though. I don't want you to play slow against Quartz. That I know for sure. See what Psycho can do getting into the back line. Definitely going to be some aggression. This pipe from VP, but the nade and the spam just drops Kevster before the fight can begin. A boop off from TVNT and Funny Astro combining. Psycho finds one and a second. But in the end, just a full HP D.Va. No way you're going to be able to brawl that one out. And, oof, man.
Dude, yeah.
It's not looking good, Matt.
Override protocol for Quartz and Barrage available. Interesting enough, TVNT starts off on the Zarya, gets knocked off, comes back on the D.Va, and, is still kind of sitting above in terms of the ult charge here. He's going to have that self-destruct already.
The Barrage, Suzu delays things for now. Able to find the counter kill though onto Jwoo. Iceman fights another, fighting really strong inside of these rooms. Twisted Minds not really getting the opportunity to pop their ults. They're still going to send it with the self-destruct just to remag, but that does create an opportunity here for Virtus.pro to grab the flip. A forward beat from Fixa. I guess Quartz, okay, Quartz does have the override protocol over the top. Maybe you do want to respect that. I can definitely understand the sentiment there. But that gives a lot of space to DP and point control. More to play for in this round is now it's Kevster's turn to open things up. Big spam on the bridge, very hard to cross. Even with that Kitsune Rush and big ult from Twisted Minds, but it's getting essentially no value as Kevster over the top just dominates all comers.
Yeah, I mean, that was fantastic there from Kev, right? I think the TM feels like they can fight that there with that Kitsune Rush and kind of get over the bridge, maybe even with some defense matrix there from TPNT. He will go back to Zarya here, so gonna look to play a little bit closer to the mirror outside of playing that Vendetta, as you still want to have Jwoo up in the sky on that Pharah, just trying to make Psycho pay. the aggression on the Vendetta. It looks like there was one player ended up touching the point. Yeah, was Jwoo here for just a second, so trying to draw some players back. So VP starting to battle back into this.
Centering Blade, pop from Psycho, just zoning players away for now. Hard to get value out of that too much in this fight. Trying to cross the bridge, though, is the Eisnom's grab. TVNT trying to bait it on himself. Eisnom patient, though, looking for an opportunity to find more. It is yielding a bit of position to Twisted Minds, who have kind of crossed into a safer position on the map. But the rush comes out from Landon now. Twisted Minds split. How are they going to play this? Trying to bunker up in the room. Eisnom sending it in deep. Grab onto the enemy Zarya. Beat comes in, but the damage might be good enough. Psycho trying to layer it in. Vixa is the one who finds the finishing kill onto his opposite number. Simple, though, trading onto Psycho into this one. And Twisted Minds, despite the low HP, they're still battling. But I think Eisnom Kepster just too healthy to do this one. And Twisted Minds, I mean, some big pickoffs to open up the map, but Virtus.pro have come roaring back here on Lijiang Tower.
Oh, and I mean, now Virtus.pro, you're in a great spot to take this round, right? I mean, Fixus got beat here. No, you're not going to have a grab built up. It'll be probably just Jwoo who will try and get a touch. It's actually going to be, yeah, Jwoo gets a touch. It's going to be Quartz already following it up there with the override protocol as you get Landon and Kev. You're going to hold on to this beat that's going to allow TM to get back into it.
Yeah, the retake does feel a little bit scary. You know, retaking this point into Barrage is rough, right? Far can play inside that point and be just so deadly. You've got a rush and very soon a grab as well. So Psycho, I like going back to the far here. I think the Vendetta would essentially just die in a grab into the rush. Wouldn't really be able to play the game in Barrage. So maybe with this beat, there's an opportunity, but Twisted Minds in clear pole position to take the round. Kevster is going to open up with the override protocol, though, and that could kind of change this tempo. It's hard for Twisted Minds to get aggressive. They pop the rush on themselves. Kevster getting beamed out of the sky by Quartz, but the beat comes in over the top. Big grab Barrage, though, eats them all up, and Jwoo with 3 seals the deal. Twisted Minds going to take this round 1. Just Landon and Kevster scrapping for their lives, but in the end, combo as old as time. A little bit scary for Twisted Minds. It's definitely too close for comfort, but in the end, this is their first map of the day, and they still get that opening round done.
Yeah, it's a close one, right? But still, they are able to pull it out in the end. I did like a lot what we saw from Virtus.pro, though, making it pretty tough. Is take a look at some of the stats. 14 and 3 there from Quartz. 7,700 damage there, so a pretty good start for the EMEA of Twisted Minds. I mean, dude, like, it's even silly to be like, oh yeah, like what if like Quartz and Jwoo have a bad game? Like those two, they're so consistent. like Quartz specifically, I can't really like I casted so much EMEA last year. I can't really think of like a time where it's like, oh, Quartz actually had a rough game. Like I always typically plays pretty strong in the hit scan role.
Bro does not have rough games. I mean, you're looking at the best hit scan in the world right now, and I don't even think that's a wild call to make.
No, I don't think it is.
See what he can find. Kevster's opportunity now. Put some pressure in Jwoo. Take some heat. Has to kind of boost away. Kevster on a cheeky little wide angle here. He's going to have to rotate back to main, though, and that's an opportunity. A big flank from Quartz. It's actually scouted out by Kevster. Is aware of this now. Quartz finds himself trying to defend it. Eisnom is going to get the point flip. So Twisted Minds try to go for a gamble flank. They lose the point because of it. Psycho finding that spam kill on the Simple is really going to hurt now for TM as they look to just back out and regroup.
Yeah, TM take a lot of damage early on, just kind of take like mid-map, and then VP is able to get over towards that point, and then I know we know Simple's so aggressive, right? Probably trying to hunt the kill on the Psycho there, and Psycho with some rockets just kind of finishes him off. So looks like Astro and Quartz working on a little bit of a side angle there, put some serious damage into Psycho as the nades here from Quartz going into the back line.
TVNT stepping up on the point, putting some cap pressure on. You got to respond to this Eisnom. He's going to step up and take the trade. Here comes Virtus.pro following him behind that Zarya. Big spam damage from both sides. A lot of point pressure, though, being kept up by TVNT, and they grab the flip for free.
So low, dude.
Yeah, he just can't stop it. The spam is just too good here, and he's not even really able to recover his health bar. Has to swing around, grab the Mega Pack. He's going to hit a big back flank, but Twisted Minds waste no time. They continue to push the aggression. Taking out Kevster. Might just have to be a regroup here for Virtus.pro. They're caught in a rough spot. Cleanse from lane. Doesn't get TP out. A second bubble. He needs everything to live there on the Kiri, but it is going to be a fast reset at the end of the day, but these teams are just really dancing on the edge, right? No one wants to be caught making mistakes. Both teams looking for those cheeky free picks.
No, I mean, but it is going to allow VP, you know, with Landon living here, he's going to farm off this Kitsune Rush. He'll have one on both sides. Quartz with a big advantage, though, in terms of the override protocol, right? Going to have that, be able to kind of spam into this rush as, okay, it'll be Quartz actually getting taken out by Psycho, which is huge, right? You actually don't have that override protocol available. It's going to be a sound barrier here from Virtus.pro. Funny Asher does not have his up at the moment. There's just a few more members here of TM who will fall. So VP end up using double support ult there to get it flipped back in their favor.
It's honestly a risky play from Fixa to beat that one because, hey, if that goes wrong, you know, you can't get kills early, the grab comes in, you could easily lose the fight there, but that's the kind of risk that Virtus.pro has to be willing to take. It paid off for them last series. Now they have grab barrage. Eisner finds a huge pick onto Quartz. Certainly going to be assisted by other damage players there, but those spam kills on the walk-up are really going to take a bite out of the clock now. Just in mind, I mean, they have their ultimates. Like, they would have loved to be able to send it there. Now there's an opportunity for Landon and Fix to kind of work on the catch-up, try to get one more ult cycle before the end of the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive pick off there from Ice. Is going to get Quartz coming through the choke. He says his override protocol for like 2 fights now. It actually allows Kev to get one to match him. It's going to be grab. Stuck in the grab. Yep, it's going to be sound barrier here from Twisted Minds. And then Jay with the extra damage over the top. It's one that you can't really battle into if you're Virtus.pro, right? I mean, they have grab and beat. You end up using your own grab, your override protocol. And they use their barrage as well. And Quartz holds on to his override protocol. So maybe it should have been a little bit closer than that in that fight with all the ultimates dumped in, but the sound barrier just really effective from Funny Astro.
Yeah, I felt like you had to go first there, but Twisted Minds, they took the tempo away. Jay-Woo flanked around behind. What big burst on TVNT though, caught in no man's land? Okay. Now Quartz is going to try and fight this one back with an override protocol. Jay-Woo's going to fix it though. Major stabilizing factor. Quartz is good, but man, Psycho, big aerial directs. Kevster cleans it up. TVNT back on the Diva for a fast final fight. And Virtus.pro in position to take control. That early pick on a TVNT came out of nowhere. A rare mistake from TM in the front line.
Yes, I mean, Kev and co hunting for kills here. You have to be so careful if you're Twisted Minds. Cannot end up losing anybody. It's going to be simple here. Using the Kitsune Rush from the front line. Isom taking a lot of damage. Dangerously low. No Suzu. He is going to fall. So it looks like here, though, it'll be VP. They'll get it to 99, and then it'll flip. So Twisted Minds has to be perfect from here on out. VP, though, Jake going to come back with a Kitsune Rush of their own. So it's going to be Isom as well, going over to the Diva just to try and get a touch.
Oh, no!
Oh, wait, what?
It goes off! Jay-Woo!
No!
Who's going to touch now? It's got to be Isom to do it. Maybe with the rush. Might be able to get through, but they're taking so much damage on the way in. Incredible aggression here from TM. They know that Desperation Touch has to come in. Isom already in the suit. You have the rush, but it's really just Landon here to stand tall. Kevster finds one on the fight, but needs more than that. Hold on, wait. Somehow living quite some time, but eventually Jay-Woo just cleans it up on point. The barrage will seal the deal. What a poop off from Jay-Woo, man. That deep in the spawn. Are you kidding me?
That is tough there. If you're Psycho, I mean, a sick boop there from Jay-Woo. Nothing he can really do about it, right? You know, he kind of goes for that, you know, flank there on the Vendetta. You can kind of get around that corner and get over towards the point, and Jay-Woo just kind of reads it, knows exactly what's about to go down. There's a very good map number 1 between these two teams, but unfortunately, Jake, it is the same result as usual. It's Twisted Minds taking map number 1.
Yeah, I felt like Jay-Woo on the far out was a huge difference maker so many times, right? Finding the key pickoffs, like opening up a lot of fights. He had a nice big boop to start this game off. But even from that, Twisted Minds can recover. Signs of life, and I will say, in fairness, like, this is what happens when TM finds a way to get an edge on the draft, right? So often they're more or less ignoring the hero bans and not really looking for the edge, but here I think Jay-Woo definitely had the edge, like the clean follow-ups on the grab barrage more often than not. I mean, Twisted Minds definitely looked really drilled with the style.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds, I mean, even in some of these fights that looked like VP had an advantage, Jay-Woo with a nice barrage there into the grab, still able to kind of pull out. We did see a little bit of some Diva action from TVNT in the final moments. I thought the Diva looked pretty good at the time.
Conk.
Okay, so the Conk,
over the top
comes in. Yeah, the Conk comes in before he actually gets around the corner and start making the play.
The thing is, I don't think after they fix some of the bugs of Vendetta, I don't think you can make it around the corner to the point. I think it's like way too far. You used to be able to, I think, with like some of the weird like repeated overhead slash bugs, but I don't think you can do that anymore. I think he just has to walk top normally. Like that will, I think that's out. I don't think you can do that.
You can do like the spin with a perk to get the extra one and then the leap over.
Yeah,
and then
maybe?
you kind of, how sometimes you do the leap where you kind of
the
overhead slash,
honestly.
and you can kind of like B hop it and then kind of go. I think you can make it. We've seen teams do it.
Because I know earlier when the character came out, you could like chain the overhead slash over and over and over again by like canceling it, and you could go really, really far in the air. But I don't think you could. I think that's been fixed. I haven't been playing enough Vendetta to tell you, man.
We've seen it in EMEA, like, you know, unless it's been fixed in the last like 2 weeks.
Maybe it does still work. Maybe you're right with that slash perk, the whirlwind perk to get around the corner. But regardless,
I think that's what he was trying to do. He was like trying to whirlwind, like, and get over towards that side, and I think he actually got conked.
I think if surely to do it, it has to be like perfect, really clean plays, and
yeah,
I mean, Jwoo just sees it coming a mile away, man. That's a rare place to see a conk off on far. Like, great read from Jwoo.
I mean, hey, great start for Twisted Minds. They go up 1-0 in the series, and to remind you guys, we got the Elysian bundle still active in-game support. The teams going to Champions Clash by buying some awesome skins, crowdfunding into the prize pot. You get the, I mean, dude, this bundle is pretty sweet. I mean, you get a lot as well, right? The charms, the player icons, the banners, and then also those skins. So you want to look awesome out there in the battlefield to support the Overwatch Champion Series teams. Now, hey, we're doing a giveaway. Scan the QR code into the giveaway. See if you get a chance to get one for free. Why not?
Yeah, something for everybody, man. Great skins, great way to support OWCS ecosystem. Buff up the prize pool for these teams competing in Japan. Twisted Minds would really appreciate it if you bought this.
Twisted Minds wants you to buy.
Twisted Minds
make 4 accounts and buy the bundles. They're like, hey, jack that prize pool up to $1 million. We're ready to go. It'll be Atlas, the map pick here for Virtus.pro. The VP had a pretty good map number 1, right? All things considered. Obviously, it doesn't result in a map win, which I feel like is a lot of what we say in a lot of these series. Okay, so a Zarya ban from Virtus.pro. Maybe they want to play some Mauga. Maybe they want to play some Hazard. And it'll be an Emre ban here for TM. We really don't see Emre banned that often because it's a hero that a lot of teams want to play.
Is VP seeding their ban to do this? It's interesting because
I guess
TM banned Emre first, which is kind of an interesting opener. I will say, for a player like Quartz, actually, again though, like once again for TM, I think this is actually, for this team not having a coach is a well-coached ban, right? Like I think the Tracer ban on map
the
1.
Team not having a coach.
I mean, honestly, it's a really smart ban, like because I think banning the Tracer map 1, clearly Jwoo more comfortable on the Pharah, and I think for Kevster, I think he's going to be much more comfortable on the Emre. Like for Quartz, he's going, oh no, I got to play Sojourn. Oh no. Like,
oh no.
He's going to play Sojourn and Cassidy.
Yeah.
What a disaster. And for Kevster, not that he's bad on those heroes, but I think Emre as a tracking hit scan is going to be a little bit more comfortable for him, a little bit of a stronger option than like in the hard, like, aim dueler, single point and click hit scan. That is Quartz bread and butter, right? That's where Quartz really made his name as a hit scan player. So again, I think it's a really smart ban that gives TM an edge that they might not need, but just goes to show there's so many layers to this team. They're coming in not overconfident, I think, to have bans like this. They clearly thought about this really deeply.
Yes. And with that Zarya ban, potentially some Mauga from VP, potentially, you also could get some Hazard. I think for TM, right, you're going to see probably like Diva, right? Are we seeing like Tracer Diva, with like maybe like a Soj type of action? Here as we go to Atlas, which TM already up 1-0 in the series. Looking to kind of keep that map streak alive. I mean, a 4-0 here in a final would be impressive.
Is this a Mauga? I mean, when you ban, I kind of feel like Twisted Minds are going to feel like they can beat the Mauga with Diva as well. But I do think the matchup is at least more winnable for Mauga because now you can't save people from the stomps as Diva, right? Where Zarya, that seems to have kind of dominated the matchup. You just bubble somebody when they're going to get stomped. Mauga's kind of overextended, and he's not getting the kill that he thought he was going to be able to find. So chaotic. I mean, both teams now throwing real wrenches in the works in terms of like what are the meta bans and picks on the map.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of see what VP decides.
VP double flex. Kevster Tracer.
Tracer Vendetta here with the Diva. So really aggressive here.
I love this.
From Virtus.pro.
Don't match up against Quartz on the hard hit scan. Take the pace to them. Bring your style. Bring your unique look. Let's see if it works out though, Matt.
I mean, you could even envision like a Twisted Minds. Like, is it going to be like a Quartz Cassidy swap potentially?
Collapse from Psycho?
Right? If the aggression comes in too big, yeah.
Putting in that damage, Twisted Minds. Holding back for now, staying alive, trying to weather the storm here of this Virtus.pro aggression, but Virtus.pro seem to have gotten the edge. Vendetta sticking in on TVNT's D.Va, and the kills not coming in for Quartz. Just not enough space for him to work with. Simple does take down Landon, but with 2 already off the field here, seems like Twisted Minds might just find themselves on a quick reset. And the Kester Tracer back again, just like old times.
Throwback. Yeah, the Suzu's used pretty early there from Twisted Minds, so they don't have it to be able to kind of heal TVNT up, give him a little bit of an extra moment of life there. That's going to be the slide out from Quartz already, so starting off pretty strong here for VP.
I like the way VP are playing this. They're just playing all lower.
They're dangerously
like,
low.
You can sit up here all day, but oh, eventually Quartz, he's going to find his opportunity. He takes out the Kiriko, takes a big crit to the face, but it's up on the high ground, safe for now. TM with his player advantage. They need to capitalize. They need to clean up. Virtus.pro starting to look kind of desperate as they step up to the plate. Jaywu cuts down Psycho, punishes him for aggression. Nice damage from Kevster onto Quartz, but eventually player advantage is just going to be too much. Twisted Minds finding the cleanup. Just takes 1 kill to give them the edge.
I mean, dude, Quartz, like, when we're on his POV, he is just on the run all the time, right? I mean, he is, like, the Vendetta's in his face, then it's the D.Va, he's, like, sliding away, constantly moving, still able to put down some serious damage. But I think if, like, VP keeps committing and, like, going that hard at Quartz, right, and TM's able to keep him alive, it feels like a matter of time before TVNT and Jaywu are going to start finding some picks.
Definitely need to be successful with these dives, right? Without the hit scan, you're going to really lack in the frontline pressure department. But pressuring the point yields results. Fixa, an uncharacteristic kill on Jaywu. I think he must have died without recall there. Just got bursted down so early in the fight. A rare mistake here from the young phenom Jaywu, and it's going to give the flip over for free. Twisted Minds don't want to commit ults into this fight without their Tracer.
I mean, TVNT backs up, right? I mean, I think if they would have had, like, Suzu or a self-destruct, they would have fought that. It's going to be a sound barrier with Kitsune Rush used from both teams here.
Absolute
VP
swarm.
getting very close here to taking the point.
But this should be a good type of a fight for Virtus.pro, right? They love that kind of a chaos. All that AoE damage being pumped in towards OC. It takes Kevster's head off, but he gets run over in exchange. Fixa and Eisnam finishing the plate now. And Jaywu back into this one, but it's just him and TVNT. Not even a self-destruct to be committed. Yeah, TVNT correctly raids. They are done with this first flashpoint. And okay, VP showing real signs of life with an innovative comp that, in theory, we've been talking about this for the team. Like, they haven't shown it really yet of this team could be insane in a double flex meta. And with the Emirate Band, I actually think that really helps VP to bring this style out.
And what can Twisted Minds do, Jake, here to adjust, right? I mean, Quartz obviously under pressure the entire time. You see right there, just Isom getting directly in his face. He's going to slide out, and that's going to give VP a little bit of advantage over here by the point. Yes, Psycho is in deep. Nice Suzu there on the Psycho, allowing him to stay on in. I think you got to see a swap here at a TM. I mean, they're getting bullied.
As we say that, though, the duel's getting a little bit messy. Self-destruct available for both Divas. Kevster and Eisnam's first ones to touch the point, but Twisted Minds a little bit healthier. Eisnam going to be forced to back out here. Will the flip come in for TM? It would be massive to be able to find early. Recall out from Jaywu. Trying to pressure this point, but you don't want to give this over for free, and yeah, Kevster's right back into the mix. Psycho soon to follow here on the Vendetta over the top with the Sundering Blade, scaring away these TM players. Opportunity for the full cap. As the blade comes down, we might see yet another touch come in. TM fighting for every single inch now.
TVNT does have self-destruct.
Eisnam take down Quartz.
Actually finds Quartz, yeah.
And the first self-destruct already pulled out of TVNT. Virtus.pro, such mobility on this comp. There's like no one for you to go on. TVNT feels like he just doesn't have a target. And this strat is paying off big time now for VP. Quartz has uncharacteristically been quiet in this one. We said this guy never has a bad game, but what is he supposed to shoot at in this one?
Well, no, I mean, he's kind of getting just bullied back, right? As Jaywu is going to go over to the Vendetta, so maybe they feel like this is the swap they need. Kev kind of lurking with a pulse bomb here, but they have really neutralized Quartz.
Yeah,
There's no options here.
There's so much burst. It might be a little scary to play Tracer, and Vendetta could get a lot done in the front line, but still got to be scared of this. I mean, it's hard for Quartz to really get an angle. This is quite a closed-off flashpoint. Once again, though, they're trying to step up the gut. So look at Kevster now right into the back line, beaming down this Lucio. A kill here would be huge to open the fight, but he does get the Suzu out. Rush is now traded from Simple and Landon, but a much better fight for Virtus.pro. They bring the beat down as well. And they get the team life here on Twisted Minds. Just Simple try to get that teleport back to spawn, but can't quite find the timing for the cooldown. And Virtus.pro, they're going to spawn camp here. I don't think there's any reason to back off.
I mean, we have not seen Twisted Minds bullied like this in a very long time. Virtus.pro has looked phenomenal here. That's going to be the sound barrier there for Twisted Minds. Basically in their spawn, trying to fight out of it there. I still don't even know if that's going to be enough,
with 2.
Jake. I mean, yeah, Iceland with 2, and the point. Oh, the point actually gets flipped. Somebody here at JWoo actually ends up flipping the point here.
Get this kill on
so
JWoo.
it's going to give, it's going to give TM a little bit of signs of life.
That's a great play from VP. You know somebody has to come touch in overtime, so you take the fight at the spawn, but TM battle well enough where it's still in contention. VP, though, take the point flip right back. Eisnam has the self-destruct, going to dive in deep into the back line. Running over Simple here. This Kiriko is going to try and fight for it with the Baby Diva. The pistol is out. OC for Quartz. His time to shine here on the server. And with that kill onto Psycho, the flip coming in. Another one back to back onto Landon. He may have done just enough here on the Sojourn, but it has been a rough game for Quartz so far. I mean, there's an incredible level of pressure on him to perform right now.
I mean, that seems like the game plan for Virtus.pro, right? Just as much pressure as possible that we can put on the courts. And dude, I mean, VP losing this flashpoint though, like in particular, would be brutal, right? 99.
Need to win here.
You get up into their base, you force their beat basically in spawn, and then JWoo just gets behind you and ends up flipping it. You end up losing the point off of it. I mean, that would be brutal, as JWoo's going to have that Sundering Blade here coming up. Self-destruct as well for TVNT, so going to be able to stall the point out for a very long time.
Kiriko under pressure. Simple's going to be public enemy number 1 right now. He's trying to hold on to these kills, trying to hold on to these CDs for a later day, but instead, he gets dropped. Kevster with the melee, takes him out of the fight. The Swarm, strong for VP, but Psycho runs out of gas. Now, it's up to Eisnam to find the cleanup, and cleanup he does. Quartz with the slide, a second slide as well. Might be able to get him out of trouble, but won't keep him in the fight, and TVNT, once again, is going to have to give up a point. Doesn't commit the self-destruct, doesn't see the road to victory. Virtus.pro find themselves up 2 on a flashpoint, and on the verge, Matt, of doing something no one else has done this year, showing that Twisted Minds can bleed.
Oh, this has been so impressive on Virtus.pro. I mean, absolutely dominant here on Atlas, being able to use this Tracer Vendetta comp and just all-out aggression. The Emre ban there from TM, and then I think probably the biggest one, Lazaria being gone, right? Unlocking kind of like the Diva with this all-out aggression. It'll be Twisted Minds getting to the point first here. TVNT still holding on that self-destruct like you talked about. Didn't want to invest in that fight. Nice overhead swing there from Psycho. Oh, connects onto one on the JWoo and one on the TVNT.
Here comes the aggression, diving in. Sundering Blade over the top. Hard to get away from this. The cleanse actually delayed by the drop down. Actually, JWoo does end up losing his head to that one. Quartz needs to find more in this fight with the initial rush out of the way. Virtus.pro struggling now to stay alive. Simple's rush on the point. Landon's going to respond in kind of risky gambit to try and clutch this one out. Finds that kill into Simple. Substruct out from Eisnam. Beat even forced from Bunny Astro. So Twisted Mind pushes the absolute brink. Needing to recommit to finish this fight. And point still not in control. Quartz now, once again, under pressure. Needs all this form, but fixes back with the beat. They're looking for more. They need to finish some kills. They need to finish their plate. But Twisted Minds, I think they're holding the line here. That one went down to the absolute wire. A crazy scrap. But TM come up for air with the point.
Yeah, the beat from Fixa there connects with him and Kev. It does not actually get Ice Gnome, so not able to keep the tank alive there for VP. And that is where Twisted Minds can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief as they finally get control over a point first. As I know Kev putting some pressure down. A nice shot there from Quartz. Not good enough to finish him off, though.
Here comes the OC, but he's under massive pressure. He's dropping low. Supports, though, doing everything to keep Quartz alive. And Quartz delivers for the squad. 2 kills so far in the fight. The OC dominating. Now it's his turn to go in aggro. Cleans up. Kevster now on the run. JWoo looking for that punish, but he's just a little bit too slippery. Gonna come down to one final fight here on the flashpoint. Twisted Minds, when they're pushed against the wall, that seems to be when they're the most threatening. Like a cornered animal, man. You do not want to take it easy when it comes to finishing the fight.
Now, no real ultimates coming into this one, right? No TM a little bit further ahead in terms of support ultimates, but not going to be impactful in this fight. You do have TVNT with this self-destruct still, so could play quite aggressive, maybe make a play for the backline, but I'm really looking at Quartz. Can he farm up like a railgun shot, maybe take somebody out before the fight even kicks off?
JWoo doing a great job blocking Eisnam's progress. His force just basically play the point. Now Bunny Astro kind of dueling in the backline. It's Quartz, though, who finds the blood. Without Kevster, gonna be tough to finish this one off. Virtus.pro now. I feel that they've got to get aggressive. TVNT takes this opportunity to respond in kind, punishing the enemy supports, and VP seem to be bleeding out of this one. A flashpoint with a little bit more open space, and Quartz, all he needs is a little bit of room to work. Let him cook. He's not out of this one yet, and Matt, there's some wide open flashpoints remaining on this map. Like,
yes,
you look at those first 2 and you think, oh, that went so great for this double flex style. it's not getting any easier for them, right? You might be up 2-0, but you gotta really fight for this last
swap
one.
off of it though. You can't swap off of it if
you're all
you're
in.
VP. You have to, you have to be all in on this. That time I was talking about like, okay, no ultimates on both sides. You know, maybe Quartz can find a pick. He finds Kev with the railgun shot, and I think that's what you would be worried about. Is he can consistently do that, fix it dangerously low, and he's gonna get finished off by TVNT.
Rundown is good, but Eisnom has found 2 of his own, a third in the fight. Eisnom, the tank superstar Virtus.pro, doing everything in this one. Assist with the cleanup, and might even find the whole feed here. TVNT gonna die late. A first split for Virtus.pro. I think, Matt, this is their best chance flashpoint. This is the one with enough hard corners where it's gonna be awkward for Quartz to work. If Quartz gets the open space on that last like flashpoint by the coast, I think you are in a dire strait. But Virtus.pro winning that fight puts them in pole position to close out flashpoint.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Quartz being able to kind of like sit high ground and overlook the point, not even with an overclock, but just railgun shots, be so devastating. It's going to be the overclock here used by Quartz. It's going to be sound barrier for both times. Sundering Blade comes in. Oh, that's huge. That is Quartz with the OC falling in the fight. This Psycho and Kev looking for more.
Oh, big crits from Psycho. He finds more. Eisnom does drop while out of the suit, but I mean, the rest of the team from Virtus.pro not deterred. Without their tank, still willing to chase, still willing to look for more kills. Fixa trying to hunt down Jay-Woo, but Jay-Woo, great moves to maybe slip away from this one and does stay alive to fight another day. Twisted Minds, it's gonna be their final fight to get a retake. It's do or die here on Atlas. They step up to the plate. Jay-Woo with his own Sundering Blade. Not much to work with here for Virtus.pro, but they're gonna send it anyway. That trademark aggression they've been talking about today, but the Sundering Blade finds big damage. Eisnom has already taken down Simple though, and the sustain in a long fight now called into question for Twisted Mind. Kessler takes down the Lucio. You've got to work with the health bar you have left. Great pulse bomb mate from TVNT, though. Should seal the deal. As Kessler only going to delay the inevitable. Just headed back to the spawn for a reset. But again, I mean, even with some nice ultis, like that one gets scary for TM. The support's struggling to stay alive.
Yeah, just the amount of pressure that VP is putting on the Twisted Minds. You're just kind of constantly upping the pace, just seeing if they can cause any type of issues in the support line or with Quartz. And here we go again. I mean, these fights are just coming fast as possible. As you see Quartz trying to slide away.
Quartz playing range, needs to find an opportunity to get a shot in, but the pace is just oppressive from Virtus.pro. They take a moment to slow down. Now looking in, trying to close that gap once again. Twisted Minds 80 to a beat. Funny Astro desperately looking to get that ultimate to close out this point, to stay alive here on Atlas. Virtus.pro though, willing to play things a little bit slower, willing to wait for a better opportunity. With all that time is time for Quartz to work. It's time for Quartz to find these shots. 80% to a rail. Will he get the connect? It does hit Psycho, but he blocks most of the damage from that.
I think they're playing for rush here.
Yeah,
Landon and Fix are going to get ult.
Oh, it's going to come down to an absolute banger of an ult trade, but that could be good for Virtus.pro. Landon opens with the rush now. Heals coming in. Deep connection into the backline. The beat from Funny Astro slows things down for now. Fix it though with a much better beat and response. A pulse bomb is good from Kepster. Shuts down Quartz, and now Virtus.pro still more to fight for into this one. Twisted Minds, they're 4, but they're still fighting strong. TVNT, the kill on the Cycle, keeps them alive. Simple on no HP at all, is somehow still alive into this one. Eisnom finally finishes him off into the self-destruct, but the baby is cleaned up. And with TVNT holding onto the self-destruct, Quartz coming back with the OC. Surely it's enough, unless Landon can maybe bring this back. It's only the supports now from Virtus.pro holding on to this point, but they cannot back down. They cannot get off the OT contest, and Twisted Minds live another day. The pulse from Kevster made me a believer, but Twisted Minds hold on.
I mean, just the ability to clutch up there for TM and is insane. And then this is the point that we were worried about, though, Jake, right? Lots of high ground, open area, Quartz getting over there with an OC.
He's got the OC to open, too.
Yeah, he's got OC to open, and TVNT.
Look at this aggression. Virtus.pro, they're going to pounce.
Onto this.
They're going to pounce. They're going in even before the point opens. Here comes Virtus.pro, trying to swarm in over the top. Quartz, no room to breathe, but he finds a moment to slip off to the side. Team baits the rush for now, trying to get that open sideline, trying to get that angle to pop the OC. Already an instant headshot on the Psycho, who has to dash away. It's going to be hard to get aggressive now. Virtus.pro looking to slow things down, but will you be able to survive in a long, slow fight? Double slide back from Quartz, but Fixa ends up being the odd man out. Eisnom starting to drop low. Quartz finds another disgusting kill onto Landon this time. OC just too much. Virtus.pro do grab the cheeky little flip to open that fight, as well as a late kill from Kepster on the Simple. If Kepster can live here, it would be quite nice. Yeah, that rail misses from Quartz, and maybe Kepster can dance out of this one.
Yeah, Kev does end up getting out with his life, which is huge. So it looks like they're actually going to come back here rather quickly here, but fantastic start for Twisted Minds. I mean, Quartz and just the supports being able to keep him alive. Extremely impressive. Astro is a huge advantage here in terms of speed. Oh, that Psycho going for the Sundering Blade. It gets taken out.
Just gets dropped. Cannot stay alive. TVNT pressuring the front line. Twisted Minds starting to hit their stride. Quartz in a comfort zone. Slides forward. Willing to get aggressive. Trying to clean up. Trying to turn the tables on a Virtus.pro that has been upstart and really looking to change the dynamic in this series with Twisted Minds now with the firm hold in the series, winning back-to-back flashpoints, 64% to the third.
And I mean, they're going to have double support ult here for TM. It's going to be Landon opening things up here with the Kitsune Rush over the point. It's going to be Sound Barrier used here by Funny Astro. TVNT will get a mech back here. Going to use the self-destruct just to get one back. You're going to have the Kitsune Rush available here for Simple as well.
Sure.
They do take out Funny Astro, though.
Hero in a crucial moment, but the rush might still be too much. Jabu brawling inside of it. They need to find more on Virtus.pro. They need to win. This is the final fight in the map. Quartz is already taking down Fixa. Jabu, without enough HP to play with, Eisnom needs to clutch this one up, but might be able to do just that. Landon has lived very well in this fight on a sliver of HP. Way too close for comfort, but in the end, I mean, that's double support all committed for Twisted Minds, and they can't close out the fight. Big win here for Virtus.pro.
Huge. Yeah, I mean, massive from Virtus.pro, right? You're going to have Fixa with his beat. Needs to just kind of stay alive, right? Quartz with this OC is so dangerous.
Fixa has beat 95. Needs to bridge the gap. Does not want to lose his head to this one. Super scary to peek for these last few percentage wins, but he's gonna go in anyway. Aggression from Eisnom, and a beat comes in from Fixa to double down. Quartz, the headshot tries to peel him off for the moment, but Fixa, with the help of the sound barrier, fearless, charged into the backline. Landon dropped into chaos. Fixa finds another. Lucio absolutely brawling this one out. The last support alive for the team, and Twisted Minds know it. They're trying to punish. They're trying to find that counter kill. As this fight starts to stagger out, as we get down to the final moments of the map, though, Virtus.pro on the verge of doing what no one else has done so far this year. Twisted Minds, Quartz to the Tracer. Desperation now as they look to hold on, keep the streak alive. Virtus.pro smell blood in the water, pushing forward, attacking these spawners before they can touch.
I think he recalled. I don't think he can get there.
And it's game. Virtus.pro ending the streak, a 1-1. They poked the bear, Matt. They have poked the bear, but they can bleed. What a unique map from Virtus.pro. I would dare say no other team in the world could have played this map the way they did.
Oh, I mean, that was unbelievable play from Virtus.pro. And even with that unbelievable play, it goes absolutely down to the wire to get a map win here against Twisted Minds. I mean, dude, Kev with only 5 deaths there. I mean, 15k damage on the Tracer. Looked phenomenal. You see, no, Simple actually. I mean, they did a great job just targeting the supports, right? Yeah. Simple and Funny Astro, 14, 13 deaths. That is usually not what you see add to this backline, and it's just because you're playing this Tracer, Vendetta, Diva, just all out pressure onto Simple and Funny Astro all game long. So we take a look at some of the highlights. A really great comp that comes out here from VP.
Kevster also put that work in. You got to remember, yeah, this guy's great at Tracer, but he probably has not played Tracer in a scrim in quite some time. Like, I mean, he's the hit scan for the team. Yeah, like, you know, that's Psycho's role. But they just see the opportunity. Like, without Emre, Emre is a fantastic hit scan at like evading these kind of aggressive dives. Sojourn is good, but the slide is sort of a predictable cooldown. When the slide comes out, she's committed. Like, you kind of know where she's going. And if you have some double down mobility, you can hunt her down. We kind of saw that this game. Like, Quartz still an absolute demon. Like, it took at times, like, I mean, Fixa with this beat, right? Hero. Like, he needs to get in, get this perfect loop onto Quartz, finish the kill, finding another finish onto Funny Astro as well. Like, ooh, man, this one way too close for comfort for Virtus.pro, but for them, it's going to be a massive win to boost the spirits. Anything's possible now,
Can you recreate it? Can you recreate it on another? Like, Emre will be back, Zarya will be back. I think it'll be tough to replicate it.
True.
But I do think you see that, like, okay, like if we play this all out, and I think even with Landon's interview, right, they talked about like, hey, like just double down, like, you know, there's a better chance, like, you know, even if we kind of lose a fight, you know, by maybe kind of like overextending, using an ultimate here, like, more times than not, it's going to work out in their favor, right? Like, you even saw Fixa try and save, I think, Ice with the sound barrier at one point. Doesn't actually hit him. Like, it doesn't actually bother them that much in the long run, right? You're able to still battle back from it. So, tremendous stuff from VP. A rare Twisted Minds map selection, right? They usually only get to select Lijiang Tower. We're going to give them an opportunity here now on the losing end to pick. And
yeah, the only map they've picked so far this year, I think, is Lijiang Tower, Matt.
Yeah, they just picked Lijiang Tower. Rialto.
Matt, this is a Widow map. This is a Widow map. Watch yourself. You have anchored quartz. I think this is a Widow map. Although, playing Widow opens you up to, even on maps like Rialto, the potential for double flex as a punishing counter pick. And I think VP actually correctly read they don't want to deal with the poke comp. They're going to ban the Illari, but you can still force this. Like, absolutely for TM, they can still force this. And banning the D.Va, for me, is a sign that they absolutely want to play Widow. Widow, just on a long sightline map, basically counters Zarya. I mean, it's not that it's unplayable, but against Quartz, believe me, you do not want to play Zarya. Like, he is just going to pop you with headshots. You're not really getting energized. You're trying to cross an infinite sightline. Like, I think this is going to be a real test for Virtus.pro. Like, Twisted Minds are going to keep the hits coming in this series. Yes, they lost a map, but like, look, for this team, it's not going to rattle them. You know, you're not going to win on that kind of a victory. You need to keep on the pressure here. Virtus.pro, they've got to continue to find the map win, but the series is going to be chaotic. We're going to Rialto. You know, I don't think it's going to be more of the same mirror match meta. If anything, that kind of chaos has to be a boon for a team like VP, right? I don't think you want to take the straight up like Zarya
I think VP would rather live in that chaotic type of game, right? Then, like, as you just saw with the level of aggression that they used on Atlas to be able to get a win, they get rid of the Illari, the D.Va ban comes on through here. So, like, yeah, like you talked about, are we going to get some Widow here from Quartz potentially on the defensive side of things?
Start poke for sure. That's my guess. I mean, I don't think you would even pick this map if you didn't want to throw some chaos into it.
Okay, so VP is going to be on defense. They'll end up coming out with the Zarya, and they no Tracer, no Vendetta. They're going to start out with the Pharah here to open things up.
Okay, maybe I'm just crazy. I will say, it's not like Widow on attack is pretty brutal. I don't know that you can force it. Twisted Minds, I think the defense is going to be where I'm really interested to see if they don't pull out some wild and wacky cheese. I mean, that's how they approach Havana, right? They play the attack stock standard, they play the mirror match, but then on defense, they sort of cheese you on first point, make you deal with something that you may not be prepared for from scrims and something, you know, those Widow poke comps. It's such a scary thing to play against in a high stakes match. It's like you feel like you can't peek, but you've got to be willing to take those risks. Jaywu gonna open with a Widow of his own, maybe try for like a cheeky punish kill. Doesn't even want to shoot the Zarya here. No point in that.
Doesn't want to potentially give some energy over. So, okay, Pharah here. Potentially, you could see Tracer here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with D.Va and Illari banned, it's kind of like there's like no counters for Pharah. However, yeah, Tracer historically has looked good, and in the end, it's kind of a bad Tracer map. It's like a lot of vertical mobility,
high ground,
and a lot of like super open sight lines where you don't have enough cover really to work. So I actually don't hate the Pharah at all. Attacker's trying to get in. Nice little conk from Jaywu. Is going to move Isam down to the low ground. This is a potentially hard corner to break. Attackers don't really have much going for them here as they try to take this frontline peak. Isam, quick hop up to the high ground. Is going to put some pressure on fourth. Takes a lot of damage. Gets conked in. Booped as well. The combo boops from Twisted Minds. Pull what looks like a respectable peak into a massive overextension. Great little play punish there for the TM.
It's going to happen, right, when you want to play that aggressive, as Ice tries to just really, like, hold that high ground control. Doesn't want to give that up to Twisted Minds. High ground control there opens things up for the Emre, opens things up for the Pharah, and they end up losing Ice for it now. It's a brutal scenario. It will be Ice who gets a touch. He
so low.
No bubbles, though. He is running out of HP. Nice shot from Lane, and Fix able to heal him up, but I mean, TVNT just turning all of that damage into offense, and that is a pretty fast TM first point take.
Yeah, it really just textbook from TM, right? Incredible spam on the walk up. Isam is just out of resources, has to bubble just a touch so he doesn't get booped off. TVNT bides his time, grabs a quick heal, and then swings the quarter with full energy, and there's just nothing left to keep Isam alive. I mean, there's really no way for Virtus.pro to be able to play that one better. So TM, great execution, clears first point with ease, looking really solid here on a map pick that many teams probably aren't going to be fully ready for.
No, I mean, this is you wouldn't say Rialto's like a fan favorite map here at the pro level. It's going to be Quartz going over the top with an override protocol.
No real
damage there into Kev.
Nothing major there. I mean, Virtus.pro's kind of back off.
Yeah, but look how much car progress they've got, though.
It's true. This is car progress you're not too worried about, though. Big rush, though, and Isam conked into the absolute middle of it.
Are we worried about it now?
I am more worried about it. I mean, worried about Simple having the faster rush, about Twisted Minds just doubling down on the pace and the tempo. Lena goes for a rush of his own, refusing to give up this checkpoint easy, but TVNT might just force his will here. And even a beats come out in their exchange. Iceland's going to be coming back into this. Webster, if he can find a kill here, beautiful tracking on the Emery ult. The override protocol brings the damage, and hold on, TVNT runs out of gas. Kevster, the last man standing. What a hold. I thought Virtus.pro had no business in that fight. Crazy clutch from them. And that's...
I mean, I thought they were basically just going to get rolled through the whole second part of the map, right? I mean, it looked like that Twisted Minds was going to use just like the rush. They ended up using the override protocol. They got themselves so much space. And TVNT uses the grab there towards the end. They use beat as well, so... You
got grab barrage too. Like, you're chilling now. Turning this corner, I mean, TVNT is in a rough spot. Like, you pretty much need to go die to grab barrage here. I don't know what else you're supposed to do.
The team is basically asking him to sacrifice himself here, and he's...
I mean,
like, okay.
I like the pressure from Jwoo on the off angle. He has a barrage of his own. If he could maybe get in something cheeky here and maybe pressure some players. The card's rolling. It's kind of looking like a struggle. Landon under pressure at first. Ultimate comes out. Grab, ooh, a little bit awkward. Looks like nobody's in that. They're coming in the last second. Maybe he's booped into it. And somehow the grab rush comes in. It is way too dirty to feel confident about. But in the end, Eisnon's going to hold this one down.
I mean, that one gets a little bit too close to comfort, I imagine, for Virtus.pro, right? As the grab gets thrown in from Iceland, and yeah, like you were talking about,
there's nobody. Am I crazy?
There was nobody in it, and it looked like they kind of like almost stepped into it, or maybe they got conked into it.
Yeah, I wonder if Fix It and boop somebody in, and then there's like suddenly two, and Psycho's there with the barrage. You know, recovered, but whew.
Rush is here.
Oh, big kill.
Oh, that is massive, dude, from Kev.
That's massive to win that duel, because now you'll be able to step up really and put some pressure on these attackers as they walk across the bridge into spawn. This is not a fun walk up, right? Like crossing this bridge.
No, this is...
VP are going to play it cautious, though. They don't want to risk it, and I guess TVNT already having this off-angle position makes it a little bit hard to play forward. Eisnon, though, getting some clean energy before the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, as the rockets kind of come in from Jwoo through the windows. The override protocol here for Quartz, and maybe get like a bubble up in the sky, and then maybe that'll get an ultimate out. They're actually going to open things up here, though, with Symbol's Kitsune Rush as Quartz finds Psycho up in the sky. No way you're going to be able to keep Icenom alive. I think you hold on to, like, yeah, you know, for a second there, maybe Landon, if Icenom was a little bit healthier, you're able to kind of turn that, but they hold on to those ultimates. That's going to be 2 checkpoints there for Twisted Minds. Above 3 minutes to close out Rialto. Still a very difficult map to close out.
Yeah, VP have definitely bought themselves a chance on this map with that clutch hold on second point, but they really need to fight for it here and now. You do not want to give up a full map completion. You got a lot to fight for. Here comes Living Weapon over the top. Kevster getting the bubble as well, but Twisted Mind's kind of nowhere to be seen. Quartz kind of responding kind with his own. Skydo in the air. Quartz landing everything. Kevster trying to dodge that last shot. The heals are coming in. The cleanse as well blocks a heavy blaster shot. Funny Astro, though, the poop off the map inside Landon's rush, and oh no, it's all coming crashing down. The aggression from VP batted aside. Funny Astro with the boop on the high energy Zarya. And Twisted Minds win a fight that they had no business in against the rush, and they're coming into this with grab barrage beat. I just don't see the way. Virtus.pro, they need a hero right now.
I mean, do the healing from Landon even to keep Kevster up as long as he possibly did with the override protocol damage that was coming in from Quartz was crazy. Vixen does have sound barrier. Yep.
He does just get the grab in time. Yeah, it's just going to be good enough. I mean, you don't really need anything special here. 2 minutes on the clock. Twisted Minds. I mean, they're not only do they show that incredible trademark aggression, like closing out second point with 10% faster rush, and there's just no fight, right, to be had. I mean, Zarya's dead before, you know, you can close that 10% gap on Landon. Is really, I don't think there's anything else he could have done. He just a little bit behind on the ulti, and you get boxed out from that. Then on last, you get your chance at a rush. Funny Astro boops you off the map. It's a brutal one.
I mean, I'm also happy to see that Virtus.pro doesn't stop their aggression, right? Like, you know, TM is playing at this like much faster pace here on this map. You see Quartz really just kind of having a crazy one, AK damage in the first half, but like it could be really easy for a team like Virtus.pro to start to play a little bit more passive in that scenario. Even with TM's aggression, they do not. They still play fast, which I think is a good sign to see. You know, Virtus.pro keeping that confidence, knowing kind of how they won Atlas, right, is going to be kind of how they replicate the rest of the series, right? Make these fights like crazy, make them fast, try and force mistakes out of the side of Twisted Minds.
All right, I thought Twisted Minds would go for like a cheeky, you know, poke comp here, but there's also the possibility that there's no reason to take a risk like that when you have this kind of a strong completion, right? If you find yourself taking like some panic swaps, losing tempo, you could really find yourself in like a, you know, basically a coin flip overtime. But by playing a stock standard here on the defense, it's really pressure on Virtus.pro to kind of change the narrative here. Psycho considering maybe playing some Tracer here on the attack. You know, we mentioned this could be a possibility. Caps are looking for a Widow pick, but just speculative, puts a little damage in. You know, start that ult farm towards the override protocol. It's a little something.
I mean, look, the Tracer, we talked a little bit about it. I would have liked to see it, you know, from TM. I think, you know, anytime you see Jayru on Tracer, you'd love to see that come into fruition. But you can still play it here. Maybe kind of like being able to kind of get some of this high ground here, right? Maybe you're able to, you know, make TVNT a little bit scared, force him out. And then I think kind of, you know, bringing some of these supports back on the flank as you see the double bubble comes in there. It's going to get Suzu out.
Yeah, forces the cleanse out. A little bit of space to work with, but Jaywu undeterred. Continuing on to this layer pressure down from the high ground. Holding this position. TVNT forced to drop low to push the cart. Now an opportunity for VP if they want to swing wide, but Jaywu just putting so much pressure onto the far. Psycho forced to recall once again. Nice swing from Kev, though, taking this off angle, putting the pressure on. Jaywu feels like he's got to deal with that, starting to get pinched here on the far, and now TVNT as well. Called into question, caught in a rough position, does trade his life away, but Funny Astro finding 2 on the back of that. Could be enough. Still, Eisnon gonna keep brawling this one. Won't yield the position just yet. He got Landon by his side. Psycho playing for some space in the off angle. And the cart's rolling through all of this, man.
Yeah, and ISO is very healthy, right? So it's gonna be pretty difficult to step up onto the cart and test him. As nice rockets there from Jaywu, though, puts down some damage on the supports, and now they're trying to force Isonom out. So now they start some of the progress. It's very difficult to kind of, you know, move through that choke way with the far up in the sky, but Landon's going to build up a really nice amount here towards that Kitsune rush, but he never actually gets Simple at the beginning of this fight, right? So he's going to have one coming into that pulse bomb from Psycho goes wide. It's going to be the Kitsune rush from Simple. It opens things up.
Oh, and Landon responding kind, but he's a little too late. Already has hit the deck. Keep in mind, playing with a major player advantage. It looks like a clean up for them. Psycho does find one. Simple playing for his life as well, but I mean, TVNT just precludes any possibility of a real defeat here. Trading the ultimates down and being able to win that fight on defense is a massive boon, because the clock is starting to run low, and you know, you start to think about the win condition on this map, and it's feeling very far away right now. TVNT 85 to that grab, Barrage waiting in the wings. Virtus.pro got to show us something, and soon.
Override protocol from both Emrays here. Potentially going to see that, like, you know, in-air duel between the two, as yeah, you see they're going to give a bubble over to Kev. Quartz going to use his a little bit later. So both just trying to fire on the supports, and then neither of them really targeting each other until the end, where Quartz actually hits a heavy shot there on the Kevster and then finishes him off.
Oh, that's a backbreaker right now. Eisnon pressing into a grab. He's going to get a trade. Oh, and the beat comes out, actually. Hold on, trying to clutch here, but Jaywu with the beat, grab, Barrage, way too much. I think VP, though, are going to feel pretty okay draining the bank like that. Like, honestly, for Eisnom, I like that heads-up play. It's a risky move, but now you start to look at this next offense. Psycho has the pulse bomb. Simple does have a faster rush, which kind of puts a clock on you. You know, it's pretty scary, but if you can find an opener with the pulse bomb, anything's possible.
Yeah, I mean, Quartz comes down from that override protocol, and he's kind of like in the middle of Virtus.pro, and then that's when the grab comes in from Isom, just trying to get rid of the Emre, and then maybe work from there. 2 players here to the outside. It's going to be Kev working with Fixa, maybe see if they can get some high ground, an angle to open things up, trying to get TVNT off of this high ground control as Funny Astro gets dangerously low. Nice pulse bomb there.
Bubble.
Not enough to finish off TVNT.
Put some pressure on Lucio, getting run over. Fixa, I believe, with a 1v1 gap there on Funny Astro. Not going to be an easy fight now for TM. They get some kills, but they're very low. The cleanup could be coming through. Eisnom on slivers of HP. The bubble is popped, but TVNT comes in over the top. Just a little bit too much health to finish off. Jaywu stays alive through it all. And it's down to an overtime touch. Psycho can get this clock rolling, but you got to win the fight somehow.
Yeah, and TVNT also has the benefits of playing inside of that Kitsune rush that comes in right before Simple dies. That'll be a touch. Trigger OT.
So that's a touch. Oh my, Psycho in the last moments. Kester finds Jaywu, and that opens up everything now. Virtus.pro with player advantage. OT spawns. Twisted Minds getting swept out of first point. Need to find counter kills, but there's only 3 of them left alive. Quartz with a desperation flank. With the OT spawns coming in, yeah, this is going to be a first point take. So Virtus.pro, more to say on Havana. Twisted Minds kind of got caught in no man's land. I think they almost, like me, weren't sure if Psycho was going to be able to get that next touch.
Well, I think fortunate for VP as well, right? Kev comes up with those 2 huge kills. You don't have to use your Kitsune rush anymore, right? You give yourself an opportunity to make up some time here towards the second part of the map. Maybe you can catch Twisted Minds off guard here up on the high ground, end up you like using your rush, bullying them back. Now we'll see how they decide to play this, as TM's trying to push up here. They do not want to allow them to get over the bridge for free. Kind of deny some of this space of this first corner.
And Quartz under constant pressure there. The energy mortars from Eisnom really just raining down from the low ground. Psycho finds the kill on the Funny Astro. Great pressure. Bubble comes in on the Kevster. He's taking that Skydo. Needs to find the connect and drops Quartz to the floor. Now Jwoo has to run for the hills. Dodges that heavy shot really well, though. Might be able to escape because of it, but no, Kevster just too clean on the tracking.
Dude.
And a fight win with
so
a
good.
1-for-1 Override Protocol trade. Virtus.pro are absolutely in the driver's seat now. Twisted Minds, no support ults on the retake. They're close to grab Barrage, but how are you going to deal with this rush?
I mean, this is so good for Virtus.pro. The second part of the map could not have gone any better. It's going to be T tries to step up. It's going to be the grab that comes on down with the rush there from Landon, and that will secure the second checkpoint. So an outside chance to finish with about the same time here for Virtus.pro, because they're going to have this sound barrier coming up.
Look, I'm going to be honest. They're not finishing this map before overtime. Twisted Minds have a big bank of ultimates.
I mean, yeah, I just looked. It's you got to grab Barrage plus double support ult. It's that is brutal.
TM need to beat these out, though. I mean, here comes the grab. It's onto the Zarya. The cleanse is good. The beat is even better. And hold on. Jwoo down. Eisnom, Kevster fighting through it. Virtus.pro without the Zarya, but they're still clutching this one out. Twisted Minds now just trying to get those desperation stall picks. Would love to be able to find one more on the exit, but Kevster will deny it. Quick trip back to spawn for Fixa is going to bring Eisnom in, and that is a crazy fight to overcome. Twisted Minds still holding on to the double support ult, so
yes,
they absolutely still have the edge. But with 2 minutes on the clock, Virtus.pro have room to work.
Yeah, I mean, that is the biggest thing, right? I mean, that's a huge fight win there for VP. It continues to get that cart going around the corner, but TM able to hold on to the double support ult here. Psycho has to go huge here with a pulse bomb. Recall, gonna probably wait for some Zarya bubbles before he ends up going back on in.
Here comes the rush. Living weapon over the top from Kevster makes it a little bit awkward to bring that damage in. It's hard to get aggressive here. Pulse bomb from Psycho isn't good. Doesn't seem to have done much other than some tank damage onto TVNT. Twisted Minds with their own rush kind of embattled in the spawn. Funny Astro holding onto the beat. It's going to be Quartz opening up with the Override Protocol. Perfect cleanse from landing. 2 players alive, but he's starting to run out of steam. However, Kevster and Eisnom have exacted a high price for it. Here comes the beat from Funny Astro, necessary to hold on to this point in this fight. Still some players alive trying to keep this one going. Psycho recalls to an awkward spot, but Twisted Minds embattled here. I mean, having to overspend to hold on. And now Virtus.pro with a major tempo lead. TM setting up for an aggro push. They can't win this fight straight up on its merits. They have to find a cheeky pickoff. If VP can deny it, they should be able to force an OT round.
Kevster, though, can't get caught out on the high ground.
But a
Nice
big
grab, though, there from Eisnom.
Eating them up. Kevster with that Siphon Blaster finds Jwoo. And TVNT's caught in an awkward spot. Someone's got to step up. Someone's pushing the cart. You've got to stop this. It's overtime. Simple. TVNT, they're nowhere to be found. Great play from Virtus.pro throughout the back half of this map. Unbelievable stick-to-itiveness. They are proving that they deserve this spot in Japan. They are bringing it to the world champs right now.
I mean, dude, the whole second checkpoint really kind of dominated there by Virtus.pro, and then to be able to complete the map with some of the advantages that Twisted Minds has in terms of ultimates was really impressive from VP's. Take a look at some of the stats. Kev having himself a pretty good game here. 16k damage to Quartz is 17,700, and Quartz just, I mean, doing Quartz stuff where at least VP gives themselves an opportunity, right? 1 minute on the clock. They'll start on offense here. An early pickoff here from like Quartz or Psycho could allow them to get that first checkpoint. I think if you can get like first checkpoint here, if you're VP and maybe get it like around that first corner, like under the bridge, you're pretty happy with how that kind of goes, right? I don't know if you can really ask for that. You got to at least, I think, get first checkpoint here, though, with 2:30 on the clock. That's a lot of time for TM.
Yeah, I mean, this map's a funky one, Matt. Like, even if you could get it to the end of first point, like, it is absolutely winnable from there.
Yeah.
So, honestly, to get to an overtime round has taken a map that should have been a dominant closeout for TM to one where Virtus.pro have showed they can hang. And, Psycho unmatched on the Tracer, bringing the tempo, bringing the fight to Twisted Minds. They have been caught sleeping at times. Landon also is going to open up on the Batiste. Thinking about it. But this could be nice against the Pharah. I mean, it's an interesting pick. I don't think this is one that they practice. I think this is one that he's just feeling. Let's see what he can find. I mean, maybe an opportunity to get aggressive with Tracer making some space. I kind of see the vision here, but without a Kitsune rush. Definitely going to put a bit of a clock on the game. You need to find these kills. You need to bring that heat on Batiste.
I mean, it is also a little bit of extra damage, right? Potentially that goes out towards that bar, and then the immortality field, right? You see right here, just gonna be able to use
getting overwhelmed.
to keep himself, and Fixa alive. But that is, the drone is dead instantly via the rockets from Jwoo, and the support line there for VP gets wiped out.
Hold on, if Iznam lives here, Kiri's gonna come back into this. Simple's gonna be just a little bit late to the fight. Yeah, I don't know that you're gonna be able to hold on to the corner. It's not a great fight, but it might just be enough to hold on. Big spam of the Iznam. Really makes him think. Quartz needs that bubble to survive. Great pressure from VP on the hit scan of Twisted Minds. Now Iznam, though, getting very low. TVNT senses an opportunity, steps to the plate, takes down Kevster. Jwoo looking for more over the top of the Pharah. Iznam out of gas now. Getting just a little bit more card push, though, is going to be a nice small win for VP, but that's the only win they're going to be able to find. That's going to be the totality of their progress. It's down to a first corner hold or nothing here on Rialto. Twisted Minds righting the ship here in OT.
Yes, I thought that Baptiste at the start was interesting, right? Just a chunk of damage that comes in from Quartz and Jwoo, the drone gone instantly. Then everybody crumbles after that. So you did get a little bit of a push. We'll see now as we go into TM's offense, if they can hold on. I mean, dude, simple 42 assists. Like, what? Like, it's like a crazy sell line. 20k healing is this has been a long game of Rialto, so you're going to see some wild stat lines come out. Let's see if VP decides, do you play the Tracer on defense, or okay, they're going to go back to the Pharah. So they're going to play the Pharah here on defense. That only like the Tracer really on the offensive side. So they'll match the Pharah for Pharah here.
You got to remember, right, in these overtime rounds, you do just start with all of your perks
Max
available,
perks, yeah.
which I think is quite a big deal for Pharah in particular. I mean, EMEA as well. Like, a lot of these heroes have some very potent abilities from their perks. But with 2:30 on the clock, Virtus.pro, they're going to need to not only find some of these initial fight wins off the back of some clean picks, but they're going to need to be able to take it to TM in the ultimate economy game, which, in fairness, they kind of did on third point attack last round. So VP, a lot to play for here. If you could go up 2-1 on the world champs, right? Like, what a statement that would be. Twisted Minds, though, very clear win condition for them and a very achievable one at that.
I can do with these Pharahs, though, and the abilities to, like, just kind of get pickoffs and put down some damage.
Iznam
Conk there. Iznam's in a lot of trouble.
Cleanse comes in, saves him for now. You've got to watch out, though, and Psycho still low. Might still be able to pounce on this TM. Slowing things down for just a minute, not sensing that they can really collapse there, but definitely going to be a clencher for Iznam as he tries to hold on to this corner. Psycho over the top is going to be crucial. His influence on the far to be able to hold this corner as TVNT starting to swing wide. You need to bring some pressure down on this. Sorry, you need to attack TM on the walk-up. You cannot allow Iznam to lose his position. Psycho doing just that, though, making sure to mark all attackers as they peek these various doors. Quartz, though,
Feels like one pick is all TM needs, Jake.
Yeah, like any mistake here is going to be enough. But neither team wants to make that mistake first. TM taking a bit of damage of their own. Psycho with the direct in the air. It's going to be enough to shut down Jwoo, and TM, they're not going to want to take that risk, but maybe they should have, because now the cleanup could be coming in. A beautiful Kong means that Quartz also is in a tough spot, cannot escape that fight. Iznam comes into the next fight, fully capped out on energy. Most of the ultimates across the board, slightly advantage for VP.
Yes. Landon, a little bit of an advantage towards that Kitsune rush, right? Conk there, knocks TVNT into the line of sight, gets right back around that corner, but that is about a minute off of the clock. A little bit more, minute 30 off the clock there for TM. So great start there. Psycho finding Jwoo. That's what allows him to get that first fight win.
Would be unbelievable showing from both of these teams. So much on the line here in the grand finals of the EMEA. Landon here to play for it. Going to land, playing with the house cash, but wants to win this one too. Has the rush available, but does not want to get aggressive into Twisted Minds. I mean, turning this corner, incredibly difficult for either team. It's going to come down to an ult trade, but the pick isn't on the Fixa. Can you stabilize without your Lucio? Virtus.pro with their rushes now. Advantage, though, just too much for Quartz, and he finds 3 more in the fight. This one is all done. It's a heroic fight back from Virtus.pro to keep this map in contention, but in the end, TM are just that good. They find one pickoff, and that is more than they needed to close out here on Rialto.
Yes, TM. I mean, that is an all-timer on Rialto. What a fantastic game. As Twisted Minds, they get the win in the end. Dude, we were on with Landon. You can tell Fixa was like trying to hide behind that pillar, dangerously low, comes out from around it. Then I think actually kind of gets hit with like a nade and then finished off there. And then as soon as TM sees that, it is like Kitsune rush around the corner, matched, support ult for support ult, but without that Lucio in the mix, it is just an advantage over to Twisted Minds as they squeak out a very close Rialto.
Bonkers stat line from Quartz, by the way. Almost 23,000 damage on the game. Like, what? Excuse me? I gotta hand it though to Virtus.pro. Like their opening round, right? The 3rd point attack. That you gotta study that as a lot of these pro teams. Like that is immaculate play. They come into that spot in a terrible ultimate economy situation.
Yes.
Like it's a hard point to attack. You really have no business winning these fights, and they just eke out. They don't win the first couple fights, but they eke out a way better ult trade than they have any business getting because of just the individual plays from the squad, and that allows them to force an OT round. So when we talked about teams, showing competitiveness against Twisted Minds, Virtus.pro, this is night and day from the regular season matchup between these two teams, which frankly was sort of one of the same beatdowns that we've seen from TM time and time again.
But I think kind of how Landon mentioned in that interview, with the way that the meta is going in some of these comps, it's like, yeah, like a lot of it is on the day. Virtus.pro already plays a game today, right? They obviously get that win against GK. They're feeling pretty good. And I think mostly like you're seeing them play at a pace, a level of aggression that we didn't really see from them early on. Very decisive from VP, even in the loss here. And I think we were talking like, oh, if you lose 4-0 here, how does that mean for Champions Clash? I think VP is going to be tough for everybody at Champions Clash. And really taking it to our world champs. That's the kill right there. Fixit was dangerously low. We were on board with Landon at that time. You can see around the corner, but as soon as Quartz finds that nade and opens things up with the override protocol, it is GG. Map selection already in here, coming in fast from Virtus.pro. It'll be Midtown.
Okay, taking us to Midtown. It's, it's an interesting map. It's one where I guess the way the series has gone so far, maybe I don't want to oversell it. Like it's probably just another, different field on which to play, more or less the same style.
It's another canvas for Zarya, Tracer comps. But, well, hold on. What double flex backline potentially here, like an Ilari, like maybe Baptiste, like no shot we see that, right?
I mean, you can go for some of those strats on the defense. I'm a little scared. I mean, I think this Lucio Tracer Zarya comp is really good at punishing some of those greedier choices. So I think it's sort of, maybe it's possible. Anything's possible, but it would definitely be a blink from VP if they go for that. What you should go for, fans at home, is of course following us across all of our social channels, all of our streams. We got a lot of Overwatch coming at you this year, a stacked calendar of events. You don't want to miss anything, so you gotta hit the bell. You gotta subscribe. You gotta stay updated.
I mean, dude, we are popping off this year. I mean, sick games. The game is in a fantastic spot. Drops, esports loot boxes. I mean, you gotta keep following. You gotta keep knowing when the action is, because we have not just the EMEA and NA playoffs. We have like all of the Pacific. We have Champions Clash coming up. So many good things happening in the Overwatch esports ecosystem right now. It's awesome times, so make sure you stay involved.
Speaking of good things, man, I'm psyched to go to Japan. Like that is going to be epic. The Japanese fans have been really like lighting things up in Overwatch recently. It's great to see the passion for the game. Me, I've never been to Japan, man. Why would I show you around?
Why not? I mean, we'll find somebody on Twitter, or somebody hit me and Jacob.
I will say, Japan. Matt, I've had one experience in Japan. As we take a look at these bands, probably things that no one's gonna play. Probably gonna be more Zarya. But my one experience in Japan, I was flying to Korea, transferred through an airport in Tokyo. Had like an impossible transfer. Like I was like, my flight was delayed. I wasn't gonna make it. I was gonna miss the transfer. I had accepted it in my heart. I was okay with it.
Yeah.
But the guy meets me at the gate in the Tokyo airport and runs with me for 10 minutes. Like the airport employee guy ran to show me the way. Like, I would never have made it.
Bro, I'm just giving up.
That's what I mean. I would never have made it without this guy. So that was my experience in Japan. I was like, all right, I got to come back. I mean, that's
all right. Well, anybody who can give us not that experience in Japan, hit us up. Because I'm not trying to run through the airport. I'm trying to hang.
Matt, you did not get my story at all.
Once I heard running through the airport, I was like, man,
the guy saved me. He led me through the airport. He ran with. He didn't have a fight to catch. He could have been like, yeah, go left and right, and you'll find it. And I wouldn't have made it. Only because this guy ran with me did I catch my flight.
I mean, look, that's awesome. I'm not trying to run when we're there.
Understood, Matt. We'll keep you off of and away from any possible treadmills.
Yeah, my legs are precious. They can't be used for running. Okay, we're just gonna get TM VP here. It's gonna be okay. So they're gonna go back to the Tracer. Interesting enough that Twisted Minds, who we saw playing a decent amount of Tracer, are gonna go back to the Vendetta. So no double flex, right? The Hazard gun, the Wuyang gun. These are just basically throwaways because I think a lot of these teams will want to mirror. Like I don't think they want to kind of do anything that different.
Really nice nades coming in from Quartz on the defense, really putting the pressure on the Kevster. Psycho, though, has established a position in the backline. He's going to pull some attention from Funny Astro. So making a bit of space from his presence here. Eisnum also finds the opportunity to swing a little bit wide onto point. Twisted Mind is going to need to find the opportunity to get aggressive with this Vendetta, but Eisnum's actually keeping the pressure on them as they start to threaten this cap. Psycho continuing to attack TVN2, who's out of bubbles. One tick comes in, TM need to find their chance to get into this, but Virtus.pro are just refusing to yield an inch here. Kevster takes a wide swing. It's going to be a crucial moment. What can he find here on this Emery? Battling into Quartz. Big damage onto Eisnum. Just barely clears the fire truck to stay alive. The peak comes in from Quartz, but the bubble responded from Eisnum. Already the override protocol somehow is online from Quartz. He is just laying it down here on this defense. Cleanse comes through, delays things for a moment, but in the end, that override protocol from Quartz came up way faster than VP were expecting. It's going to send them back to spawn, but a lot of presence from VP, a lot of aggression.
65% here for VP is Psycho is behind enemy lines here. He has been such a nuisance to this back line of Simple and Funny Astro. See a few shots here. I don't really think TM could get anything going with the Vendetta early on, right? They were trying to use some of those bubbles and being able to stay alive. That's going to be Kitsune rushes here for both teams, but you end up losing Psycho to the nades. Quartz really just kind of popping off here at the start of Midtown as this should be a fast fight in Twisted Mind's favor.
Man, you give this guy just a little bit of room to work with, and he comes up with a heater of a defense. 2 minutes off the clock already. Quartz showing no signs of slowing. Rushes are out. A little bit of ult advantage, though, for VP, and the faster grab could make all the difference. Funny Astro with that defensive beat can slow things down, but with Override Protocol and Pulse Bomb, I don't even know that beat is going to be enough. Here comes Kevster over the top. Override Protocol starting to put that damage down. Beat forced a little bit early. The grab is already out from Eisnum.
doesn't get it.
He's the one down. Wait, the grab, where was it?
I don't see the grab there really at all. I mean, fortunate that Jaewoo actually lives, doesn't get the benefits of the sound barriers. He's quite low when it comes on in. It'll be a grab here from TVNT at the end, much better than the one that Ice threw out. So that will be another TM hold here. So it's kind of getting scary here. Jake, below a minute coming up as Psycho's going to go away from Tracer. We're going to play the Vendetta here. Sundering Blade available for Jaewoo, and with the way that Quartz is farming up these override protocols, I imagine you're going to get another one in this fight.
Yeah, almost certainly. A little bit of a trade in the flank here. Psycho battling with Jaewoo here for control of this off-angle position. He's going to win it for now, but there's a lot of pressure coming in on the main group. Here comes Jaewoo with the Sundering Blade in, trying to get aggressive. Kevster, Psycho both on slivers of HP, but Eisnum actually finds Simple. Despite everyone being low across Virtus.pro, they're finding kills in this fight. Twisted Mind's continuing to push, feeling like they've got to force things to end here and now, but Landon is just pumping these heals into Eisnum. Zarya
the map
maybe has outvalued here, and Eisnum still stands tall. Quartz gets that flanking punish, though, onto Psycho. TVNT gets out with his life. Despite some good rotation from VP, in the end, it's going to be the Dregs coming back into this final push.
I mean, that's crazy that TVNT is able to live there, right? You do not see many times the defending Zarya pushes into the choke, goes up the opposing team's staircase behind into the subway and makes it out with their life. As Landon will have this Kitsune rush a little bit earlier than Simples. You're going to have to get a touch. It's going to be Psycho over the top with some Zarya bubbles.
See what he can get done. Override Protocol from Quartz, though, just bearing down on you from above. Everybody trying to run and hide. The formation is split, and Jaewoo is profiting from it. Already found 2 in the fight, and that should be more than enough. Beautiful positioning from Quartz. Even lands in the high ground. Just textbook stuff. VP, all they're going to get is that 64% on this first checkpoint. Twisted Minds looking to put away this grand final with extreme prejudice. If they go up 3-1 here, Matt, it's starting to feel like a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, it's already difficult to battle back into it, but to go down 3-1 to the world champs, it's very difficult. You take a look at some of the stats, not a lot of positive here for VP in the first half. It's Quartz, I mean, you see what, 6,400 to 3,500 in terms of damage, in terms of the M rays. I think it's a little bit hard because like Kevster working through that choke, it's like so difficult, especially when you have like a Vendetta kind of constantly in your face and players kind of hiding around that corner. I thought actually VP probably looked their best there, Jake, on offense when they were playing that Tracer, and Psycho was able to kind of get behind and constantly pressure the supports. And when they went over to the Vendetta, it never really seemed like they were able to get anything going. I actually think probably Twisted Mind's probably happy to see that change.
Yeah, you know, in the end, I think JWoo just got so much done on the Vendetta. Maybe they feel like they have to match and mirror because Jay was able to start the fights in that right side room, and you come in, you cross the choke, you know, you start to feel good, and then the Vendetta is like hitting you from behind right as the aggression comes in. To your point about, you know, the hit scan gap there is like, yes, defender position is so much stronger, but that is a statement map from Quartz. I mean, the defender's advantage is real, but it's not like 2-to-1. I mean, so
no,
the way he's just laying it down, I mean, a couple big fights where Override Protocol essentially wins it on its own. Picks he's finding at crucial moments. Twisted Mind's looking to get cheeky here, go for like a quick pick, but they're just gonna run it down with the stock standard Vendetta mirror. And VP have no room for mistakes here on Midtown.
No, I mean, you know, one clean team fight is enough for the 65%, right? Virtus.pro really got that in a fight that, you know, Twisted Minds just split around the fire truck. They weren't able to get on and contest, and then just kind of like waited it out, kind of conceded that point over. So VP basically needs to be perfect here. JWoo gets in, benefits of bubbles, puts down some damage on Ice Gnome. He's quite low, but has that great high ground advantage.
Quartz, finding maybe a crack here. Psycho caught in a tough corner, forced to go where he does not want to. Ice Gnome, though, extracts a price for it. Quartz with a beautiful beam, though, onto Fixo, moved up into the sky. Might have done enough as Ice Gnome starts to run out of gas. TM, even without their tank, still fighting this one strong. Kevster trying to do what he can with the Siphon Blaster, but it's just not much. In the end, the support's overwhelming. TVNT even over to the Wrecking Ball. I just don't see the touch coming in for VP.
You do have two players around the corner. It looks like you do have Psycho here.
You're gonna get booped off by Wrecking Ball though if you try to touch here, and yep, can't even quite make it.
Yeah,
love that read from TVNT. Like Zarya and Vendetta both really hate being booped off the point when they're trying to touch. Not so much they can really do about it. So TM, some heads up play, great execution, and that's a Midtown that's really a callback to this whole year for Twisted Minds, right? That's the way they've made almost every opponent look like they just don't have business being in this server.
Yeah, I mean, Quartz just dominant, 17-1 there. Same, JWoo 15-1. Very strong performances across the board there for TM. Also at the end, when TVNT was on the ball, right? JWoo goes around the corner and actually sees like Psycho and I believe it was also Landon there, kind of playing from that position. And Landon goes from the far side, and then TVNT gets the call out probably from JWoo that Psycho's coming from the other way and knocks him back.
I guess is the grab on the high ground there maybe, but the beat is just way too good.
By the subway.
You just don't have any real angle to follow up on that grab, and when the beat comes in, it's like, okay, it's just kind of hopeless, right? You're like throwing damage in, it's just not even close to enough. And when Quartz keeps finding kills like that, there's everything stacked against you, right? To be able to lose.
You just kind of shrug your shoulders, yeah. I mean, when they find Psycho there at the start, it's a pretty brutal loss from VP to lose Psycho. There's like a brief moment though where they get rid of TVNT, where you're like, okay, hold on, Ice Gnome can actually get into this close quarter and be able to fight this. But with Quartz still alive, putting down that type of damage, I believe he takes out Fixa during that as well. Not much you can do there if you're Virtus.pro. So. Virtus.pro, one more, they're basically close to a reverse sweep they got to pull off here. So we'll see another map selection for VP to see if they can extend the series. In a loss, I would still say this is a pretty positive series from VP, right? They qualify for Champions Clash, right? So we'll see them in Tokyo and making our world champs bleed more than we've seen any other team kind of bring it to them as of late.
Yeah, I think some of those fights on Rialto are certainly a showcase that VP deserves to hang at the highest level, right? They do lose the map, but being able to clutch in really hard disadvantaged scenarios against a world champ squad is way beyond expectations here. And VP taking a map as well with a signature style that kind of only they can pull out. Like, yeah, probably not going to be able to replicate it. I mean, they could ban Emre and try to run it back, but it might have just been the perfect storm with like both Zarya and Emre banned, where you have the opportunity to send it. And like you said before, Matt, it's kind of a perfect storm that may not happen again. As we go to Runasapi, expect to see more of that pound for pound battling, and VP see if they still have more fight left in them, or if TM are just going to be overwhelming, closing the series out 4-1 and securing that top slot as well as the prize money for being our EMEA champs.
And we'll see what Virtus.pro decides to do in terms of bans. It'll be, well, an Ana and a Widow ban here. So both these kind of look like throwaways to me, Jake. Maybe if your VP wanted to protect like a support, right? Maybe you thought there was like a danger of a support ban, but otherwise this looks like both teams want to play Zarya with whether it be Pharah, Vendetta, Tracer, kind of like whoever in that flex role, and play very close to a mirror.
Yeah, I'm really curious to watch some of Jwoo's POV, if we can grab that on the observing, if he plays Vendetta in particular in the next match, because I feel like TM have kind of been bringing the Vendetta back, where like a lot of other teams have gone full Tracer. As good as Jwoo is a Tracer, for TM to choose Vendetta is a real expression that, you know, they believe it can be stronger. And when we see Jwoo making these big plays with the Sundering Blade, and I love the way sometimes Jwoo will go for like a minimum charge Sundering Blade, just like pop it as fast as possible to like break shields, break a sound barrier, and then just follow up with regular skills for the damage kills. So definitely some impressive stuff. I'm curious to see how TM play it. They're obviously a team that a lot of other squads look to for inspiration with you know, the level they're playing on in the world stage right now.
There's one more map for Twisted Minds to be the EMEA champions, secure the #1 seed from EMEA into Champions Clash. As VP, a long road ahead to get back into this series, right? But it would start here on Runasapi. So we'll see if there anything different, anything surprising in terms of comps. Nope, does not look like it at the moment. Potentially the most surprising thing would be VP like matching the Vendetta. But yeah, like it does seem like Twisted Minds, right? It's kind of wild as well to think about it, where Jwoo is such a good Tracer, right? We see what Alfie does on the Tracer, like how, you know, devastating he is. Jwoo kind of like maybe even a tier above, and they're still opting for the Vendetta.
I think what really sets Jwoo apart right now is how good he is on every hero in the role, right? We have good Vendettas, we have good Tracers, we have good Pharahs. And, you know, we could sort of rate the various players on different levels on all of them. But Jwoo, I think, is one of the only ones to really be on top of every ranking on all of the relevant meta heroes, which gives Twisted Minds incredible amount of flexibility. Here he comes into the backline, just slightly misses the crit as I say that, and under a lot of pressure, needs a cleanse and another bubble to just get out with his life. So the initial aggression batted away. Good positioning from VP to deny it. Psycho looking to play maybe more responsive, though this time he goes in for a crit attempt of his own. Put some damage onto Simple. Jwoo though over the top. Ooh, finds a big damage on the land and now follows it up with a big spin. But with both carries traded out, still more to play for. A crit misses for Jwoo. Can he find the finish? Kevster running circles around him, and Islam has done enough. Psycho falls off the map in exchange for the kills he finds there, but I think Islam be able to close this one out. TBNT, though, they're playing it. I mean, almost gonna go push Cart here instead of trying to chase the Zarya out. TBNT goes all in here, sends an opportunity to maybe find a counter kill, but in the end, it will be VP standing tall. Better play in the main group there. And Jwoo, as we were absolutely tooting his horn, kind of struggled to get some of those crits connected on Vendetta in that fight.
Well, I mean, dude, he ended up getting the kill onto Landon, but the one that he really needed was the one on the Kev, right? Not able to finish off that kill on the Kevster. Kevster able to use that Siphon Blaster, stay alive on the Emre, as it looks like it'll just be Fixa here.
TM are really trying to battle through that high ground choke. Like, no one's here playing the main.
They're getting cut off, though. I think they may have actually been a little bit surprised that VP actually turned to fight them there, right? Like they face any resistance.
I like that from VP. They're like, no, you're gonna fight the corner. You're not gonna be able to take this back flank from us. Good awareness, and TM see what they can do from this position. Override Protocol first for Kevster. Here he comes over the top, able to layer big damage down. You're looking up for the crit, but Kevster wisely backs off from it. Still no real kills have come in, and a better rush comes out. Quartz instantly beams down Kev out of the sky. And that should be enough to just end this fight before it really begins. You do get the rush out, which is, you know, certainly a more valuable ultimate than the Override Protocol, but I think TM are willing to make that trade to get back in control here on Runasapi.
Yeah, and it was a really smart play by Kev, right? He gets the Override Protocol, goes to the sky, and then he actually kind of, I think, probably just sees a sliver of Jwoo around the corner, right? Because if you get hit with that overhead slash, he'll get kind of yoinked down out of the skybox there, and obviously does not want to get that, so puts down some damage into Bunny Astro and co, and then just kind of packs up around the corner. But really good rush there from Simple, as Now Quartz getting a really nice angle to put down some damage. See Ice him dangerously low. That's probably the second bubble. Doesn't want to see that one go away in the open. So he backs up around the corner. VP still with the lead here at the moment. Some serious damage. Fired back from Kev. And now the Override Protocol is going to come in.
Hard to use the rush while the Override Protocol is bearing down on you. The Graviton Surge coming in. Ice just can't quite get sustained in time. He drops before the beat comes out. Landon has to do this one himself. Needs to find more, but the first kill on a J-Move means still an opportunity to fight this TBNT. Highly energized on Cart though, and this Zarya as yet unanswered in the fight. Twisted Minds pushing with confidence here. Tank advantage makes a world of difference there, and finding Eisner before the beat comes down. That kind of a mistake you cannot allow to happen against a team like TM. They're going to grab checkpoint and maybe some additional progress, although it seems to be prevented. But that kill, no, onto Landon. Restarts the clock, really, because now, without Landon, you're not really going to be able to stay into this. TM are going to be able to charge forward, maybe clean you up completely off the map, and VP have to beat a hasty retreat. This one's going from bad to worse, man.
Well, it's like brutal, right? Because you lose a Landon and he's kind of like playing up on the high ground, and some of the members already dropped down to the low. And then now those players are kind of stuck in no man's land, right? There's no healing coming in from the Kiri at that time. And that pickoff, I mean, look at this simple already here with another Kitsune Rush. It's going to be Sundering Blade here from Psycho. Some serious damage, takes out Jayu, but Kev will end up falling. You do get simple. That is massive, right? Had that Kitsune Rush to be able to work with. TBNT, though, still extremely healthy here, Jake, working this bot up the map.
Yeah, the trade's just still rolling. Getting a little bit of extra card progress is going to be nice, but with Virtus.pro in the closer spawn, Twisted Minds are going to back out and fight another day, looking clinical as they come to close out this grand finals. It's a spot they found themselves in time and time again. Here comes the aggression from Quartz with the Override Protocol. Vendetta right up in his face, but nice moves to just fall back from that aggression. Virtus.pro, they can just stay alive from this, it would be great, but Eisnom's caught between a rock and a hard place, collapsed on Simple with the rush as well. Ensuring that there's not much fight to be had. Kevster, though, the hold on, big nade to connect. There actually might be something to fight for as Kevster runs over the top of the Siphon Blaster. The double support behind him means this one has turned very, very scrappy. A beat even comes down, but no, Landon dies just before it can come out. Vixa gets it done to the Simple, though, doing what it takes to keep this one in contest, and with the Siphon Blaster out, Kevster might just get this clutch.
I mean, that is such a dirty fight. I mean, that finally VP able to hold, but it is not pretty. I mean, you end up having to use the beat there. It's just for two players. It's not able to hold on to Landon. My worry is here now you're going to have Twisted Minds coming back with a grab of their own sound barrier to deal with your grab here. It's going to be very difficult to fight from. So maybe Kev can kind of get up towards that Override Protocol here a little bit later in the fight, but some damage coming down from Quartz into the opens. Players rounding that corner, getting hit by the nades as TM has built up a pretty nice lead.
Really hard to use this rush aggressively when there's a grab on the other side. You do not want to stack up in the choke points, and TM they don't have to do anything aggressive, right? They're playing with the lead. Here comes Psycho into the backline. Grab, gets the entire backline beautifully connected from TBNT, and even the Zarya somehow stays alive. Beautiful rotation through the house. Eisnom is going to get one, but that's all they're going to find in this fight. TM are going to expand this advantage, continue to make more progress. Without Simple here, it's going to be hard to really get too much deeper into the map, but as the clock runs down, it's only going to favor TM with their lead.
Yes, somehow they're able to keep TBNT alive. I mean, he takes a ton of damage. Simple actually TPs to him, uses the Suzu, heals him up, and then basically gives up his life to keep the Zarya in the mix. And you do have to wait for Simple to get back in the next fight. So important. It'll be Override Protocols from both teams as Kev just trying to put some damage down onto TBNT, force some of those cooldowns out.
Big shots to find here for Quartz. Kind of up in no man's land. Kevster put some big damage on him, but the heals are good enough to stabilize for now. TM, big grab from Virtus.pro. It's beaten by Funny Astro, but the pulse bump. Oh, and then use rush. The slam comes in to see if it's able to be enough to finish one off with the beat from Vixa. Is it just going to overwhelm TM? They're kiting back well. They're staying alive, and the support ultimate stabilizes you, but you're not ever finding the kind of fight win you need.
It is a nice sound barrier there from Vixa to be able to keep everybody alive, but the disengage from Twisted Minds is good. And then now Twisted Minds on a fight coming on back. They find two right away. Both DPS dead here for VP. They're going to have to just kind of throw themselves at the bot, and they will fall. So we are below 3 minutes here, Jake. So Twisted Minds looking for a full map completion. It'll be Jaewoo here with that Sundering Blade. Maybe you see the rush come out, the Sundering Blade in response, just trying to break people up from running on through that.
And that finish line.
Be so careful. Oh, they're going to go aggressive here with the Sundering Blade right around the corner.
Oh, this is what Twisted Minds just does, man. They continue to push the pace. Sundering Blade is good enough. Psycho finds one back of his own, but eventually JWoo continues on to get yet more connection. Psycho, though, keeping it even, ensuring that this one doesn't get completely out of control for Virtus.pro. Good wall ride from Vix, actually. Keeps him alive for a long time. VP may just be able to clean this one up. It's far from pretty, though. TVNT charges into the back line, gets one last kill onto Landon, and starting to feel like although Virtus.pro are clinging on to this, you know, they're holding on to their dignity in the match and in the series, Twisted Minds can taste victory here. It feels like it's just been a long time since Virtus.pro has even seen the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, even getting close towards mid-map, right? They just can, like, bully towards their side of the spawn. Landon trying to keep himself alive with the Suzu there with the Sundering Blade that came through from JWoo, but JWoo just kind of held on to it a little bit longer. It's going to be a Kitsune rush here from Landon. He has to use the Suzu to keep Kev up. Everybody on Twisted Minds backs out here. It's going to be the Override Protocol over the top from Quartz. Gets hit there by Psycho, dragged down to the ground, then finish off.
Well played by Psycho. It cost him his life, though, to find that play. Virtus.pro feels like they've got to gamble this, but the rush from Twisted Minds is going to put an end to any kind of questions you might have about this team fight. So now Kevs are living quite long into this, but eventually TVNT will have his number, and IceNom just going to try and farm up what grab he can before he falls. Has to come to the cart. TM threatening to make yet more progress here, and ultimate advantage still favors the champs. They want to close out here. They maybe want to, hey, get some extra progress. Why not? Further widen the gap here on Runasapi. This grab from IceNom just has to be perfect.
They probably want a map completion here, Twisted Minds. A little bit of a statement made here at the end of the series as Psycho putting down some pressure on Quartz. Is going to be the grab here from both the Zaryas. It's a sound barrier from Twisted Minds. Going to keep everybody alive. You've lost both DPS here for Virtus.pro. IceNom just trying to keep VP in it. No Zarya bubble, just getting beat down there by JWoo and TVNT, and it is looking close to a map completion here.
It's deja vu, Matt, for you and me. Here where they won the World Finals Championship last year, they look to close it out in style with a map completion. TVNT finds the first, Landon bubbled up, desperately delaying, but they cannot hold. Twisted Minds do it again. Another championship title for this squad. The top seed in EMEA, as if there was any doubt. Virtus.pro, they showed a lot of fight. They showed a lot of heat in this series and really made me believe at times. But as we got deeper down the stretch, it just started to feel like a foregone conclusion. Twisted Minds on top of EMEA and potentially on top of the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, they are just so talented, Twisted Minds. I mean, our world champs from last year come in. They take care of business. They are the EMEA champions here in Stage 1.
They are indeed. 4-1 is the scoreline, but don't let it fool you. VP definitely brought it to them today. Map 2 and 3 were very close. Obviously, map 2 went in favor of VP. Them being able to tie up the series also means that Twisted Minds' map win streak has ended, while they, of course, did walk away with the title. That one might annoy them a little bit. Just a minor little annoyance.
I mean, maybe. I think they're more worried about or focused on, like, trying to win back-to-back internationals. Like, I think they had to have known how much of a gap there was between them and the rest of EMEA. You do lose the map here to VP, so a little bit, you know, probably a little bit underwhelming. Not going to kind of complete a sweep throughout everything, but still. I mean, if you're a TM, your focus is on, you know, Zeta Division teams across the world, right? You want to kind of stamp your mark as still the best team in the world.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, on them to just kind of hold on to that title going into Champions Clash. And I will say, you know, this is a team that just continued to get better throughout the day. JWoo on the Pharah is going to be a real threat, you know, on any kind of meta. I just want to see what else this guy can play. It feels like every hero he touches, he finds, you know, a top performance on. And then Quartz, it's just absurd to have a hit scan this good on your team. Like, you almost could do nothing, and you'll probably will just win playing long fights because you have Quartz on your team. And yet, they don't rest on those laurels, right? They are constantly bringing it to you with everybody else. There's so many weapons on this team. Even look at players like Simple and Funny Astro punching way above their weight class when it comes to what supports are supposed to be able to accomplish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, the team is just stacked as can be. And that's why they have been so dominant. There's not really been a meta, there's not really been a composition. They seem unable to play. They're able to pivot, they're able to adjust whenever they're forced to. And yes, they dropped the map, but that was maybe also just a perfect storm in terms of bans that went in VP's favors there. Let's hear from Funny Astro, a good friend, basically part of the broadcast at this point. He's always
Yeah, friend of the show.
We gotta give him a credit. We're gonna put you in the
Hello
credits.
again, guys.
That's right. Nice to hear you. How are you doing? How's the family? What's the weather like?
It's all
Fill us
good.
in.
It's lovely here in England. We're having a great time.
That's wonderful. I'm sure even a greater time now that that championship title is in the bag. You already were qualified for Japan, so that was already sorted before heading into the grand final. Walk us through what made this one a little closer, though, because usually you make the other teams look like this is their first time on the server. This time around, they actually kind of make you sweat for it, even drop the map. Shocker. What went through the voice comms there, and how did you sort it for the upcoming maps?
Honestly, like the last time we played VP, I think they just underperformed. That's why it was such a big stomp. They've been a way better team in scrims, and today's performance from them is like way more what we expect to see from them, to be honest. Yeah, the map loss is pretty rough, but we kind of suck at Atlas, and that Tracer Vendetta comp is really annoying on that map. So they did a good job finding that, because that was basically the only comp we were scared of throughout the series. But as you saw, you can't play that on every map.
Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely looked annoying to play with just the amount of aggression that VP brought out there. So now, what is the plan for you guys until Champions Clash, right? A little bit of a break. Are you guys going to, like, you know, who you think, scrim in EMEA? You thinking about maybe going out there a little bit early to boot camp? Or are you just kind of haven't even thought about that yet?
We're just going to chill, take some time off. I think we like to have a nice work-life balance on Twisted Minds, so we're going to have a couple of weeks break, relax up, de-stress a little bit, and then we're going to play in the Saudi Championship, and then I think we're going to have a little bit of a boot camp before Japan, I hope.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious, you know, I was especially watching on Rialto, man, and I felt like you guys were in prime position to close out on that 3rd-point defense, and Virtus.pro just found like that last gasp to do some crazy fights to keep it in. Take me through that moment for you guys where they were on the, you know, started to look like possible for them to go up 2-1 in the series. You know, what does it look like in Twisted Minds when you're sort of in that spot back against the wall and you really need to perform?
We're so confident in those spots. I think the pressure is all on them. When it goes to double overtime, you can see they're stressing out. Landon's swapping to bat for absolutely no reason. And you see, like, in those overtime moments, we're just running in. Like, we have no fear. We don't care if we've just lost the last 4 fights. We're just going to keep taking the aggression to them. And yeah, in those moments, we've proved time and time again that that's what we're the best at. But no one's even put us in those opportunities in a long time.
We do love to see that confidence on the server and also hear about it outside of the server. Before I let you go and celebrate and rest, of course, a well-deserved rest after the regular season sprint that we had and the playoffs here, give us some predictions for NA as we're about to head into the final day over there as well. Who you think is going to take the crown?
Who's playing?
Just answered my question there. Dallas Fuel is playing amongst them.
I reckon I got to give it to Space Station. My guys at Space Station, they're going to take it all. They're winning it all. Go on, Chris.
All right, the lower bracket run from Space Station. Why not? Why not? We love a good story there. Tasmo will be tweeting at you for that one, though, so rest assured.
Astro doesn't have to stay for NA as well? He's always here. Why don't you just stay for the whole NA?
Yeah, you're taking my slide. Yeah, you're ready for the next gas?
I'll be sitting in the desk now. It's fine.
Yeah, we're about to pay him a talent salary, considering that he's literally joining us for every single interview, and they keep on winning, so we keep on having him on. But it's always a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you so much for joining us once again, and of course, once more, a big congratulations to you and the entire squad.
Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure. Also, he's rocking one of the most comfortable merch hoodies that we have in Overwatch.
It's an iconic hoodie. It's an OG.
It's so soft. It's so soft.
It's outdated now.
Nice.
Overwatch 2 is gone, Zoe.
Yeah, what is Overwatch 2? It was a fever dream.
What are you talking about? It never happened.
What is it? You know what isn't a fever dream, though? Twisted Minds VP coming out on top, punching their tickets to the Champions Clash, and as Fanyastro said, they do get to rest quite a bit now, as we do have to wait for NA, China, the Pacific region as a whole. All of them still have to qualify. So there's weeks of play yet to be played in order to determine which teams are making it to Japan.
Yeah, certainly.
Well-earned break, right, Jake?
Yeah, I was gonna say certainly some super strong contenders out of EMEA. I mean, you know, especially I was a little bit worried. Okay, like VP, if you roll over in this grand finals, what does that say about your chances? You know, in an international land, like yes, team are that good, but you need to be at least close enough to them if you want to have like a top 3 finish. You got to be able to really take that fight to them, and I feel like VP found their spots for it, and it also wasn't an ideal spot to have to come out of the lowers and keep on fighting in a super long day. I think if they won on Rialto and really started to like take an edge, really started to build confidence, I think that series could have had a different trajectory. Could have at least been, yeah, could have at least been a 7 mapper. So for VP, definitely possibility. TM though, you know, they're still on top of the world. They're still the best team in the world. Until somebody else proves us otherwise, they're going to hold on to that crown in my mind.
It was great, Matt, though, to get that insight, right, from the scrims that the VP usually played them a lot closer. So while it looked shocking for us, the Twisted Minds is losing a map there, it wasn't so much for Alphon Yastra, even though it did irk him.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we all knew TM would make it to LAN, right? Champions Clash. I think it's awesome to see VP in this form, right? You know, Kev is a fan favorite, right? Everybody wants to see him back at LAN, right? Landon and Psycho had like career years last year, right? So to kind of take like everything they learned from, you know, their teams last year, now bring it over to VP. I think they're going to be serious at Champions Clash, right? I think like, you know, maybe we'll get there and we'll find out that like Twisted Mind's actually like by far the best team in the world, and then like VP playing them close like can really punch into that top 4.
It's going to be exciting. I'm so excited to see the international competition clash. But first, let's find out who will be joining Twisted Minds and VP in Japan. Don't go anywhere because we're just heading into a quick break. And afterwards, we will be covering our last day here in NA, which also means that gives you plenty more opportunity to farm your drops. That's right. That's right. Connect your Battle.net account. Even if you're just starting right now, you might still get a few goodies here and there, so it's not too late. It's not over yet.
No, I mean I'm checking. I'm close to that. Yeah, I'm like 85% of that way to that esports loot box, that 15-hour mark. I'm hanging around a little bit.
And I think the NA games are going to be close, Matt. Like I think, you know, people who might be, you know, not sure if you're going to make that next drop, I suspect that both of these series in NA could come down to the wire. Even that Dallas Fuel in a 7 mapper going super deep into the strat book. I don't know. I mean, we're going to have to see, but I think today is going to be a spicy one in North America.
Yeah, what was the stat, Zoe? Can Dallas Fuel keep their 9,000-day playoff streak alive or something like that, right?
Yeah, something like that. Sure. The active streak.
9,000 days is like...
Yeah, don't think about it.
No one's going to fact check.
25 years.
No one will fact check. We are good. Gentlemen, thank you both so much for calling the action EMEA. We will hear from you again in some weeks from now. So I guess I won't chat to you before that, since that's how we roll with our friendship. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. Everyone watching, we're not done yet. We're just done with Matt and Jake. That's right. We got a fresh, minted set of casters on the other side of a break. And of course, all things NA, lower bracket final between Space Station Gaming and Team Liquid, heading into a grand final where Dallas Fuel is waiting.
ceremony will start when you're ready. I've uploaded the latest speech onto your datapad if you'd like to.
I'll handle it. I've designed this entire awards ceremony to maximize budget and spectacle. Every detail in place is a balance of impact and efficiency. And they would test my patience now, just moments before I'm set to take the stage. Well, I suppose I should be well rehearsed. Let's see what they've written for me now. Thank you all for being here today. It is my honor to present this year's Vishkar Award for Excellence in Reimagining Architecnical Applications to a most worthy candidate. But before I speak of our honoree, allow me to introduce myself. As you surely know, my family... Oh, they can't be serious. Bringing up my family before even mentioning my own achievements. Introducing myself as if everyone doesn't already know who I am. The Singania family's connections to Vishkar are... Connections? Once I say connections, I've lost them. They'll think only of the Singania name on the plaque outside, and my grandfather's legacy. Vishkar isn't a dynasty. Well, I suppose it is. But it's not as though I was handed this position. I've trained years, proven my worth. What utter drivel! They truly expect me to spend 3 minutes extolling our architects, prattling on about their expertise, about how this company would be nothing without their hard work and dedication. Enough. I am the one in charge here. My fortune bankrolls their academies. My contracts secure their assignments. I've already dedicated an entire evening to their success. I hardly think they deserve more of my praise. This speech is useless. I will speak for myself. Again, Vera, in your own words, from the beginning. It is my duty as an executive for the Vishkar Corporation to project the same lightness of being that we manufacture and provide to our partners across the globe. As an architect and an entrepreneur, I have found a wealth of success. Some have called me too generous for sharing my victories with the company, but a rising tide elevates every ship, as they say. And under my oversight, no single group has risen higher than Vishkar's talented architects. To those present in the room tonight, know that talent alone may only take you so far. It was my drive that carried me through my schooling and earned me the position I now hold. Proud as I am to bear the Singania family name, I don't solely attribute my success to my upbringing. Their support was always rather specific in its focus. As critical as the public can be, one's own kin can sometimes be far crueler. Though my family may not have bought into my initial forays into heartlight manipulation, the care and resources I subsequently put toward mastering the craft taught me more than any academy could. I learned not to tolerate anyone who would question the merit of my work, or insinuate that I have not earned my position. Certainly, there's value in the artistry of hard-light manipulation. But what about the art of negotiation, of presentation? Shaping oneself to be perfect. Crafting not just a reputation, but an image. Something untouchable. Something worthy. That is the true test of talent. The real... What are you saying, Vera? Even if it were the truth, no one would respect you. Let alone believe you, if you shared your own perspective. No, just give them what they want. Deliver the speech. Hand out the award. Smile. You're Vera Singania, heiress to the Vishkar dynasty, keeper of the family fortune, inheritor of innovation. You will be the one to lead Vishkar into its better, brighter future. They want you to be perfect, Vera. It's a good thing you are. Now that's perfection at work. The story continues in Overwatch.
what a clean fight for Disguised. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get tree down.
Play for point, play for point. Nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Court has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
That's the last time we'll be hearing that show open for a while. Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS. This is the last and final day of Stage 1 playoffs. Here to cover all things NA is the Euro Power Squad, Jack, Johnny, and I, to ensure the most unbiased commentary imaginable. How are we feeling, guys?
NA, I will say it's been more fun. I will say it. Look, Twisted Mind stomping everybody. That's great and all, but these games have been a whole lot closer. So yeah, it's been more fun.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel blessed. I'm so fortunate to be here covering North America because, you know, Twisted Minds, we can all celebrate them, come to major, they're going to be like contend for the title, you know, reigning world champs, all of that. I'm just here for some good Overwatch today, and I'm going to really treat it to some North American Overwatch.
You know, Johnny, I expected you to come into this show open beaming. Like beaming.
I am so excited, Zoe. This region is going to be insane.
Kevster made it. He's going to be on LAN.
Oh,
You'll
that's
see
right.
him again.
That's right.
Kevster on LAN.
Yeah.
The Swedes
Finally.
reunited.
All
Finally.
the Kevster doubters can shut up. Just stop posting on Reddit. It's over. Stop doubting Kevster, the Swedish goat.
Who is posting on
That's
Reddit?
right. That's right. Stop posting on Reddit. Now, let's focus on what went down in the fun region, the NA region. Yesterday, Dallas, of course, qualified already for Japan. They're waiting comfortably, cozy in the grand final. And they are awaiting their opponent. It might be a rematch with SSG, or it could be Team Liquid. They did play each other in the semifinals already on day one, and it was a close series that SSG somehow managed to come back into.
Yeah, it's going to be a repeat, I hope. Map 5, yes, please. It was sick. I think that series was so much fun. It's been fun to see Team Liquid improve too. And Dallas Fuel, hey, losing a map versus SSG yesterday, we got an insane draw as well. Like, this top 3 is crazy. It feels like you could maybe call it early, but you know what? Today, it might just bring us something a little different.
Yeah, I'm so happy for Dallas Fuel because obviously CJ said yesterday that, you know, it felt slighted going into the preseason. Like maybe they were the third, fourth best team in the region, and to come out on top, being the first team that qualified for the major, just has to be such a relief and feels so good for these players who arguably had a pretty tough offseason, you know, putting this team together. And so it all came into fruition. They worked really hard, really motivated, really passionate, and they ended up qualifying for the major. So really happy for all these players.
That's right. So just like a fairly smart person said about 30 seconds ago, stop posting on Reddit. Dallas Fuel did it. It proved the doubters wrong.
The broadcast versus Reddit.
At the top, actually.
We already made a war with the Arisamane subreddit, bro. I mean,
yeah.
It's over for us.
Yeah, and you made the Domina subreddit angry yesterday too. It's
They were
crazy.
pissed.
We're just adding one by one.
That adds to viewership, so you guys are doing the
Sorry.
Lord's work.
Hey,
So
drama.
now-
Embrace
the drama. We're here for it. We're here for it. Viewership is popping off right now. Go Overwatch. Also, go SSG and Team Liquid. The rematch coming up first here for all the marbles. The winner will be punching their ticket to Japan. Loser is out with a teeny tiny bit of pocket money, but a lot of disappointment heading into Stage 2. Now, Dallas, of course, is the favorite to win it all. They had a really, really great stage, regular season. So yeah, they're the team to beat for now.
For now, until we reach international competition. We'll see. I think it's really exciting to see these top 3 teams. And I don't know about you, Johnny, but coming into the season, into the stage, like, did you see this? Did you peer into your wizard orb and see this kind of outcome here? Dallas Fuel, SSG, and TL.
Johnny DeWise.
I don't know if you trust my orbs. Like, they're just not. They're not the best ones around. Like, sometimes they're correct. Sometimes I can prophesize the future, but not always. So, like, yeah, they were kind of like, yeah, SSG, really good team. they're probably gonna make the major, but you never know. Like, the orbs don't have to be correct, so I wouldn't trust my orbs draws. I will say this: I'm like nervous on behalf of the players. It's
nervous.
kind of like the pink elephant in your mind. She's like, no, I'm not nervous. What do you mean? Like, it's just another game of Overwatch. Like, you know, I've played Overwatch maps like thousands of times, and it's just another series of those, right? So what's to be nervous about? It's like, you can't calm yourself down for a series like this, because you're playing each other like two really good teams, and a major ticket is on the line. There's no way to calm yourself down. And so I'm nervous on behalf of the players for this one.
Those are veteran players. Also, I feel like because they played such close matches where they found themselves on the back foot, like they were down 1-2 against Team Liquid in the semifinals, right? And they somehow brought it back. And they keep on like losing maps they shouldn't be losing, but they somehow find the tenacity, the grit, the composure to bring themselves back into the game. And I think that should make people actually really, really confident looking at the SSG roster heading into today's match.
Yeah, I think with how their series versus Dallas Fuel went, it feels like if we do see this in the finals, it's going to be a whole lot closer, because that series, especially going to maps like Atlas, SSG have to kind of read on Dallas in a lot of these situations. So I think their bans are going to be a lot more targeted, a lot tighter as well going into that series. So overcoming Liquid's going to be the biggest first hurdle, obviously. But yeah, I mean, SSG, they look very
Christopher said it himself. They're gonna like overanalyze everything, like the matches, right? And just like, oh, we're gonna overanalyze, like, oh, what do we do? Like, they picked this hero for like 15 seconds. Like, how do we prepare? So I don't want to overanalyze myself going into this one. It's just like, these teams, they know each other so well from scrims, and now they've played each other so many different times. It's like, you know, they're in like the 7th circle of the Mind Temple. It's just like so deep right now. They're so familiar with each other that honestly, I can't quite predict what compositions and heroes we're going to see in this one. Because they obviously have a read on what the opponent is going to do, so like maybe they'll roll out a spawn with like a surprise pick here and there to try to just get the slightest of counterwatch upper hand in this one. And so it's just going to be a roller coaster. I'm not going to overanalyze this one. I'm just going to enjoy it.
Yeah. Just sit back, enjoy, and see what the teams have in store for us. Neither team is shying away from making adjustments and adaptations within the game, rolling out with some more unusual compositions either, right? So I'm excited to see what they got for us. But for Team Liquid, what a Cinderella story this will be. They started the season off slow. They had the odds stacked up against them, having to implement a new player into the backline, replacing one of their most important pieces in their roster, right?
Yeah.
And it's someone who plays on ping and plays off-road. Escanor held their own, the team came together, they found their identity throughout the last 3 weeks. They had to find what works for them in the meta. And I mean, you know, players like Infected, they also like to just play to their comfort zone, whether or not it is meta. So I think this team already should be very, very proud of where they ended up, given where they started, and we expect a very close series. Honestly, it could be a 50-50 here. I'm going to give this one to SSG. I think they're going to come out on top. They probably overanalyzed their initial series against them and came in with such a clean game plan that they're going to take it today.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. If we're doing Preds, like SSG for me, for sure. I think Team Liquid, yeah, they've looked a lot better. They had the kind of stint with Kaluge coming in as well. It's been away from the game a little bit. He's still a very, very good player, but having Infected and, yeah, playing a little bit more comfort is been working out super well for them. It'll be a really interesting finals, actually, if Team Liquid end up winning here, but I just give SSG the W. I think the way they performed against Dallas yesterday was good, despite the loss.
Yeah, so do I. I'm going with SSG in this one, and I know we went to 5 maps last time around. It felt like Team Liquid really had to fight with, you know, tooth and nail to get to those 5 maps to begin with, winning the Gibraltar, clutching out on Blizzard World. And so I'm going with SSG in this one. I think they're the favorites. If Team Liquid win today, they would have to put up a heroic performance, unlike any other we've seen from these players in their careers. And so that'd be really impressive, but I got SSG for this one.
Yeah, a lot was on the back of Zero and Tree, the damage duo. In general, this is going to be a high-octane damage duo off between those two teams. It's going to be a good one for sure. So let's strap in for our first match of the day in NA. Guys, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zoe. I can't wait. Really quick intro, just get into the games, just what I like to see. Busan the choice, no Li Zheng Tower. We're so back, Johnny. We're so back.
Friday.
And then Lucio, BAMCL. Gonna force Junior break.
Yeah, so I think the reason that SSG are picking Busan here is because they want to shy away from all the Pharah stuff we could see from Zero. on a map like the entire way, right? Because SG, they want to play to the strengths of the D.Va, so Sugar Free can play the Tracer. And I think like Busan is just like more of a neutral map in that regard. And obviously you can throw out the Wrecking Ball ban to prevent Infected from going any kind of like wonky Wu-Yang Kiri Wrecking Ball strats like that. And so with this one, Space Station are kind of accepting like, yeah, we're gonna play Juno Brig. That's fine with us. We beat you on Busan on Friday, and so we'll just run it back.
I'm hoping for a little bit of scrappiness, Johnny. I'm going to be honest. Just get down and dirty.
Ride.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's going to look like the streets of LA. Bumpy. Very bumpy. Full of potholes.
The asphalt, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not great.
What else would I be
Good
referring
suspension.
to? There's not like a bunch of speed humps everywhere. Like everywhere. Too many potholes is what I'm saying. I will be complaining. I drive every day. All right, Infected running on the D.Va. I like this, man. I think with Hawk, though, I would put Hawk's D.Va over Infected right now. If we were making a tier list, like straight up, I'd definitely put Hawks up there. But Infected, you know he's going to be practicing on these off tanks, knowing how important it is, especially for a map like Control.
Yeah, we have to give some credit to Infected. He brought out the D.Va on Gibraltar in the last series on Friday. And he did a good job, that time combining with Zero on the Vendetta. Zero this time on the Tracer as Escanor gets picked out of the sky. And this is what's going to happen, Jaws. The Tracer and D.Va combining, trying to get to these backlines.
Yeah, I mean, it's Tracer and then Big Tracer, basically, kind of comboing up. And this is the thing with Hawk's D.Va too. He is very aggressive. And compared to Infected, you're expecting a tank that kind of mains off tanks, D.Va, etc., to be way more out there in terms of just thrusting back into the back line. And then Infected, who is more experienced on main tanks, to be a little bit more passive. And I think we just saw it there.
Yeah, but it's also not about utilizing resources before these fights kick off, right? And so you see Infected, you know, using the boosters to try to get some of these places. As Hawk is setting up for another dive here with Sugar Free. Recall Force, though. We'll buy some time for Liquid here. Hawk is so good at saving all of these abilities and saving those boosters, the Matrix, before these fights.
Hawk's behind him already. Spots Escanor. Good whip shot, though, coming from Vega. Sugar Free waiting in the wings. Doesn't find an avenue of ingress, sadly, into that one. But Hawk again. Just good D.Va players. They are not leaving their thrusters on cooldown for more than a second. Like every single time that's on off cooldown or off cooldown. Yeah, off cooldown, they're going in. Hawk closing in on the self-destruct as well. Space Station, Johnny, they're at 55% already. Liquid have not managed to find a good pick. There's one eventually there as Escanor takes down Lethal, but the rally's going to get popped. In fact, double rally as Avril's on the back of the point. Not a place you want to be against a team that's got a lot of boops. A post bomb from Sugar Free is going to settle the score as Team Liquid lose both their DPS and their tank. As Space Station Gaming looking to finish this one 100-0.
Yeah, Space Station in control right now. They're just trading back and forth. You know, one player goes down, they pop the rally, and they're trading ultimates back and forth. So 80% right now. And they're still going to have that orbital ray. Lethal will have this override as well, and he'll have all of this space in the sky to operate with as Liquid try to move around the corner here to get some space. Zero will have to get this point touch, Jaws.
Walk's already in. Oh, well, override protocol. Oh, no thrusters to eat some of these shots up, but it's all good. Lethal just mogs tree in the skybox. And now to the point, does Space Station descend? Infected already low, self-destruct, a little nade. They're chasing that baby D.Va down. Doesn't matter where she goes. Orbital ray on the point as Space Station Gaming look just too good. Too easy. This round, 100-0 on board. This is a touch. Oh, one final one at the very end. As Tree pops out on Widow. Okay, you know what? Give it to him, son. No, not quite.
Those are some tough sidelines right there, because you get one or two shots off, and SSG are like, okay, we're going to hide. We will play around the walls, and you can't shoot at us anymore. And I think you saw just what a difference maker this was here. You know, Hawk and Sugar Free just amazing on the D.Va Tracer. This is kind of what I expected them to play yesterday against Dallas Fuel, right? Because, like, this is SSG at their absolute best. You're showing what they're capable of, and Team Liquid just enabled to set up these dives.
Wait a second.
It's brutal.
There was a single kill. That was the only kill, the Escanor kill onto Lethal, with Tree with the assist.
I mean, I'm so impressed with SSG. The way they just play that. Like, so calm, composed, set up the dives. It's beautiful. Beautiful Overwatch.
Beautiful Overwatch. All right. Different look. Okay. This is where you're more comfortable if you're infecting Team Liquid. Juno Brick still, but this time with Orisa.
And this is a slight adjustment from Friday's match, where Space Station will play the Zarya and the Vendetta instead. Whereas before it was an Orisa mirror. So Tree will actually find the first pick here on Sugar Free. And I'm not sure if I love this Vendetta switch here, Jaws. I'd say that I cannot try to stick to the Tracer as much as possible. I guess SSG yesterday, they struggled on this map against Dallas Fuel, so maybe feeling like they're a little bit uncomfortable on this round.
Apparently it just doesn't matter. The backline for TL is already dead. Infected, running for the health packs is only source of sustain on the Orisa now. And they're just going to chase him down. Yeah, but super dead. Could be more dead. Well, unfortunately now they are stuck in this low ground, but it's fairly easy rotation here for SSG, who have got the cap already.
Infected. Looking up the Mauga here. Obviously, Orisa is a very tough hero to play into this area. And Liquid, they've played a certain amount of Mauga so far this tournament.
Wow, Tree just got deleted. I'm assuming that was some pulsar torpedoes mixed in with the sugar freeze damage. Escanol really low as well. It's just too easy for Lenny. He gets cleaned up already, but the Malkajohnny against the Zarya, I mean, what are the odds this succeeds here? It's just a rough matchup. Bro's just a giant slab of meat, and he's just getting perma-shot. It's so tough.
Okay. Yeah, it is tough. But you kind of have to take it one step at a time here, and I feel like Liquid, they just haven't been in their group so far. Like, we had a big brawl on the point there. I think they want to fight for this high ground up here. Maybe utilize one of their Maga cooldowns here, recover, wait for a little bit, set a position, and then go again for the point touch. Gotta watch out for these ults, though.
A cardiac overdrive pop there to get through the choke. Managed to cover a little bit of ground, but Hawk just ignores the Malga completely.
Oh,
and
no.
just starts right-clicking
You
down
don't want to
choke.
see that.
No, no, you don't. They're going to try and go for a different play here. Looks like a down lower right, but the Graviton Surge is good. It's just perfect. Pulse Bomb on the back of Vega as he hits the rally. Points gone. Space Station don't care. It's all good. Just win the fight. Recap. Man, this... I don't know how to describe this, Johnny. Let me get the Theosaurus out real quick. But I'm going to look up the word slaughter and go from there, because 72-10 right now is Space Station. Only use a grab in that fight. And a pulse, sorry.
Yeah, based on how this match has started, we might need to bring out some synonyms.
Yeah,
so we can't keep repeating ourselves, so you stay on that. As I observe the fact that SSG still have double support ultimates, and are probably going to be pretty happy pushing into this one. Tree, though, turn things around there with the override.
Oh, the orbital raid is really good, though. The rally, too, is going to push Tree all the way back and Infected as well, using that dash away. 99% for Escanor here. They could use the raid to get out of the choke point, but it's going to be really tough. All the spam damage on it. It's going to be really hard to deal with. There it is. There's the orbital ray. Hawk eventually slain. Okay, finally we killed him. And we should be able to clean up too. Okay, point is going to get capped in the middle of this fight. But still, I mean, it's control, right? It's a control moment. They have 99%. You've only really started accruing percentage, and they can come back in with a grav maybe, pulse bomb, and hopefully hit the backline again.
Yeah, now if you're the Team Liquid in-game leader, you're like, what do we do here? How do we make sure we get a fight win here? This is a tough spot to be in. Infected has this cage fight. You can't really build any ultimates here because you're so far away from this rally even. Kind of just have to go for a proactive play and hope it works out here.
Oh, that was on the shield.
Scary.
Really scary. Uh-oh, and it's Mauga time. Goodbye, Hawk. Okay, reset team. That's the best use of that ult, really. I mean, just trapping the Zarya in after she uses one bubble, and then they only have to deal with the next one, and then you're good.
Honestly, that was kind of the scary fight, right, Jaws? Because now you're, one, maybe two away, probably two away. But, like, you're getting to start building some of these ultimates again, and you're building some of that confidence as well after starting out rough so far this series. And so Team Liquid, let's see how they approach this next one. Vega is closing in on that rally. Might be Embrace here, see if they can get some kind of opening pick here. Tree probably deals a ton of damage in these very narrow areas with grenades.
Oh, 100%. Lobbing them, basically. Oh, the pulse is so good. That was very close to a double, actually, from Zera. Luckily, UV used that little speed up there and jumped out of the way. Final fight coming up to
back
TL,
in this round. 86% there, Jaws.
They're going to come out of high ground this time around. Tepzone away from the grab. They just got the rally. There's going to be a rally of versus a Ray here. As Tree from downtown rips the ult. The override's doing a fair amount of damage on the people that are trying to get on choke. He snipes UV as well. Admiral dangerously low. No backup either. Point gets flipped. Here's the rally now. Hawk going for a stomp with the backline. Actually just goes towards the point. A perfectly timed bubble as well to save Sugar Free. And the grab is golden from Hawk. Hits 3. Infected jumps in. Escanor uses the ray, but Infected can't even get bathed in its glorious light to get healed. And now Hawk's going to sit on the point with 80 plus energy. Team Liquid found a way back into the fight, but SSG tore up the map, and they just might take this one. It's going to be another chance from Zera, but he cannot get back in time. SSG taking to the brink there, 100 to 99 on that final round, but they still find the first map.
Yeah, but Liquid teased us a little bit there. They're like, yeah, we're not going to get dominated on Busan. We're actually going to win a couple of team fights here, and they did it in spectacular fashion with a single cage fight, single pulse bomb. But at the end of the day, the deficit was just too much to make the comeback happen. Hawk, 20-2. Really comfortable on the Zarya and the D.Va in the round prior here as well. I do like, though, that Liquid, they showed some fighting spirit towards the end there. They're showing that they're going to put up a fight here against SSG.
Yeah, incredible. Considering how first round went as well. Tree was positive there, 11-7. Okay, yeah, some life in them. I was feeling a bit nervous, honestly, after that first one. 100-0 didn't really look like SSG even broke a sweat. But Team Liquid got some bite to them.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I'd love to go back, just like in the replay viewer, and see, why Tree was so far away with the override in that final fight. Because I feel like, they have a rally, they have the override protocol as well, and then Tree is just like in Narnia when he pops it. And look, these are the best players in the world. There was a good reason why he found himself in that position, but I couldn't quite understand the pre-fight condition, like why he was over in that position. So that is one of those fights you're kind of kicking yourself, like, I wonder if we take that fight slightly differently, we have a good chance of winning it, especially because SSG were forced to push out a narrow corridor like they did.
Chat predictors feeling pretty good about themselves, I'd imagine. 78% voting for SSG. TL with 22% of the vote. A lot of points on the line there. What's that, like 18 million channel points? God damn. That's a lot.
That's a lot of channel points.
That's a lot of channel points, man.
Who
a lot
are
of people
these
voting.
rich people?
I don't know. There's some long-standing Overwatch League fans, I imagine, that have racked up some points from the old days. Yeah, a lot of people dropping 250k on SSG. Yeah, okay. Map number 2, Johnny. TL still with a little bit of life in them here. Their last series, like we mentioned before, in that upper bracket, they went to all the way to 5 maps. Are we going to see the same type of vibe? I mean, 5 maps again, same maps maybe? They just want some sweet revenge?
Yeah, this is where the overanalyze comes into play.
Okay.
Because you're probably feeling like, Gibraltar was amazing for us last time around. Why don't we just go back to Gibraltar, right? But the problem is that now Space Station knows that they're going to bring that aggression, right?
Yes.
And so they're going to go to Blizzard World, which, in fact, they went to Blizzard World. It's their second map choice in Friday series as well. So, again, no changes so far in terms of how this series is being picked. But this Blizzard World on Friday, it was a pretty close one, Jaws. Remember that Team Liquid, they had to capture the first point in overtime, and then Zero clutched up on the Tracer as well after Escano got solo grabbed. And so Team Liquid, they're going back to Blizzard World here. It's a really close map just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I love a little Blizzard World. It's been so many insane second point moments on Blizzard World. A Lari ban for SSG. TL come in with the D.Va ban. Okay, had enough of Hawk. They were like, get that man right there. Take his jacket.
Get him out.
Get him out of here.
Get him out. So we actually see a small adjustment here, Jaws. A tiny adjustment. SSG banning away Lari with their second ban instead of Juno. Because again, I think SSG, they want to get rid of this Juno brig. That is the big difference for these backlines. Team Liquid, as of late, they favor the Juno brig compositions, and SSG are like, why don't we just play Lucio Kiri, right? The thing was, on Blizzard World on Friday, Team Liquid, they brought out the Lari. They're really good at that composition. SSG said, we're fine with the Juno brig. Just please don't play Lari.
Yeah, the Alari is so annoying, especially on when you're fighting it onto the defense. Oh, that's where the crows are. They're up in the church, Johnny. You see that? They're up on the big church. Or like cathedral. I guess it's not a church. Dude, mystery solved. Yeah, the Alari is so annoying to fight into as the offense. Because the amount of spam is kind of insane. You're almost forced to actually just take the Mega and then, go for the wrap, right? Infected coming out on the Orisa. No shock as we see Hawk D.Va banned, which means Zarya.
This is so scary, though. Every time I pick Orisa on defense, I'm like, yeah, they're going to roll it with Zarya. Yeah, we're actually going to play Orisa and Zarya. We're fine with this. We're going to tactically, you know, shift the way we play positionally, the way we help out Infected in a matchup like this. And so they're just going to take the classically inferior Orisa versus Zarya matchup and just play differently around this matchup.
Yeah, just put Lethal on a good angle here so we can kind of shoot on that high ground, also just kind of shoot Infected in the head. Orisa sadly suffering from giant head hitbox. So it's not the greatest thing as a tank player, I'll be honest. Hawk going super low already, wow. They got to clear Zera out at some point. Looks like the Lucio is going to do that, but a little bit more smooth is Zera on the movement. Ends up getting away. Oh, don't let him one-clip Lethal, surely.
Good poke here.
Yeah, they got snacks. This snacks control is kind of ridiculous, actually. Yeah, Lethal forced a recall. Zera forced a recall there, too. Being in snacks is so tough for Infected because you cannot really stand on the point. There's just so many angles. They flipped the map completely, and Vega is just fallen over, facing the dirt. And this is just a disastrous for Team Liquid. They managed to, they pushed Lethal off the high ground, sure, but Hawk is still alive at 100 energy, has supports at his back too. Seeing a fair bit of pain. Oh, the pulse on the floor. Wow, that actually killed Hawk. Can't believe that. Team Liquid clutch up. 64%. They almost managed to get 2 ticks there, did Space Station.
I mean, I think Zero had a bit of a crazy performance on the Tracer leader to kind of secure that fight. Because like you said, it looked like that was SG's fight to win. They rotated, they took the high ground away from them. They got the opening pick onto Vega. But then Zero on the Tracer came back, got a couple of picks himself. Team Liquid having drained 2 minutes on that timer. Crucial on a map like this. The defense has dominated as Crucible.
All right, Ultraviolet popping the rush from the point. Infected knows he's not welcome there anymore. Only hold on for a certain amount of time though, Johnny, and they're trying to really hammer this home. Lethal over the top, snipes Tree. Once again, kind of mogging him in the sky and in the ult duel. Infected does end up killing Hawk, but this orbital ray is tough to deal with. And late ray for Team Liquid is they only give up another tick. You'll take that any day of the week. It's a really nice defensive hold right now, and they've still got a rush to work with.
Yeah, SSG, they go for a bit of a play. Again, they find the opening picks. It kind of felt like that's how they played yesterday, right? Against Dallas Fuel. It's just like, yeah, we're going to go for these hard engages. We're going to get some opening picks, but you leave yourself vulnerable to getting traded back and forth. And Team Liquid, they're just coming out on top right now with these trades. That means 3 minutes is off the time back here. Hawk still has the Graviton Surge. It can be quite difficult to get value out of this one.
There's no massive defensive ultimate though, Johnny. That's going to be the big problem. Well, here comes the sound barrier from SSG. Ready, putting pedal to the metal now. Graviton Surge from Hawk on the high ground. Hawk and Abra kill one each. Infected does end up getting you. Ultraviolet, of course. And with Infected still alive, you got to deal with him at some point. There we go. Okay, Hawk cycling the bubbles well. Keeping Lethal alive up on the high ground. Zera, I believe, was trying to contest the M-Ray up on height, but wasn't successful to any stretch of the imagination. 3 minutes in the time bank for SSG as they cap first.
Yeah, but there's a lot of time drained off this time bank. And going into this second point, which can be so difficult to convert on. Space Station has left themselves no room here for error. Going to start poking quite a bit, but Team Liquid, obviously, they get the opportunity to set up their defense accordingly. Now, they wasted a couple of big ultimates there. Vega, for example, no Kitsune Rush available here. Escanor still building that orbital ray. So this is where you need a big-time player like Sugar-Free Lethal to come up with a pick for the offense.
Yeah, Sugar-Free's 10% away from that pulse. Oh, Hawk's got to be careful. 1 second till the bubble. Oh my goodness, went sub 100 HP. And now Infected's on the run. Okay, that was on a knife's edge there between the two tanks. If Hawk didn't have a bubble like a second sooner, he would have died. Or a second later, sorry, he would have died. Oh, Escanor's in trouble.
And it's Susu as well. This is a great Susu to keep Hawk alive there. Still don't have any real positioning on this one. But SG have ultimates to play with here as well. They only need 1 fight win to cap out this second point. Lethal should come in big time clutch here. The Emery.
Sugar-Free's out, getting chased by Zera. Here comes the rush. Infected is taking so much damage. Orbital Ray, though, is going to be good to heal him back up again. Hawk's running out of bubbles and mispositions in the front line. Thinking maybe he can get the kill on Infected, but looking as lost as Snillo in the woods. Space Station Gaming going to lose this fight. Team Liquid, they are in such good stead. That was only an orbital ray used, and they still have their DPS ults.
Yeah, there's a lot of ultimates on either side, though. So Team Liquid, obviously, They have the positional advantage here, and they, because of that economical fight, they have so many ultimates to play with. But SSG, they're no slouches as well. They have this sound barrier to play with, which is one of the most powerful ultimates in the game here. It's going to aid them as they try to push this high ground, surely. Try to utilize the overhead to their advantage as...
Oh, wow. Tree's already dead.
Down early again. Sugarfree has been on fire so far.
Dude, it's an absolute beast. It's been looking really good all stage, I'm going to be honest. But that's not much of a surprise. Like, it's Sugarfree. I'm not sure there's ever been a moment where he's looked quiet, despite how well his team is doing or how well they're not doing. 40 seconds to go. As Space Station Gaming, they have to deal with Zera, but he's already been sniffed out. A touch does end up coming in eventually, and here comes Tree out of the spawn, but shut down. Tree has not had a successful override ever, I don't think, on this map, and the very, like, Six is getting owned. It's been such a rough play for the Emre so far for Team Liquid. Even on the last map, too, thinking of Busan. When was the last time we saw Tree have, like, a very high-impact ult? Space Station Gaming are shutting him down.
This is what I talked about pre-game, Jaws. It felt like on Friday, a lot of things went Team Liquid's way. They were able to clutch out some of these fights. But this time, it felt like Space Station, they're just one step ahead. They're the ones to open up some of these fights with the first pick. And that is just making sure this payload is moving forward.
Bubble Tree. Yeah, doesn't want to mess around. Save the recall, though. Threatening this off angle, too. Kind of jiggle peek in the corner currently on the Tracer. That's a recall, though. Terror Surge. Wow, that was an instant pop. Infected kind of scared to kind of stay around. The grab, again, is just so good from Hawk. Sacrifices his own life, of course, but that's fine. Both supports go down for Team Liquid and Space Station Gaming. They've got to sustain to win this fight for sure. Tree up on the high ground, but once again, shut down by Lethal, who's now on a 10-player streak.
And this is looking like Space Station are on the way to completing the map here. They still have this override protocol. Kitsune Rush in hand as well. Team Liquid, they just haven't been able to find some ultimate value. And Lethal is going for it.
Yep, over the top. And Team Liquid have to respect this. It's just too much damage in these small corridors. These choke points are horrible. Not even quite out of, but like, it's ridiculous. Rush is going to come through as well. They're already trapped in the spawn as Hawk is just spear spinning the supports away. Skewers Escanor to the wall, put his head on a stake. 15 seconds to go with Space Station Gaming. Like you said, Johnny, have a perfect layering of ults. And look at that. They even had a sound barrier as well, just in case. The emergency beat not even required for SSG to complete there. What a round. What a push on that last one. 13 seconds in the time bank.
Wow, look at those stats. 3, 8, and 5 so far. Like you said, Jaws, haven't had the same level of impact that we've seen from them historically. It really feels like it's SSG stay Lethal, 21 and 4. Sugarfree, 22 and 1. And obviously, you know, the stats are going to look better, even though you got better ultimate use, you get more value from your ultimates, you win some of these fights on offense. So the scoreboard is always going to reflect that, right? But I still think as we look at some of these fights, it really feels like the damage duo on behalf of Space Station combining well with Hawk as the Zarya player. And they're the ones who are difference makers into this series.
Call him a sapling right now, the way he's playing. I mean, it's been really rough.
All right, I got something. I'm going to pick with you, Jaws.
Okay, what's up?
We're 1.5 map into the series.
Yeah.
On this good Championship Sunday.
Yeah.
And you've already said twice that the Emre is mogging the other Emre during the
That's fine. He was mogging him. That's
okay,
like,
but
was
2
that
is
fact?
your limit. That's your daily
okay.
limit.
I won't say mogging.
more.
Okay, I won't say the word mog again.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, good
jeez.
This is just feedback.
This guy's just word checking me like mid broadcast. He's word checking me. Okay. You know what? That's fine.
Now you're gonna get it in your head, and it's like, oh, you're gonna.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be able to stop thinking about it now. God damn it, Johnny.
All right, I can't think about it anyway.
They're gonna TP out. No Symmetra here. Yeah, Sugarfree, by the way, 22 and 1 as well after that round. Ridiculous.
Yeah,
we'll see if Infected can come up big on the Orisa. Much better at anchoring though on this corner. Oh, they just.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. I'm telling you. There is some sort of, no pun intended, she's not in the lobby right now, but there's a vendetta against, oh, he just switched to vendetta. Okay, well, there's some sort of like kill contract or hit on Tree's head. With the amount of work he's been doing over the course of the playoffs, that's honestly no surprise. Tree has been the main carry for Team Liquid over the last couple of days, and Space Station Gaming know it.
Do you think they're genuinely just like, yeah, if we kill Tree, we win the game? Like, obviously, these players are, you know, so good that they don't necessarily target players like that. But hey, you know, if the enemy player is carrying like Tree usually does, then might as well put in a little bit of extra bullets in there.
Oh, Lethal so close to this ult already. And Tree's dead again. Like,
you're kidding me.
Yeah, you just can't make it up. You just can't make it up. Escanor's super low too. He's got AoE like aura healing from Lucio, but I mean, Sugarfree's just hanging around, pounding down the backline, who was preoccupied in trying to save themselves. Couldn't heal Infected.
I feel like Sugarfree's got aura right now.
Yeah.
He's just on one. It's just one of these classic Sugarfree series. He's just dominating the lobby. Like, this is ridiculous. This is a match for a spot at the major in Japan, and Sugarfree has just taken over the lobby. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's worth reiterating those stakes, right? Winner here goes to Grand Finals in North America Stage 1, but also locks in the ticket to the Japan LAN. Like, it's a ridiculous amount of pressure for Team Liquid to be under right now, being a map down and honestly struggling, like we've been mentioning. Rush for Ultraviolet. They got double DPS ult. Space Station Gaming looking really clean. Okay, so both Team Liquid supports also have ults coming up. Escanor just under here. Vega's a couple of percentage points off, so they're going to be able to walk in. We see Space Station want to go first. Looks like Lethal straight over the top once again. Zera forces the TP, and here comes the beat to waylay. There's damage coming out from Lethal. Hawk eventually ends up getting cut down. As now Team Liquid in a good spot. The sound barrier is good. They use both support ultimates there, whilst SSG only use their override. They're going to try and rush onto the point. Infected, Spear spinning, Terror Surge, but the beat is going to be good. There's 4 players on the point right now. High Noon Pop. There's a post spawn on the back of Lethal, and the DPS bringing up the rear here for Team Liquid. Zera and Tree securing the points and getting the payload going.
That fight win has to feel good. Obviously, a lot of work to do yet, with Space Station finishing the map with 13 seconds in the time bank, but that would have just been mental boomage if you happen to lose a fight like that. You invested all of your ultimates, you started capturing the objective, and then Space Station had a great opportunity with double support ultimate to come back and contest the point as well. But Team Liquid, they finished off the first capture point. That's great news for them here, but they had to use a lot of ultimates. So while we're looking at a 3-minute time bank here, still need a little bit something. Display of mechanical skill. Try and open up the second point.
There's no way Hawk's going to eat this, surely. I mean, Sugarfree has got pulse, so you could go for something quite crazy. Got to be scared of the spear spin. However, can eat the grab. Oh, nice spear.
Sugarfree is lurking with the pulse bomb. But I guess you're scared of Escanor Susu, and so yeah, don't want to invest too much in 2 ultimates like that.
Yeah, they got control of the tank currently. Hawk just making sure he's not evicted by Infected. Still looking for an opportunity to use the grab, but here comes the real problem. Actually, kind of getting through this choke point here is going to be so difficult. Sees Tree once again, takes a couple of right clicks as he peeks his little head out, and now Infected very far away from the team, so this is a perfect grab opportunity. Right on top of Escanor, and there's no beat, there's no nothing there. An instant Suzu comes out, Johnny, but it's not enough to help them survive.
Yeah, it just felt like it was a matter of time, right? Because obviously, Team Liquid, they know that Graviton Surge is coming their way. They played really scared, intimidated. They did get some card push, though, so not everything is lost. Space Station here. Good move here. Spamming in the spawn for Team Liquid, making it really difficult for them to get out in the first place. And Zera's going to try to take this off angle, but Sugarfree and Admiral, they're aiding each other, trying to shut down Liquid. It's so aggressive.
Yeah, they are. And if Lethal's in such a good spot as well. They've already got Infected with that pulse. And it's just cleanup. I love the aggressive play. Force them into the mega health pack room, and then Lethal is just shooting the heavy shots directly at 5 people. A nice team kill from SSG.
And this is the sign of a fantastic team, Jaws. When you're able to take these unorthodox positions here, you're willing to fight in places that you wouldn't typically. You still just trust your players, their skill in Overwatch to execute flawlessly.
They're just permanently pushing. They drop the beat and the high noon to try and win this fight. Vega almost ends up going down, but it's UV and Lethal that end up falling. It will be a minute left for Team Liquid, but because they took the fight so close, Johnny, like, they're good for another one. However, there are 2 players from SSG right now currently behind Team Liquid.
That's free positioning for the next one. You got 3 angles going into the next one, Jaws. I think Team Liquid are quite worried here because they got people to worry about, you know, behind them. Well, they have to keep looking forward as well. Space Station need to get this Graviton Surge here.
Yeah, I mean, this rush is going to help in their endeavors of pushing this point in. Nice little teleport, but here comes the beats. Graviton Surge up in 1%. Terror Surge does a lot of damage to Hawk, and he needs help. Oh, and he whips the grab too. Completely whiffs it on Infected. Bought him some space, I guess. Zoning grab, I suppose, to be generous to Hawk there. SSG still control this fight and control the point in a 4v4, and their spawns are good.
But if SSG could just hold there for a minute, wait for spawners to get back, could wrap around to the high ground here. Sugar Free baiting no Suso here. Opportunity for a post bomb.
Yes, sir. Spear spin used to get onto the point as well. OT's going to be here, and Tree taking the high ground. Clicking some heads, but Sugar Free's going to make sure he's kept in at least a little bit of check. Good damage from Tree. Someone's going to need to stop him, and that's going to be the call. Lethal and Sugar Free jumping up into the high ground and killing the Cassidy. Infected deploys the barrier here, but it's just Hawk running through it, ignoring the Orisa completely, and just choosing to finish everybody else off. And now the Override Protocol ripped from Lethal, as overtime will take down SSG on match point.
And finally, SSG looking like they're just going to close this series out in very quick fashion. A team that has struggled so far in stage 1 to be consistent, to not drop these kind of maps, right? But here up 2-0, dominant fashion, Sugar Free is firing on all cylinders. And so far, it's been very one-sided.
He's just crushing. 38-3 at the end of it. Look at Lethal too, 37-6. Everybody from SSG just on another level currently. Surely it's not a 3-0. Team Liquid have got to pull someone out of the bag here. It's been a really rough series so far for Tree. He's been shut down. I mean, look at their attacks, man. Like, what's that, twice in a row he got picked first?
Yeah, but like, honestly, you see that SSG are targeting him somewhat. When he was casting on the high ground there in that very final fight, questionably, maybe a little bit too exposed, especially with what SSG has done so far, with the amount of pressure they've been put on SSG. You kind of want Tree to play with the supports, perhaps just know that that pressure is coming. But still, this is like a tactical adaptation that Liquid has to do now. It's just like, okay, well, you know, Tree is getting first picked all the time here. Not necessarily his fault, because there's so many bullets coming his way, but how can we shift our playstyle? How can we shift our positioning, the way we take care of each other, to just try to aid or carry his game player?
But they're going to have to come up with something cheeky in the next map. Get Tree a little bit more space, you know what I'm saying? Just get him out there. He's been focused. But we'll see if Team Liquid can make this another map 5 like they've already had against SSG in the playoffs so far. Don't forget too, there is some drops available right now. If you're tuning in, you're already earning them. That's the OWCS drops, as well as some competitive point drops as well. You can earn yourself some Winston skins, a couple of loot boxes in there, as well as the Esports branded loot box, which is kind of sick. Yeah, as we look towards the next match, Johnny, how you feel?
You gotta correct your account. You gotta correct your account.
Sorry.
Because
you gotta connect your account.
You gotta connect your account, because if one of you people at me on Twitter and you're like, I didn't get my drops because I didn't connect my account, I'm gonna be so sad. And so this one, shout out to like the 2 people in chat who didn't connect your Valorant account.
Connect it right now. Connect it. You gotta do it. Listen to Johnny. Atlas now for Team Liquid. Okay, so we're going to a flashpoint now.
This is quite interesting, no? I would have expected them to pick Gibraltar, because they beat SSG on Gibraltar on Friday, and the bans are exactly the same. So Team Liquid, they're thinking better of it instead of going towards Atlas here. Maybe you just want to like ban the Tracer here and like try to force some vendetta. They're going to ban the Zarya actually.
Okay, banning Zarya. I think with how Hawk plays on this map with Zarya, I think there's no surprise. What do you think SSG ban? You got a couple of seconds before Christopher logs in.
I mean, ban out Juno Break.
Yeah.
And then you can just play D.Va, Tracer, lose your carry, and then you're happy. And then maybe Team Liquid, they go Reinhardt. Right, draws? Maybe?
Clueless?
No, that was a bit Tokyo. There's no Ramaka ban.
They're not Kellen.
Yeah.
They're not Kellen, buddy. Sorry about that.
I just wanted to distill some hopium.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a chance. I mean, if we see SSG pick Atlas at some point, or if Atlas comes up, if they win here against the Dallas Fuel, you know Kellen's going to be playing the Rhine again. You know they're going to play the May.
Will they, though? It didn't end too well yesterday, John. It was like...
Nah, it
looked good for the first round. Really good Rhine round. And then it didn't look too pretty the rest of the Atlas.
I mean, it's really not the best pick ever for Ryan, sadly. Or like not the best meta for Ryan, sadly.
There you go.
There's the Juno ban though. Yeah, no Juno Beret.
But if I'm SSG here, Jaws, am I crazy? Am I taking crazy pills, or is SSG not just delighted? They're like, cool, we can play Lucio Kiri.
Yeah,
Eva Tracer. That's
sounds
awesome.
Good. So, yeah, exactly, right? It's like, sounds good to us. I mean, Sugar Free can just go on Tracer again and kill everybody.
Yeah, I do wonder, like on a map like Atlas, maybe Team Liquid are just like, okay, you can have that. You can have those heroes. Maybe we'll put Zero on the Vendetta instead. I think Zero is like a fantastic Vendetta. Arguably like the best Vendetta in the region. He's so good on that hero. Picked it up early. Was spectacular in the bootcamp as well. And so Team Liquid, maybe they're thinking like, okay, we're gonna pick Vendetta here and just chunk away at Hawk. Like the Diva is going down. That means they're gonna surrender the Tracer matchup. But on a map like Atlas, maybe a little bit more difficult for Sugar Free to secure that value.
All right, here it is. Final chance here for Team Liquid. They need a reverse sweep to see themselves in Japan at Tokyo Land coming up. It's next month, Johnny. It's quite soon. It's pretty close. It's pretty insane how far we've come already. Stage 1 kind of disappearing in a blink of an eye. 3 weeks of regular season will do that for you, I suppose.
I can't wait, dude. We need to do an itinerary.
One of those
We've been there, both of us. We were there this year already.
Yeah.
Now we know all the places to go. And we're also taking recommendations. Send us some recommendations, chat. If you know where to go.
I'm just saying, we go to another car meet, baby. Let's go.
Dude, yeah, I was like, Jaws, you went to Japan before me. And I was like, where should I go, Jaws?
Car meet.
And you were like, oh, dude, this is the guy if you want to go ride in a car. And I was
yeah, if you want to ride...
like, I'm in Japan. Like, why do I care about a car meet?
Car culture goes crazy in Japan. Riding some R34s. Yes, sir. Chat's going to pop off about that one.
Guy. Let's go.
Anyway, Team Liquid... okay, Malga gaming for Team Liquid. Infected playing Malga and Hawk playing the Diva. Pretty unfair matchup if they're in a sustained fight. But if Lethal lands a good nade on the backline, Team Liquid are going to be mighty sad.
Yeah, Infected's just going to send it here. They're going to change the way, the dynamic of this fight so far here, Jaws. They're just going to fully send it with the aggression from Zero on the Vendetta and Infected
nice
on this
pick.
Malga.
Really nice pick on Ultraviolet there by Vega. And it does, this comp too, this sustained fights are good for the Malga, but if you pop that Cardiac Overdrive and then jump on the Diva, you got no thrusters, you're not living long if you're Hawk. Vega does end up getting taken down by Sugar Free, point capped here by Team Liquid, but look at the health of Team Liquid right now. Zera and Tree disastrously low. Sugar Free picks up another, that's 2 for the Tracer, as he eventually gets shut down, but still falling apart. The Malga cannot quite scale the high ground as quickly as the Diva can.
Yeah, you're on a bit of a timer here if you're Team Liquid, because Sugar Free is bound to cook. He's bound to come up with those frags necessary to win the team fight. And so Team Liquid really trying to capitalize on the burst from the Cardiac Overdrive of the Malga and Zero on this Vendetta. But if they don't find those picks fast enough, then, you know, Sugar Free's gonna come back to haunt you.
This cage isn't going to get built up quite too quickly either. 40% on it already. Like, okay, that's great, but you are shooting Matrix a lot of the time, which kind of sucks. So the cage is probably not even going to be a factor here if this is going to be final fight, considering how long it takes Team Liquid to engage.
Escanor has this rush.
Yeah, but on the point.
Can we find anything?
Override protocol, bottom lethal already. It's going to stop them from descending on Hawk's mech. It was pretty low. It's Tree in the corner. Vendetta over the top. Zera booped away. Can't find anything. Everybody is just way too quick. Kills Abro in the end, and now Hawk can come in. Was defending that point the whole time. The Vendetta doing a lot of damage to Hawk's mech there, but now 22 HP. Sniped by Lethal, and that'll be first. Point over to SSG with 3, well, almost 4 ults actually to spare. Ultraviolet coming up on this rush.
You're feeling rich right now. You got the first point cap, and you have 4 ultimates to go, going into the second one. We're spoiled with ultimates here. This Team Liquid are still struggling to get back into this series, and Zero, he's getting a couple of picks here and there. He's evening things out, but Space Station in complete control so far. And now they just have to play reactively to Vega Soundbar.
Oh, that stick was unreal. Okay, the beat from Vega was unbelievably timed there. That stick from Sugar Free. Completely denied, sadly. But honestly, Space Station Gaming, they've just got a better beat, Johnny. They can beat later in this fight and now just run Team Liquid down. They're going to be able to hold on here, but Escanor is so low. Forced to teleport already. Sugar Free dancing out of the way of the Vendetta slashes as Tree
So
goes
much
in the
pressure.
override protocol and yeah, just gets pressured out by Hawk. A double kill for the Diva as they once again just run over Team Liquid.
This is so tough for Team Liquid now. Nothing is working for you. And you're grasping at straws at this point. Like, do we go Sojourn? Like, Cassidy is going to be the answer here for Tree. A hero that he's been so good on so far this stage, but a little bit unorthodox. Like, it's hard to take over games on this hero. So yeah, he's going to put some more pressure onto Sugar Free, of course. Try to mitigate that as Zero tries to focus on the picks in the front line. Let's see if this Cassidy pick here can change the way as compositions are playing a bit.
Override protocol for Lethal. Not much really to eat this either, Johnny. There is going to be a cage for Infected here, but I do fear for his life, I'm going to be honest. As soon as that cage gets popped down, Lethal might just jump on in with the ult. Looks like he's going to actually pull that one first. A lot of decent hits there from long range. Self-destruct from Hawk gets the remake. Override protocol not finding too much here as Infected fighting for his life on the point. My goodness. He's trying his heart out there, Johnny. But Sugar Free just ends his life with a pulse bomb. And I hate to break it to the Team Liquid fans out there, that is another point for SSG. They are one away here from locking their ticket to Japan.
And what a relief that would be for the Space Station squad. It's really been battling back and forth so far here in Stage 1. Multiple maps traded back and forth. They haven't found that consistency, but for these players now, Sugar Free, he missed a major last year. Obviously felt real salty about that one, given his talents. Now, like you say, just one control point away. And as I say that, he gets shot in the head by Zero. Or, well, not really, because there's a blade, but still.
You know. He got
Cast the curse, man.
Yeah.
No one's free.
He
No
got
one's
dunked
safe.
on the head. Well, you gotta run. You gotta run. All right, Zera. Starting off the fight pretty well. Okay. Infected on the Orisa. Can do a little bit better than the Malga, methinks here. But again, you not only need a reverse sweep in this map, Johnny, you need a reverse sweep in this series. But despite getting 2 picks early, Space Station still win the fight and get the cap. I mean, come on.
I mean, with the way Space Station are playing this series, Jaws, I'm like, if I'm Dallas Fuel, I'm watching this now, I'm a little worried. I'm like, yeah, I know we beat SSG yesterday, but they are looking very dominant so far. Team Liquid hasn't found a single answer right now that has gotten any kind of momentum going whatsoever. And Space Station, this series could be over before you know it, Jaws.
Yes, sir. With how quickly these points go through, and wow, nothing is, yeah, exactly what I was about to say. Nothing is going their way whatsoever. They have to reset. I mean, look, you're looking at 1.5 fights maybe. Don't get staggered. Oh, Tree dying last.
Just back, just show the back. Just like, yeah, I can't fight back. It's just,
oh, that's tragic. Oh, they're gonna go first again. They're really making a pay for this. Johnny, they're just ending the map here. They're booking their ticket already. Space Station Gaming, they've got to try and push them to their limits, and that's exactly what they're doing. Sound barrier from Vega Renta coming out, but Zera is so low. The touch-ins are coming through for Team Liquid. Terror Surge connects. Vega gets another. CL get the flip. Hawk's going to have to get demegged for them to be in with a chance.
going to be a couple of fairly late picks coming in here. So Team Liquid finally on the board. Did expel some pretty crucial ultimates here, though, and they still only have this Kitsune Rush against Admiral Sound Barrier. How can you find a team fight out of this one? Kind of just have to hope now with Tree over on this Tracer. This very dive-heavy composition from Team Liquid. You just have to go and try and make a play really aggressively. Because if you get forced back here, if the recalls get forced, you can't find any Vendetta frags, it's just over.
Oh, nice little boot. Forces that Suzu really early. Tree now having to deal with this sound barrier to chunk through. And Admiral pushes everybody forwards with that speed boost on the Lucio. Amps it up to big time, and Escanor falls. Tree with a pulse bomb in 10. That could be what swings it in their favor again. But without Escanor, they've got no health.
Oh.
Tree finds the pick onto UV. It's a good start for Team Liquid, but can they actually hold on? They're close to getting the flip here, and they do just that. Infected and Vega are down. They're going to have to go for another retouch here as Zera goes in dangerously low. He falls. Pulse bomb goes out from Tree, but that's all over. Space Station Gaming flattened Team Liquid and booked their ticket to Japan.
Unreal. Unreal. What dominance. Force of nature from this Space Station Gaming team. And there's no 5 maps in the making here, Jaws. It's all dominance. The Space Station Gaming secured their ticket to Japan.
Just barely even 3, it felt like. That was just dominance throughout. Space Station Gaming, top 2 as they move to finals, and yeah, book that ticket to the Champions Clash with the Dallas Fuel.
This was a very different story than what we saw between those two teams going down on day 1 here in the playoffs. It was a close series where SSG found themselves on the back foot really for a lot of it, and they had to claw their way back in. Today, it was rehearsed. They seem to have downloaded everything that Team Liquid is trying to attempt here and had an answer for it. A very, very dominant showing from SSG, which should make everyone very excited for the grand final, because SSG played Dallas Fuel really close yesterday already, so there might be a potential banger in the making for our grand finals, even if it was not the case for the lower bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy performance, and that really puts that tier break between number one and number 2, and then like kind of everybody else. Team Liquid, they just didn't have an answer to Space Station Gaming. Tree was just getting picked on, kind of bullied, and yeah, Zoe, like you said, it felt like they downloaded them completely, because Tree has been the main carry for Team Liquid over the last couple of weeks, and just didn't have a good game.
Yeah, you gotta look at like the small things here for Team Liquid. Obviously, they had a really tough stage ahead of them. Some last-minute roster changes, right? And they did put up some great performances this weekend. You know, on Friday, they brought it real close. Won yesterday against Lunix. So they are the 3rd best team in North America, given really rough circumstances. But Space Station Gaming was just too much. A Space Station Gaming roster that fired on all cylinders. They were just unbeatable. Looked unbeatable in a matchup like this. It's an incredibly impressive series from SSG, and I think they're playing their best Overwatch right now.
I think you're making a great point, though. Definitely a lot of respect onto Team Liquid's name and all the players playing for it, because the odds, as we said, as we were setting up this match, were stacked up against them heading into not just the playoffs, but into the regular season. For them to overcome that and still turn up here and make it all the way to the playoffs and coming in the 3rd best team in the region is still a massive achievement that they can be proud of, and we're definitely very excited to see more of them in stage 2. Now, Dallas Fuel and SSG rematch from what we got to be treated to yesterday in the upper final. This might go the distance. This might be the series.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. Hey, give us another draw. It's 1st to 4 as well, so there's more chances for that. I'm looking forward to how SSG maybe 8 maps. I mean, it's possible, man. It's possible. Book it. Lock it in. Look, Dallas Fuel, they look really good in that SSG game. But SSG, even just looking from that upper finals 2 against Team Liquid, 5 maps, then go into 3 maps, completely destroy Team Liquid. So yeah, it should be closer here. They're going to play. I can imagine they're probably playing a little bit angry too.
Yeah, it goes back to what Lana said earlier, right?
Yeah, let's get a
Any
vibe
given
check
day,
from them. Any given day, indeed. Let's get Christopher in for a little vibe check. He does not look angry. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jack. Christopher,
No.
are you feeling anger? What's the emotional range here today?
No, vibes are immaculate. I believe the kids have been saying this. Yeah, no, happy. You know, avoided getting fired for another season, so you know that's always basically the main goal of the job, isn't it? Is to avoid being fired.
We're all living the same life, don't we?
Yeah.
Christopher, let's talk about this series, though. Obviously, this time around, a much more dominant showing against Team Liquid. Was there anything you were able to take away from the first series and the semifinals that was able to aid you in the dominant performance for today?
I think 100%. I think with hindsight, our draft in the first game was actually pretty terrible. I think we were kind of actually banning them off heroes we, in hindsight, wanted them to play. Like, actually, we spent a lot of time prepping for their Juno Brig comp and then decided to ban it, even though we were winning against it, because that was the logic was, they play that, so ban it. But then upon hindsight, it's actually, no, we were really happy for them to be on that comp as much as possible. I think that was, we had kind of a moment after we won that map 5 against them in that series. It was actually, we really know how to play against this team now. And then we kind of just watched back the comms from that game this morning and then tried to download that mindset. And I thought even from warm up, we were so dialed today. I think Frio was inevitable, actually.
Dude, inevitability. Like you guys just kind of stomped them. I'm gonna be honest. That didn't really feel close at any point there. I do want to ask about the international. Obviously, you booked your tickets. So, who do you want to face? Is there any particular team you want to play against internationally?
VP, our number 1 rivals, 50-50 in scrims every time. So excited to see if we can go one level higher in an official.
I would have thought Dallas Fuel was your number one rival, especially as you're going to face off now in just a matter of minutes here. So, you know, we're going to give you some time to prep for that matchup and everything as well. But, you know, you talked about it on Friday, over there analyzing stuff like that. You played them yesterday. Obviously, you're going to make some big changes coming into the series, I can imagine. Or is it a matter of, like, we don't want to overthink things this time around, just like we play our game?
I think, you know, we have a bit of momentum now after the series that we've played at. I think we need to decide if the comps were the big problem. Obviously, I think we were really need to qualify above all else. You know, as much as we'd like to win, like qualification is like the absolute bare minimum. So we'll see. We've got a few plan Bs. We've got a few ideas. But I think I watched back the series this morning and I felt, we just need to play a bit better and we'll be okay. Let's just play better, I think.
You know, that's some solid coaching strategy advice there. Just be better and win.
Why they pay me the big
Simple
bucks.
as that. Exactly. Christopher, I'll let you get to it and lock in for the grand final. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat and best of luck.
Thank you.
Always great to hear from Christopher. They came to play today, a very dominant showing in their warm-up match, if you will, against Team Liquid. And now the big boss, now it's Dallas Fuel again after they just played them yesterday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I really do hope it's going to go the distance. They've had the little game versus TL. They can lock in now versus Dallas Fuel. I mean, look, Dallas Fuel undefeated currently. They were undefeated in regular season and now undefeated in playoffs. Like, this is the big chance for SSG to upset them.
I think SG are so happy though. That was like the perfect result, obviously, because how dominant they were against Team Liquid. And now you almost like feel warmed up. Now you feel all great about yourselves. You're like, oh, look at us. We're so great. We're so great at Overwatch. You just go in pure flow state into this grand finals. And sometimes we've seen, if you are the finalists that are waiting for the enemy team, actually it might be a little bit cold going into this series. You don't really have that same level of energy, right? And so, you know, I'm going to lean on like the unproven, you know, like mystical forces here. And maybe SSG, they're feeling a little bit better going into this one.
Exactly. Just gotta ride the momentum. Me winning one comp game in gold, thinking I'm on a winning streak. Right. I can do everything. Nothing can stop me now. And in fact, nothing can stop yours. I was reading chat after I tried to entice you all to, you know, sign up to the Faceit League, and I felt some doubt. There wasn't as much confidence as I wanted to see. Y'all need to lock in. Yeah, they doubted themselves. They're like, we can't do it. We can't play like those players. Yes, you can. If you truly believe. You just gotta want it, you know? The first step is sign up. Sign up with your team, lock in, 5-stack, see how far you can take it. You're failing this time, it's alright. Go again next
There'll be another time.
You know, there's another time, and another one, and another one. For now, though.
There is nothing like playing in a 5-stack in a proper ranked environment, like a competitive environment. So yeah, if you don't win, it's all good because it was fun at the end of the day. So yeah.
That's right. It's a video game. It's not that serious. It will get very serious, actually, for the grand finals here, because there's some cash money on the line for those teams. And, of course, the title of NA Stage 1 champion. You don't want to miss the conclusion of our playoffs. We're heading into a very quick break to give our teams a few more minutes to get ready. And then we should be right back on the other side of this.
Start your climb to OWCS with Faceit League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/Faceit League.
No, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got No, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do? When baby you know that love got you. Love got you. Love got Love got you. Love got Love got you.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little
Welcome back, everyone! It's grand finals time. We're about to crown a champion in our NA region for stage 1. It's been exciting. 3 weeks of regular season round robin play leading into a playoffs with already quite a few banger series. We hope, of course, that this grand final will follow suit. If yesterday is an indicator, it very well might, because yes, Dallas Fuel, they're on top of North America, but you know what? They've been tested yesterday, right? Like, we saw a draw against SSG on Mbani. We saw a dominant victory from SSG on Atlas. It was a 3-1 victory for Dallas Fuel in the end to send them into the lower bracket, but I did have to dig deep. And I mean it, deep. Like Reinhard May kind of deep.
No, look, I don't think that's going to happen again unless SSG take us to Atlas, in which case I do think it's going to happen because that map
Try
is
to
definitely their
manifest
weakest
something
currently.
here, please,
I know.
sir.
Trust me, I want it, but I don't think it's a good pick. Ryan is just not that good.
It's like the crowd in a Coliseum. They're just like, Ryan!
yeah. That's facts. That's
Are you
facts.
entertained yet? Well, I was entertained. And also, they
though they
did
lost.
win the point, though. Well, they lost
won
the
a
map,
point.
but they won the point with Ryan, so Ryan is undefeated.
True.
I already said that earlier today. The map is mapping.
Yeah. That's facts. Look, I think Kellen can play other things, but if that Ram is banned, then yes, the Atlas Reinhardt is definitely going to come out. Dallas Fuel have played their own kind of game throughout this regular season. It's been a whole lot of off-tank for sure, but I think Dallas Fuel, they are on another level currently. Undefeated in playoffs, undefeated in regular season. Looking to be undefeated here too, just a complete sweep through playoffs.
I think it kind of like circles back to that point you made though, Zoe. It's like, yeah, we joke about the Ryan, but the strength of Dallas Fuel have been their flexibility, like their hero pools. The fact they're able to play so many compositions that the rest of North America aren't that comfortable with. You saw previously, Team Liquid are like, yeah, we're gonna play Juno Break. SSG, they prefer playing Lucio, Kiriko. Dallas Fuel are like, hey, CJ Luke, do whatever you guys want to do. You want to play somebody, you know, Kiri, Brig, you can do that. You want to play Ana, that's fine. You know, we can play Lucio Kiri if we want to as well. This Dallas Fuel roster, they're so deep when it comes to those hero pools. Makes it really difficult for people like Christopher to prepare accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, you're bringing up such an interesting point because this initially was what people were concerned about, right? Oh, there is no natural like main support player on this roster. They are like locked into like flex, like double flex support. no, they've still been fine. Thus far, untouched, really. They're continuing in their winning ways. But SSG, the team that made them sweat for sure. And they're rocking up strong today, right? They're coming off of a very, very dominant first match. A great place to be because they might be able to ride that momentum.
Yeah, big confidence builder in that game just now. If you missed it, not surprised. It was fairly quick, like a quick little 3-0 against TL. And they're suited and booted, I think. I think coming off of a win like that on the very day is going to be really big for the mental for the team, I think. At the end of the day, if that 3-0 was yesterday, you're not still feeling like yourself. You're not feeling the game. You're not feeling and like locked in fully as you've had a little bit of time off. But no, they're just coming straight out of one lobby straight into the next. So I have high hopes for SSG here. I want this to be close. I think Dallas Fuel probably still has the edge over them. But even just kind of Christopher saying, look, we downloaded TL, they probably went back and downloaded Dallas Fuel too. So yeah, if it's Dallas right now, I'd be a little bit worried after seeing the last series.
And also, I don't want to call it Christopher theory because that'd be kind of rude. We need a name here, chat. So chat, if you can come up with a name, that'd be great here. But if you go back and look at yesterday's match, there were just a few things that didn't go SSG's way, and they could have easily been the victor of that series. So yes, it was a 3-1 scoreline, but we drew on Numbani. You know, a one fight here and there that could have gone SSG's way. Esperanza went down to an absolute wire. That final map was so close, back and forth, right? So we look at that scoreline and we say 3-1 Dallas Fuel. It was really as close as possibly could be, right? And so I think that SSG, with some slight modifications in this series, they really could come out as the North American champions.
Yeah, they really could. I'm just so excited to get this one on the road. Now, I did pick Dallas Fuel. Be a little crazy to bet against them after they've just been so dominant in the regular season. They've not really shown us any obvious signs of weakness. So I'm going with the old trusted. I do think SSG is a team that can make it close though.
Yeah, I agree. I went with Dallas Fuel as well. I think it just might be burning blue across the desk, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think there's a world where Dallas Fuel win. I think SSG are going to make this one close, but I just think Dallas Fuel are on that other level. They've just looked too good throughout the regular season, too good throughout the playoffs. Yeah, it's hard to bet against them, man.
I forfeit. I predicted SSG yesterday.
You did.
I'm not going to be a fool again. I'll go with the Dallas Fuel. You know, fool me once. No, I don't even know what the phrase goes like. And so you probably don't either. And so, you know, we're not even going to go there. But
Why am I catching a stray here? What have I done?
I heard you on the European segment, and you tried to use a phrase, and Jake was like, what is she doing?
Correctly. Yeah, what is she doing? Stop it. I'm almost certain I said it correctly. So I was ready to drag you. So I wrench into the gears.
That's good. Yeah,
that's fine.
The North Americans are like, why are these Europeans on our segment?
Yeah, like it makes sense. I'm not an engineer, but I'm pretty sure like it does make sense.
Yeah, if a wrench lands in some gears, I'm pretty sure it's bad.
Gears are busted. That's
True.
what I'm saying.
Facts.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, chat. I assume the chat went in favor of Dallas Fuel here, but I do think that SSG's performance especially here in the playoffs should instill some confidence and probably gain them a fan or two as well. Like if they can just unlock another level and come in with the confidence that we know. I mean, we know. Like if looking at that roster, like they are confident, right? Just hear them talking. It's confidence, like front to back. Yeah, okay, I see Dallas Fuel. 78% of our audience does, in fact, bet on Dallas Fuel, and Space Station Gaming is coming in hot with 22%. That's not nothing. Let's see. They can. Yeah, I think that's kind of fair. Now, SSG, of course, here to prove us all wrong, or at least 78% of us wrong. Let's see if they can get it done. Once more, a reminder, of course, that in our grand finals, it's first to 4. So more opportunities to come out on top. It's grand finals time here in NA. SSG going up against Dallas Fuel. Guys, please take it away.
Yes, thank you very much. So a grand finals of stage 1 here in North America. Dallas Fuel and SSG. SSG looking to get some sweet revenge for that upper finals game as they've just come off a hot win versus TL. Same percentage, by the way, Johnny, as our last series. Dallas Fuel 78 as SSG had 78 in the last one. So yeah, pretty split. Yeah, I know. It's kind of crazy, actually, how that ended up working out. It'll be a Busan pick for Dallas Fuel. They came in through the upper bracket, so they get the choice of map first.
Yep, and they're just going to run things back. They looked dominant on this map yesterday. It was kind of like the opposite game for SSG yesterday, where they started out on Busan and they just looked horrible. Like they couldn't get anything going against Dallas Fuel. And then here today against Team Liquid, we're like, wow, SSG, they're on fire. They're just dominating here on Busan. And so it's going to be interesting to see here if SSG can turn things around and be slightly more competitive to kick this series off.
Oh, a D.Va ban. I mean, a D.Va on this map, we already saw what Hawk was kind of rocking with there. Depending on what stages you go to be honest with you, though. But if they're playing the Zarya, it's way better for Kellen if the Zarya gets picked by Hawk. Even the Malga is really good for Kellen, too. So, yeah, let's have a little look. Here we are, though. Grand Finals, first of 4. Dallas Fuel, SSG. They've already locked their tickets in to the LAN in Tokyo, Japan. But here it is for all the marbles, the trophy, and a little bit of extra dosh as well at the end of this series. Let's get this underway.
And what a banger match we have ahead of us here, Jaws. Prior teammates, looking at Dallas Fuel, Chronic, Kellen, CJ, last year part of the Space Station Gaming organization, but this year going into 2026, Space Station with some big changes. Picked up Lethal, Ultraviolet. These are players that are very familiar with each other and now get the opportunity to go head-to-head here in our North American Grand Finals to kick off 2026.
Kellen on the wrecking ball. I mean, this is what I was saying about the stages being kind of beneficial to Dallas Fuel here, because Kellen can play ball and you can play dive tanks. And a Wu Yang for Lucamino, so a greedy backline for the Fuel, Johnny.
Yeah, and yesterday we actually saw the Ana banned from Space Station. But obviously they felt so uncomfortable on Mecha Base downtown that they let the Ana slide this time. And Dallas Fuel quick to capitalize, putting CJ on his signature hero.
That is such a cheeky little angle. Good boot, though. Nice whip shot coming in from Admiral to stop Kellen slamming 4 players. Nade is going to stop the push from Lethal and Admiral for a little bit, but Ultraviolet is also going equally as low. Kellen might be able to find a good slam target straight on top of the drum. Ultraviolet, though, down first. Good pressure play from Sonjin. Everybody kind of looking at it. It's like classic Wrecking Ball, right? Everybody looking at the ball, and you don't see the Tracer sneaking up behind you. As Space Station get the first cap, and off along.
I feel like you probably feel a little bit cursed here if you're SSG. This staggers.
Oh, come on. No, they're staggering the Brig of all things. Nice, okay. Latest spawn for Admiral there.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is you probably feel a little bit unlucky that you're starting things off here, right? Because you didn't ban the Ana, and now you're forced to play against this Wrecking Ball Ana composition right off the bat. Hawk is going to flex over to the Doomfist. If this doesn't tell you that they're looking for answers to navigate this kind of composition, I don't know what does.
Wow, Sonjin went really low. He's barely on like a bar of health. Yeah, answers they are looking for. Will they get it though? Not sure. But generally, like, you know, Doomfist decent against the ball in some respects. Can kind of punch the ball away from the back line and be a little bit more defensive. But Hawk needs to be able to go in. Good anti-nades from Ultraviolet, though. Kills Chronic straight off rip. Oh, the pulse. No block, I suppose. Sugarfree looking for a way into the fight, but already Sonjin pulses one, protects the backline, knowing Sugarfree's trying to go in. Lethal with a headshot to Lucamino, though, as Ultraviolet from across the map snipes Sonjin. What a fight from SSG.
And Ultraviolet locking in on the Ana here, saying, I'm feeling real comfortable on this hero too. This is one hero that Ultraviolet played tons of last year, made a name for himself for a Wu Yang release, saying, I can kick off a lot of these fights with some crucial biotic grenades. And so picking it up here himself for SSG, as they flex over to this Doomfist composition, made big impact immediately, hitting some crucial nades.
All right, Kellen on the Winston now. A little slower. A little less annoying for SSG. Ultraviolet with a good wraparound, though. They've completely taken the back lines away from the Dallas Fuel. Override Protocol launched straight at Lethal. Actually, it's Nano to make sure he can stay alive. And forces Chronic as well to dip into cover. A decent body shot there onto Sugarfree. It's a little bit of chip damage as Lethal gets flattened like a pancake. Nano, Winston, Raleigh, a little boop away, but he's straight back in, trying to ring around the Rosie. This Brigitte there. Heals coming in, luckily, though, onto the Brigitte, but the problem is here that Kellen just play around the bubble as Admiral was forced to touch, forced to try and hold on to the point. Backline dead for SSG, and Dallas get the cap.
I think realistically, Kellen's going to be very happy playing this Winston as well. No huge threats to him here. Space Station now over to a Lucio and an Ana composition. And Kellen is kind of left to do whatever he wants on this hero for now. Given what Kellan is capable of on that Winston, it's going to an absolute field day against SSG here.
Soldier with the pulse. Hang on a second.
No Susu.
Okay, Lethal spotting him out. Wow, where did Sugar Free go? And he must have got slept off of that, surely. Well, here comes the dive from Kellan. It's going to stop Lethal being a factor on the point now. High Noon's going to get popped. Oh, the stick is so good. The stick is immaculate from Sonjin. Goes in despite the High Noon. That's 2 players already down. Meteor strike from Hawk, and Sonjin's not done just yet. It's going to chase down this Lucio. Hawk used the Meteor strike to try and get some a kill in the backline as Kellan pops the Primal Rage, and Dallas Fuel snuffing out Space Station, grounding them 100-49 as they take first round.
Now, this series feels a little bit different compared to the Liquid one, Jaws. Now you got Sunjun in the lobby, fragging out on the Tracer.
Oh, it's
not giving
different.
Sugar Free an inch.
I mean, you say it's kind of Sonjin there, but like the backline was giving him way more hassle as well. Like a Lucamino CJ just popping him with the just with the general like right click of Ana, not right click, sorry, the left click of Ana, right? I mean, at the end of the day, if the Tracer is taking 1 shot from Ana, you've got to be more careful. You've got to go for a health pack. You can't stick around for as much longer. If you're getting poked out that early on, it's tough to really find success on the Tracer.
Yeah, SSG are going to have to put that one behind them. They knew that Ana was going to be a problem loading into this series. So now they got to look forward. These next 2 rounds, these were the ones SSG were going to try and win to begin with. Already Sugar Free dropping low.
Surely. Nice slam coming out from Ultraviolet there, keeping Sugar Free alive, but still in dire need of health as Kellan just kind of donk walks forward with the ram, shielding off the backline as well. Hawk's alone kind of at this moment in time, kind of isolated. Now Sonjin's in the mix, trying to get a nice little flank angle on the Tracer, but the backline standing up too strong there. Space Station Gaming still struggling to get out of the choke point as Kellan shuts the door on them. They're going to be able to get out eventually, but unfortunately here, they're still just taking way too much damage.
Kind of what happened yesterday. Trouble against Ramatra. Kellan here with Nemesis form. Could combine with Sonjun.
Yeah, Ultraviolet's already pretty low. Look at me into the same here. Sonjun, Sonjun almost landed the 2 clip. And now Hawk's in trouble. He's so low. Ends up falling over to Kellan. Sonjun really is everywhere all at once. Point gets unlocked. They're going to get the cap, and they're going to have a lot of ults. Ultraviolet thinking he can win this, though. Oh, taps Lucamino in the head. Nice little 1 burst, but can he keep the rest of the team alive? Kellan super low, drops back down to the point as Lethal lands the finishing blow on the ram. A good stick from Sonjin, though, levels the playing field. Dallas Fuel DPS leveling up right now as Space Station Gaming do get a cap, but it's not over yet. Dallas Fuel quickly being able to regroup.
Chronic naded himself in that little room to get above to the high ground and kept himself safe, and that's going to mean Dallas Fuel get back quickly. No staggers whatsoever, and they have the ultimate boost, and they get the cap.
The whip shot was crazy there. Hawk tried to go in for the charge onto the point, but the whip shot from Lucamino stopped him from touching. A free cap, so Hawk has to get out. Chronic going low already as the Vig comes in. They want Chronic dead. They want him dead now. The Ray's going to come through. Eventually he is slain here, but now Lethal under a lot of duress. The Ray is good on the point for Dallas Fuel as they now just layer their support ultimates on top of each other. They got the Ray into the rally, into the annihilation. Dallas Fuel run over Space Station. An expensive fight, yes, but now they can set up in the choke.
Yeah, SSG has opted into a really aggressive composition here, with Hawk swapping over to Mauga, the Fright prior here. And they're just gonna full send it. This Ramatra has been a massive issue here on Mecha Base. It was yesterday as well. The level of tempo that SSG are playing with now is crazy. As Lethal finds a pick up to Sonjun here. That's a thorn out of your side. It's going to enable them to walk up here, but Chronic swapped over to Sojourn here as well, Jaws. More potent against the Mauga.
I feel so bad for the Tracer there, just getting randomly naded around the corner. Ultraviolet's got this window too, 15%. They're very ready for this, though, as the Dallas Fuel, but CJ goes down. Sugar Free? What?
Okay.
Wait, Sugar Free just kills 3? All right, sure. Just Sugar Free things, I guess.
They need him to step up big time. That's a great fight win for SSG here. Sound barrier getting close to that. Yep, get a late pick onto Sonjun here.
Okay, they're going to try and split up here. Noting Sugar Free's position. All right. He's going to get kind of checked. Just poke him out a little bit, force him to use a movement cooldown to get out of there. Really easy railgun charge here for Chronic, but Sugar Free, okay, eventually dead. Goes so deep. And now Chronic can find this off angle. You got to run, Abril. Can't use that peak for yourself, my guy. As Space Station Gaming, they've already lost a couple, and it's only Hawk left on the point. That'll be a flip for Dallas Fuel, and Johnny, find a fight.
I mean, that feels terrible, though, Jaws. Like, really, you felt like we had a really good opportunity there to win a fight with those ultimates, and instead, Sugar Free couldn't replicate his dominance in the backline.
They're going to go early.
Fuel. They're going to go really early. 90% here, Jaws.
Yeah, they're going to try and force Space Station Gaming to use something. Can they use the beat, actually, to get out of the choke point? Chronic has got this overclock, of course, but Keller needs help. They're going to be able to get to the point to at least trigger OT, but Lethal's already down. Chronic with this OC from the high ground. Yeah, Hawk, where are you going? You still got to deal with Chronic. Chronic's already killed two, looking for more. A nice little kill there from Ultraviolet brings him to the floor, but Annihilation for Kellen to stop them from getting on the point. Sugar Free has to touch. There's going to be a Tidal Blast. There's going to be a Ray on top of that too. Dallas Fuel with a win on Busan, a 2-0. They look so good. Warm up, they don't need it.
They just got Busan figured out, man. Like, those comps are just ridiculous. No one's playing stuff like that in North America besides Dallas Fuel. The Ana, of course, to kick things off here, and then the Ramajo composition here just gave SSG so much trouble that eventually Sugar Free is, forced to dive in with this Vendetta with Hawk onto the Mauga. I mean, Hawk went 3-8. They're just looking for answers on Busan here against Dallas Fuel.
Look at that pulse. Oh,
beautiful.
Yeah, it really was.
This
yeah,
guy's so
answers,
good,
right?
dude.
Oh, Sunjin? Dude, what'd I say? What'd I say first week? What'd I say? Right, rewind the tapes. Best DPS in NA. Best DPS
Well, we kind of knew it.
NA.
Like, it's been a long time coming as well. Like, Sunjin has had such a fun journey.
He is next up. He is next up to be a legend. I'm telling you right now. I think Avril called it before me, but he's not here to defend himself, so I'm going to take that crown from him. Sunjin is next up to be one of the world's best on DPS.
I feel like Avril, he's still in the Face It Masters lobbies, and he invests in a lot of these young players, and it's just like, this guy's next up. Like, I can just see it. Like, I've watched a couple of replays of this guy, like, I knew it. So actually, like, Jaws, I'll give it to you, but I have no doubt that Avril, he was early on the Sunjin investments as well.
He probably said it in like 2018 somewhere when Sunjin was like 8 years old, loaded up Overwatch for the first time, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, wait, this guy's him. I've seen him on ladder. Don't forget as well, the Champion Clash is just around the corner, and the Elysian bundle is available in the shop. You can support Overwatch Esports as a whole by purchasing the Mega Bundle, little crowdfunding initiative for the team. So yeah, with the purchase of these beautiful skins, charms, icons, and all the lot, you get to support the Overwatch scene. Yeah, it's always a good time. And also, you can win the bundle too. There's a QR code on your screen. You can scan that one or check the socials, and you'll be able to find all the bits and pieces, all the details to enter that giveaway as well. Now, let's move on to map number 2. Remember, everybody at home, look at the top of your screen. First of 4 for our grand finals. Midtown is the choice for SSG. Seen a lot of Blizzard World, a whole lot of it. A decent amount of Nambani. Midtown, okay. A little bit rare map coming in for SSG's pick.
Yeah, this one's interesting because SSG picked Gibraltar last time around yesterday. Ended up taking a loss there against Dallas Fuel, so making a bit of an adjustment going into this series as well. So going to pick Midtown, actually, instead of Nambani, apologies. Obviously, Nambani, we drew one yesterday, and I actually think SSG, they look quite good on that map. We had that Hazard come out with some pretty wonky, weird backlines. But SSG making a bit of an adjustment here instead, picking Midtown instead of Nambani. And we're banning out Illari here, respecting the flexibility of the backline of Dallas Fuel, and also protecting their own support line a little bit.
Yeah, Illari's really good on this map. Really good poke. Hard to destroy pylon, put it on the fire truck if you're on defense. And you can just poke away. And then if you're the offense there, you kind of have to teleport or, take the back alley route towards the mega health pack. But Symmetra is going to get banned by the Fuel second. So no sugar-free sim is what we're seeing.
Yeah,
and to be fair, sugar-free on the Symmetra last couple of weeks has been really good. One of the only teams in North America that's rocking the sim, and they're doing it really well. So it's a good targeted ban for the Fuel on a hybrid.
Yeah, that's kind of why I had a good feeling about SSG yesterday. Because I was like, oh, they have that Symmetra angle. if they want to bring it out. And I felt like Dallas Fuel, like maybe they'd struggle against the Symmetra a little bit. So this ban on Symmetra tells you everything you need to know. Dallas Fuel, they still respect that hero. They respect SugarFree's capability to bring out that hero. And what a great thing that is for SugarFree's hero pool, by the way. You know, being able to add a crucial hero like Symmetra to your hero pool. You know, in this kind of scenario, like, yeah, you haven't played a Symmetra yet, but it warrants a ban here and there. And it just gives you an overall better chance. And so SugarFree, having practiced the Symmetra in the offseason, you know, getting coached by Christopher, who is very well versed on that hero as well from his time with Mono Spitfire. It's just a great thing that SugarFree has added the Symmetra to his hero pool, and I kind of feel like eventually we're going to see the Symmetra at some point in this series.
Kellen. Okay, playing the Sigma. I really like this DPS lineup over the Fuel. Echo for Sonjin, Chronic on the Emre. Echo in this meta, especially against these faster comps, really nice at burning down the D.Va mech, whose sustain is kind of ridiculous. You get that focusing beam on the D.Va, you're not living long.
Still though, like, very vulnerable to the Tracer, and so you're gonna have to feel very comfortable playing inside these rooms, using the slight verticality to get to the second floor just to dodge some of these flings coming in from SugarFree. It's a scary prospect to play the Echo still here, I feel like. Like, look at this. There's gonna be a lot of pressure coming your way.
Trying to rotate through the back alley. Trying to poke from the sidelines. Yeah, Sonjin, like you mentioned, does have to play very safe. Decent amount of long-range heals, though, coming through. I mean, you can get packed by Lucamino, which is always nice. Hey there. Okay, well, Hawk is in the business now. Okay, Ultraviolet's dead. That is just a Sonjin moment, I think. You got to leave the D.Va too. If you leave the D.Va here, it's actually disgusting. Okay, no, Hawk does end up dying. You can run back to spawn, to be fair, but there you go. Space Station Gaming losing fairly early on, just with a pick onto UV.
This is so hard to attack against this kind of composition. Because typically you'd wrap around the left-hand side, right? Like, try to gain some ground with the Tracer, but wherever you rotate, the Sigma is just going to be right on top of you with its shield. You're going to feel very cramped trying to gain innocent kind of ground. So as we see this rotation coming through now, you know, this space is going to be contested by Dallas Fuel, not giving Space Station an inch.
Kellen's got a flux already, by the way. He's been farming on the Sigma. It's so much spam, though, Johnny. Nade, Echo, just in general. Doesn't get chased down, though. Okay. Well, Flux is going to get pulled by Kellen. Ends up hitting the Emre. Can they actually get the kill? Yes. Cures it. Okay, they trade DPS. And seeing SugarFree in on the point. Already forced a recall and extremely low. No mega health back for you, sadly. Just relying on the Kiriko heals. But it has forced Dallas Fuel to back up to the choke. Kellen steps up first. Misses the rock onto Hawk. But now SSG are split. And the crunch can commence from the Dallas Fuel. Hawk is so low. Oh, the thrusters. He couldn't get through the doorway. Kellen was body blocking him, I think, there. A poke spot for SugarFree is in his hands. But is there actually going to be a guaranteed kill? Suzu straight on Kellen. He survives, and a team kill after SSG only get a tick.
Yeah, Hawk got into a really tough position there. Especially in gaming, they got some ground, but Kellen kind of like split off the front line from the back line. And at that point, like, Hawk had nowhere else to go, really. And so that fight really got away from Space Station Gaming. They couldn't really get any good execution going. This fight, though, they have double support limit. 1 minute 20 to go here, Jaws. You don't want to get first held here on the second map of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, really. Speaking about confidence building from SSG earlier.
Terrible.
It's going to be the opposite of that. Opposite, for sure. Override Protocol. Oh, lethal so low. Look at the aerial, dude. Sonjin kind of destroyed him there. Chronic, he's going to pay him one better. Oh, misses the heavy shot. Can he get another one? Flicks it, hits the light post. Unfortunate. Sonjin does actually have the duplication here as well, Johnny. Space Station with double support ultimate, end up ripping the rush through the choke to try and get on top of Kellen. Hawk in the backline, beat comes in. His sustain cannot be understated now. Kellen alone, isolated in the train, ends up getting taken down by April, as well as Sonjin's Echo, actually. That copy deleted. Self-destruct for the remake and SSG. They got 2 ticks, and it should be a third.
And it was a perfectly timed sound barrier from Admiral to actually keep Space Station Gaming alive in those crucial seconds, and then they turn around, get Kellen, and at that point there's no front line left for the Dallas Fuel. Sonjin, what are we doing here, buddy? What are you cooking? Like, you can't get a pick here.
Oh,
like,
come on.
Stop it.
Okay. Okay. Don't let him get a pick. Challenge. Okay. Very easy.
I can't believe Chronic Knight's pick. I wanted that to be punished so bad, Jaws.
No one looked at him, bro. Oh, the Lucio's dead. Goodbye. Hello, Kiriko. No TP. Yep, all right. Oh, now you have to fight through the choke again against Kellen.
It's going to be so tough to get through these corridors. Like, Kellen is holding down this fort. You got a Brig helping out the Sigma as well. Space Station kind of just have to take all this damage coming their way, build some of these ultimates. Without an ultimate here, Space Station game is kind of like toothless.
Yeah, I can't help but agree. Flux for Kellens, they do funnel through the choke. He's looking for that backline, or even just looking for a DPS, lethal, to be more precise. Hovers up to the high ground, back down to low, but it's a slow but short push here for Space Station. There's the Flux, connects with two. Hawk in trouble, Override Protocol unleashed by Chronic. Sugar-free lethal already dead. And Space Station Gaming forced to reset once again. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Dallas Fuel are pacing out these fights, Johnny, and burning so much time off.
Are they going to go for like a forward hold setup here? They're just getting some extra poke damage. That looked crazy for a second. I was like, no way you can forward hold this far up. But they have the Kitsune Rush, and so they can afford to take a fight wherever they like. If you can force out the support element early from Space Station Gaming, that'd be the perfect scenario here for Dallas Fuel on their like 1 minute remaining here. Time is trickling down, Jaws.
Sanji was kind of in the backline already. Well, there's the duplication on the Zarya. There's going to be a sound barrier used and a rush on top of this high ground for CJ. Already a grab earned by Sonjun as well. But the fight's already over, Johnny. It's 40 seconds to go. Sonjun gives him the bag and he deserves it.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, the sound barrier came out relatively early from Admiral. Space Station feeling like they have no choice. There's a quick disengage from Dallas Fuel. They use the Kitsune Rush on the high ground and they're feeling real good about themselves. Execution from Dallas Fuel so far has been on point. Space Station finding no momentum so far. Lethal. Kind of feel like you gotta step up, have a big play here with your Override Protocol.
They've really got to hit something big here. You got to get this backline. You got to get Lucamino, but they got Rally. Like, they've got answers to these ults. Hawk's got the grab, but again, very tough to get off as the Zarya in this point. OT, they've got the touch, so no fear for the C9. These are actually just jumping down. Good pick, though, but that's bad. Oh, Lucamino just bashes straight in, and Hawk's already dead. No chance for a Graviton Surge now, you've got to imagine. Dallas Fuel have lost one, sure, but they've got control of this high ground still. A touch on the point. Lethal goes down to the rock. As, well, Lucamino did end up touching, but now they've got to deal with Kellen. And unfortunately, for Space Station Gaming, they are very out of position right now. They got to regroup. Hawk's going to come back, but they're just getting picked apart, and that's going to be round. Space Station Gaming just get it under the car wash towards that second, but Dallas Fuel's defense, it's looking like the Wolves of Troy, Johnny.
They just look so comfortable right now. There's no issue. They're prepared for whatever Space Station Gaming throws their way. And in a fight like that, Chronic is 18-0, by the way.
Oh,
18-0. No death alert. But like in that last fight, you saw that, you know, Sonjun was relatively free on the Echo. Typically, you'd say like, oh, you know, like you'd punish the Echo. You know, we're sugar-free and all that. He's forced to sit on the cart because we're getting into overtime, put the Tracer on the cart. And there's no one to deal with Sonjun, so instead you have the Emre rotating, and you lose a lot of pressure in the front line, and so Hawk goes down. It's a little bit all over the place from SSG because of how well Dallas Fuel are executing with their compositions. Space Station, so far this entire series, have just looked very uncomfortable with all of these weird compositions Dallas Fuel are throwing their way.
Cast your mind back to the start of their defense too. The amount of poke that they had, it was, like you said, hard for Sugar-Free to get space, hard for Lethal to get space. Me, when I run my cavalry into the Greek hoplites and just get speared to death, it's just tough for Space Station to get any kind of space, right? And then Hawk's on the D.Va, and like you mentioned, yeah, we can kind of tag Sonjun down as the D.Va versus the Echo, but he was just getting a lot of value.
So Hawk here. Obviously, Dallas Fuel are abusing the fact that Hawk's hero pool is kind of limited. You know, can't use the Winston to, you know, try to get an upper hand against the Sigma. So I ask you, what, you know, kind of ancient soldier type is Hawk in this instance, where he doesn't have the mobility?
Doesn't have the mobility? Maybe some sort of Roman Legionary? I'm not sure. They don't have a lot of mobility.
Yeah.
He's kind of walking.
The Legionary is going to have to step up, buddy.
Yeah, he really does. Let's do dot formation now. Run to the point. Don't take any damage. Sonjin's already found the flank here, and they've already pushed him off the point. This is a mad amount of respect that they're giving to Dallas Fuel right now. They've let them get on the point for free. Hawks used both bubbles, has to cower behind the fire truck now. Suze comes out just for a heal for Dallas Fuel. That's going to be another tick. Luke Camino does end up falling short, but Sonjin's already in there. He's just carving them apart right now. Nice little sidestep from UV, clocks Sonjin in the side of the jaw, but Dallas Fuel have another. Hawk sugar-free down, so the person to touch is probably Avril. He ends up going for a little boot there. UV trying to heal him up, but Cronus already put him in the dirt. 5 minutes and 30 seconds? SSG, is this all you've got?
This series is first 4, but feels like this is going to go by very quickly, Josh. Dallas Fuel, 5 minutes, 20 seconds in the time bank. And they just have to reach 100 meters here, essentially, on second point of Midtown. Who can possibly step up here for the side of Space Station Gaming? Sugar-free on this Tracer in a Vendetta matchup. Kind of want to abuse the mobility to try and secure a couple of picks, be a thorn in Dallas Fuel's side.
Well, at least they got some damage coming out from Lethal, pumping out some headshots there, but taking a very, passive angle. Doesn't want to get jumped on by Sonjin, of course. And there's the rush. Okay. An easy disengage for Dallas Fuel. Kellen, though, does end up going down. Loses all that energy. And here's the momentum that SSG need to play off of now.
So only get the one pick there on the back of the Kitsune Rush. But the good thing is you already have a lot of ultimates built up. And so in a scenario like that, the one pick buys you enough time. And you already don't need the ultimate charge. And so everything's okay here. Dallas Fuel have a lot of ultimates themselves. But Space Station, they're not out of it just yet.
Oh, I can hear that Tracer. Kind of messing around in the back line. Sonjin ends up going down. Override protocol from Lethal. Nice little snipe onto CJ as well. Suzu's already been used. Oh, the snipe from around the corner. Well, Sugar-Free's down, but CJ dead. So Dallas Fuel, best they can kind of hope for here is a little bit extra push on the payload. Well, that's what they're going to contend with us. All for now.
All for now. That's a great pick by Lethal, by the way, to hit that final second pick.
Still alive, by the way. How's Kellen still alive in here? No punishes? No punishes? Rush, grab. It might just be all over. The beaters are coming through. Sonja with the blade, sundering right on top of Hawk's head. Avril ends up going down. A couple of meters to go. As Dallas Fuel don't step off the payload. SSG fall as Dallas Fuel find the second map.
Everyone just forgot about Kellen, me included. Putting some pressure on the car. SSG were rushing back to secure that high ground, and Saria was having a field day on that cart. Dallas Fuel, they got the better beat in that one. Great Saria bow to block out the pulse bomb as well from Sugar-Free.
20 didn't die. 22-0.
That's
22-0. Oh, for Chronic. It's ridiculous. Absurd.
It is ridiculous, especially from based on what we just saw, right? In the matchup prior between SSG and Liquid. And now Sugar-Free is like, I'm feeling kind of hopeless right now. Chronic and Sunjun are doing amazing work.
Man. You can't tell me the Dallas Fuel are just going to walk over them in a 4-0 fashion, right? SSG, they're going to have something up their sleeve. You'd imagine, Atlas still on the table as well, by the way, so they could battle with Dallas Fuel there, where the comp that Dallas Fuel are going to run, they already know. So, yeah, we'll see. Just couldn't get past this Echo either. This Echo is a thorn in their sides, Johnny, like you say.
I know we're just 2-0 in this Grand Finals, Jaws, and I'm going to get ahead of myself a little bit here. But last year, we spent a lot of time talking about how Team Liquid, with their roster, young, talented roster, that they were NA's hope for the future, right? That they were going to be the North American team that could eventually compete with some of these international rosters. I feel like this Dallas Fuel roster, with the flexibility, the hero pools we're seeing out of them, the mechanical skill of the likes of Chronic and Sunjun, I'm looking at the way they're executing in some of these matches against SSG and the opposition here in North America, who, yes, they could be a weaker region compared to EMEA and Korea, but I'm really impressed by what Dallas Fuel are doing. They could definitely, if they perform like this, they could definitely take it to some international teams.
Ooh, taking Zeta maybe? I mean, Zeta looks really good right now.
There are more,
hey,
there are more
out there,
international teams.
Come on.
You're just like, okay, well, if you say we're gonna qualify for the Champions League, you're not like, oh, can we beat Real Madrid? You don't go to Real Madrid like the first example. You're like, there's plenty of other European teams. Like maybe we have a chance at.
Hey, come on, man. If they're the best in the region, like maybe they could stand up to say they're looking real good, man. They're looking real good. We'll see if the meta ends up changing too, of course. But yeah, I mean, look, they're up 2-0 right now. That we know for certain. How do SSG fight back in? Because that wasn't really that close. At the end of the day, I think with how they played it on the defense, they still have a couple of different picks that not necessarily they've been hiding, but they've just not needed to show, like the Echo from Sonjin on a defense of the Midtown. It's going to be a Rialto choice, actually, for SSG as we head to Escort.
Yeah, I mean, you're really just grasping at straws at this point in trying to find something that could work in your favor. And the good thing, guess, is that the meta is fairly flexible. Historically speaking, the metas have been pretty strict and you have to be really good at one specific composition. Like, hey, even going back to last year, we had some tournaments just dictated like who has the best Symmetra play, who has the best Sojourn play. I feel like this series is a bit more open, right? You have the opportunity to play a lot of different comfort picks, and obviously things haven't worked so far for SSG when it comes to the Zarya play. But, if you're willing to flex your muscles a little bit, try a few different things. If I knew the answer, I would be paid the big bucks and not Christopher. But you really have to try to go for something different so far, because the Zarya Lucio carry just hasn't worked.
Well, they're going to ban Brig and a Tracer ban for the Dallas Fuel.
I mean, that's just brutal.
Sonjin could play the Echo again as well.
Yeah, could play the Echo. This is probably going to force Sugar-Free over to the Vendetta, which I would say that I think Sugar-Free is better on the Tracer than he is on the Vendetta. SG, obviously, they played quite a bit of Vendetta so far this stage, and they haven't shied away from playing Zarya Vendetta. But if I'm trying to come up with a scenario of how SSG get back into the series, it feels more like it should be Sugar-Free on Tracer, not Sugar-Free on Vendetta. Am I wrong? Vibe check me here, Jaws.
No, I think you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, I feel it, bro. I mean, getting your head back in too is going to be a little tough for SSG. Coming off such a dominant win there versus Team Liquid. They've locked their place in Japan, so at least they've got that, right? It's not like this is the game as well, so they can rest assured they are going to land. But they want to be crowned the North American champions, right? You want to be that #1 seed. You want to be the champs here for the first stage. But the Dallas Fuel, perfect season. Well, okay, not perfect. They drop maps, but like, as perfect can get. You haven't lost a series yet. They still have not lost a series, and we're in the grand finals here. So yeah, Dallas Fuel really looking to make the most of it, and with their first season back and kind of perfecting everybody.
Yeah, they're looking to continue their run of unbeaten in playoffs.
900 and how many days?
943, I think, something like that.
Something crazy.
Just wanted to say as well that while both teams have qualified, every single major tournament, the seeding comes in so important, right? Because if you are the second seed from a region like this, you might have to play Twisted Minds, you might have to play Zeta Division, and you're like, oh man, it's just, we're off to a very tough start in the major. Just securing the #1 seed just makes a world of difference in the level of competition you're going to face in the very first round of the major tournament. And so, well, yeah, at the end of the day, you'll show up to the major. Doesn't really matter if you're #1, #2. Getting off to a good start in a major tournament could just make you feel so much better. Like, could bring some confidence to you as a team as well, right? And so you do want to secure the #1 seed to avoid some of those world-class teams just to kick off the major tournament.
Dude, yes, this is the DPS lineup I want to see, man. The Widow, Farah for Sonjin and Chronic.
Unrun?
Okay.
Unrun? No, that's not gonna happen.
No, I mean, surely not.
Oh,
that's like that is. You're insane if that was the pick.
Yeah, no, that would actually be. For everyone wondering in chat, Unrun, not good at the pro level right now.
Yeah,
I'd say one of the worst heroes in pro play right now. And so while I'm an Unrun enjoyer in ranked, it's not being brought out in pro play.
Don't get me wrong. It looks cool. Pretty sweet, but...
Looks awesome,
yeah.
It's going to be the sim, though. It's coming into play, Jaws.
Here we go. Close the gap on the Widow. TP past these choke points. TP past these sight lines. You don't
They need
get
a little
randomly
something.
shot in the head. They do indeed. Back to a passive angle for Chronic. But you're fine with this. I mean, you can snipe longwards here. You can snipe the little doorway. You feeling okay?
Yeah, I mean, this is just throwing it around with the payload for a little bit, pushing it forward. Here's the big rotation.
Oh, the nade! The nade from CJ! Oh my goodness. They insta-kill lethal. Oh, but they got CJ! No! Man
Wait,
down.
what?
How did they manage that? They killed
2v2?
Chronic too. How is that even possible? That nade was just ridiculous. Was Kellen's leap on cooldown? Like, what happened there?
The Susu from Ultraviolet must have been amazing. That's probably 3 people out there. That was crucial.
By Kellen. My follow-up. Well, CJ is going to be able to come back at least, and Chronic too with a very good sightline now. Johnny? No! Sunjin! Sunjin! This is the finals! This is the grand final, Sunjin. You can't be doing this. You can't be falling off the map. I know you're 2-0 up, but come on, man. Kellen dead. Points gone. All right, reset. Reset.
No, there's no way he was like, we're not taking a fight here. Surely he just ran out of fuel somewhere.
Bro slipped on the Winston banana peel and fell in. I don't know.
What happened? It's the devious boats of Rialto.
I don't know, man. Yeah, it actually might be. He got trolled by the boats again. I don't know. I don't know. All right, anyway. TP. Still available here. CJ's got nano. I'm resetting, man. I'm resetting. I'm not freaked out at all. Oh, shit, we're taking so much damage. Chronic off the Widow. The sideline is not as good here, of course. It's going to be a wall here for Space Station. I imagine they just want to kind of bait Kellen in. Force him to use jump, maybe, and then Ultraviolet rips the rush. Well, they're going to go. Sonjin used those thrusters to get away. Slowly but surely now, Space Station game making some space. And there's the leap away for Kellen. Rush used. Barrage over the top, though, for Sonjin. Taken down by Sugar Bee, but he's already killed Admiral, so no sound barrier available for SSG. Nice boop as well. Hawk very low.
They thought better of it. They knew Kellen had a potential nano coming his way on the Winston, and they're like, we want none of that. We gotta wait for this sound barrier. It's a great opportunity here for Space Station Gaming, though, Joss. They need to capitalize on this fight.
Oh, now you have to deal with a wall. Okay, well, they can try as they might. Kellen's going to be able to at least boot people away, but he's already under 500 HP. All right, back off. High noon for lethal too. Just
you traded the ult.
Using the wall to much to his advantage. Sound barriers are coming in. They're TPing onto the backline right now as Cullen jumps in once again to separate them with the bubble. Oh, as Admiral gets booped into the lake. Hawk, though, with 2 kills. With the help of Ultraviolet there, ends up killing Chronic and Lucamino. Kellen very low. Ends up getting destroyed by Hawk. These teleport plays, we fear them, and one of the reasons why Dallas Fuel banned the sim in the earlier map. SSG are going to be able to cap this second point.
Finally, they have found a composition that is working for them, and this time it's Dallas Fuel making the hero swaps. Sunjin over to this Vendetta instead of the Pharah. Makes a lot of sense just because we're going to the third point as well. More difficult to play that Pharah. Lethal swapped over to the Venture to get back quickly to the fight, but now better on the over on the Embrace once more here. So Space Station Gaming here are coming up on a Kitsune rush here. You know probably that Lucamino is going to have a sound barrier. Wonder if we can use this Metro teleporter to get on top of Dallas Fuel. Make it difficult for Lucamino to get value.
Oh, the enemies now Susie to push themselves forward. Chronic already dead. Yep, didn't get that sound barrier, and unfortunately ended up pulling the ultimate as well. All right, well, they are just going to get rolled over. Space Station Gaming in very good time here, Johnny. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to push into this last point. This final corner has been reached already.
And they have this Symmetra barrier as well to make life so much more difficult for Dallas Fuel, especially if they're over on this Zarya, this Sojourn. This Sojourn's not going to be able to put out any damage whatsoever.
Already in, and they've got another wall as well to deal with. CJ's in the spawn, half HP, Lenny down to Chronic, but now Kellen's going to be the main focus. He's high energy though and receives a Suzu and a heal just in time from CJ and Lucamino. The self-destruct's good for 1 kill, but Kellen is still alive and full energy.
How did Chronic get that pick onto the baby diva that didn't allow Hawk to remake after the bomb? Crucial detail, a crucial headshot from Chronic to make life a little bit easier for Dallas Fuel as they try now to hold on for 3 minutes on third point of Rialto here. Space Station Gaming, they have the sound barrier advantage, Or can it be difficult to get value out of? Kellan's Graviton Surge here. They could just stop Space Station Gaming in their tracks. They have the Symmetric Teleporter to navigate out of it though.
Got Hawk on the ram.
Oh, these early.
Override Protocol launches Lethal into the skies. A grab is really good, but where's the follow-up? Sunjin's already down. That's the majority of your damage going into that grab. Kellan's 100 energy, but just focusing the shield of Hawk as he moves the team forward with it. There's a Symmetra on the sidelines, but again, Hawk's got no bubble. Kellan's got no bubbles. He can't stay alive, and he can't stay around the fight for too much longer. Gets pistol whipped by Lethal, who's just mowing down the Dallas Fuel. There's a desperate Widowmaker pick here coming through from Sunjin, but SSG finished with 1 minute and 59 seconds in that time bank.
And what a relief that is for Space Station Gaming there. It was an awkward fight to kind of finish things off there, because the Symmetric Teleporter was used early from Sugar Free, and that was the go time for Kellan, thinking that he could drop the Graviton Surge and they could finish up the rest of Space Station Gaming. But the sound barrier was good enough. There was some corners to hide behind for SSG, and so Dallas Fuel not able to capitalize on that crucial Graviton Surge, and that was it. That was Space Station Gaming capping out at the 3rd point here, and that has to feel so good. Like the fact that you were able to get the ball rolling, you're capping out an escort map here, something that they haven't really been able to do here so far this series. Capture a point.
Sugar Free on the sim, man. I mean, that was the special sauce. That's the secret weapon.
Yeah.
Can't play on defense, though. Is going to opt for the fire instead.
It would be kind of crazy to bring out this Symmetra on defense.
It would be. Lethal on Widow, though. I mean, when you're playing Widow, you're really in it for the long haul, right? You're in it to make sure the attacking team has to rotate fairly aggressively to stop the Widow getting just pop shots to your front line.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like this will be a bit of a test for Dallas Fuel here. Because Space Station Gaming, I have a lot of confidence in them making those kind of rotations with Hawk over the D.Va, right? Dallas Fuel,
right.
They're on this Zarya now.
Oh,
wow.
Nice shot.
This is
Okay.
this is going to be an uphill battle here, Jaws. How do we navigate these Widowmaker sidelines? There's going to be a swap from Kellan here, surely.
Is Chronic going to change? No change for Chronic. Just a change for Kellan. Actually, scratch that. Sunjin too, actually, on the Echo.
Good against the D.Va.
Oh. But here's the rotations, like I mentioned. They have to be quick, they have to be fast, they have to be furious. Can't granny shift, you have to double clutch to make sure you can get on top of Lethal. Oh, please don't randomly die to the Widowmaker. Okay, all good. All good. Well, Kellan's high in the sky. Nice little headshot on the Winston. And Lethal down to 100 HP, but it forces Kellan all the way back. The fully charged or even half-charged headshots onto the Winston forces him to retreat.
Barrier used early.
Oh,
no protection
what
here.
a kill onto Sugar Free, though. And now they can rotate aggressively through this high ground. They're going to be hunting for this Widow now. Lethal's going to be on the run, but Sunjin's running behind him. But Lethal gets a kill onto CJ, of all people. Takes the skies, ends up going down to the laser, sure, but the CJ dead means Dallas Fuel only have the Lucio to heal.
Okay, so Lethal will at least come back here, and then they have the sightlines across the bridge.
Admiral.
Oh, I gotta stay safe.
Gotta run. No, but Ultraviolet goes down. Admiral could not peel for UV. This is a very messy fight. Everybody just taking their ones.
Lethal has this sightline still. Gonna have the info sight as well.
No one can hide
Yep,
from
into
my
sight. Oh, don't test him yet.
Don't
Glide back gracefully down to earth. All good. Don't peek. Wait the 15 seconds. Wait for those sights to disappear and then pounce. Gives you a chance for CJ as well to build up the rush. Peek corner, hit the rush. Exactly what they're going to do. Instant Suzu. Kellan going low though. Needs help. Hawk hiding in the corner. Sugar Free with a barrage. And he kills two as well. Fully matrixed by Hawk, so he couldn't get focused. Duplication on the D.Va. Hawk going low. No self-destruct for backup here, so Sonja makes the better of him. Tank differential there coming through for Sonjin. Sound barrier now. Oh, it's a solo beat. It's a solo beat. Admiral goes to the touch. He does. But Ultraviolet goes down. The duplication was just too good. Taking to the skies is Sonjin. Forcing the Widow off the angle. The point has been capped by the fuel.
Oh, poor Admiral. Oh, poor Admiral. A solo beat, but he just had to go for the point contest with Hawk out of the mix. It's absolutely brutal. It feels awful. You feel like in the moment you have to get that stun barrier out, buy some time for the rest of the team. But in hindsight, now there's doubt in your mind. Should I really have forwarded that ultimate? Because Dallas Fuel are gonna keep pushing the second point now. And Lucamino has his own stun barrier.
All right, Lucamino, Cassidy. He's just walking forwards, by the way. Just no fear in his heart, but he's going to be filled with it now. Primal Rage straight back into Kellen's backline. Doesn't end up getting the kill there, but Lucamino popping the sound barrier to make sure they win this fight. Ultraviolet with a desperate rush to try and cling onto a hope of victory here, but it's just not going to happen. Space Station Gaming lose the fight, and now Dallas, they can take a forward position with Rush in 10%.
And with this Chronic Overclock as well. He's been lights out so far at this stage. It's a force you don't want to reckon with, Chronic's Sojourn. So you're just going to build it to Tunerus as well. This is kind of like just falling apart on the back of that Admiral Sound Barrier. Really felt awkward to pull off. Going to be boosters here early for Hawk, actually. This is go time for Chronic.
It is indeed. Sonjin dead though to lethal. Double taps probably. Hawk is so low. They got to kill the Baby D.Va. They've got to do it. Hawk can't afford to get the remake here, and he does. He gets the remake. They're fighting on the rush still here, but that's going to disappear in a moment. CJ, Hawk get kills each there on the DPS. Couple of meters to go, but it's Dallas Fuel now holding S, backing up.
Space Gaming draining some crucial time here from Dallas Fuel. Time back. That was a great fight win for them as well, because Admiral will get back to this beat here. Still gotta be wary here. There's a lot of damage coming Hawk's way that is really awkward to navigate. You can see Dallas Fuel still have a reasonable time in this position. Some of these angles from Callum just shut down. What a headshot from Lethal as well to finish things off.
Yeah, the nade is just so brutal. All right, okay. Like you said, buying more time here, Johnny. Sugar Free on the Echo, by the way, closing in on this ult. Closing on Sonjin, who's got his.
I think Dallas Fuel have to wait for the support ultimates to come online here. There's nothing else you can really rely on as you try to push forward here. Some jousting going on already.
Dude, old school dive. Chronic's already dead though. Sound barrier from Space Station. That's fight. Wow, that fight was fast. My word, that was a nothing fight. Duplicate self-destruct. Yeah, Sonjin purposely this time goes into the drink.
But I guess you're kind of fine with that if you're Dallas Fuel. Because you're thinking, oh, we got rid of the sound barrier, which very powerful ultimate, and so now you have a better chance at rounding this corner. Double support ultimate coming up yourself. Callan with this Primal Rage. Bought a couple of extra seconds here.
High noon.
Proactive play here by Lethal.
Wow, forces the Primal Rage though, Johnny. Callan in that small room. Dupe on the Winston again. Old school dive. D.Va Winston. Love to see a little bit of that. Sugar Free going low already. Pops the Primal. It's a free one. He's got 1,000 HP to play with, of course. He's just right in there. DPS Primal mechanics looking strong, honestly. Just chasing that Lucio around. Chronic going down yet again first here. Sonjin finishes off Sugar Free after that Primal Rage duplicate. Ends up going away. But CJ dead. This is again Space Station coming up big in this fight. Johnny, there's 10 seconds to go and Dallas need to touch without support.
Sonjin, man on the spot right now. Callan going to touch this payload. Hawks looking for people to shoot at though. Just to drain some of this armor. Touch will come through. Lucamino's on the cat.
And Sugar Free's on Reaper, guy, just to sit on the point. I love it. Hey, needs must.
Admiral's getting this beat here, Joss.
Yeah, Hawks can play really aggressive too. He's got the self-destruct, of course. Soundbarrier's going to come in for Admiral. Now comes the rush here as well. I mean, they're just going to roll this backline. Kellen already down. Reaper guy way too strong. Double kill for Letty. And there it is. Space Station Gaming with one on the board. They refuse to go down in a 4-0.
It's gotta feel good. Having a good performance with that Symmetra comp. And another great proactive play, that Cassidy from Lethal there. I feel like that just set up the rest of the defense. There was like a minute left on the time bank. You go for a proactive Deadeye, you force out the Primal Rage. And it again just puts Dallas Fuel on the back foot. And so Space Station Gaming, they figured out the composition that works for them, and they're making proactive plays as well to make life a little bit more difficult for Dallas Fuel. So maybe we got a series on our hands after all.
Yes, we do. Thank goodness it's not a 4-0, Johnny. I'm kind of wiping my brow right now.
That would be tragic.
That would be a very tragic way to end NA.
This was supposed to be the one.
Yeah, you are the chosen one. Be talking about the series.
Map 7 banger.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, Space Station Gaming finding a much-needed win. After a very dominant series versus TL, you're expecting them to put up a heck of a fight, and a fight they put up. I mean, this offense was ridiculous. Not world record setting by any stretch of the imagination, but 2 minutes in the time bank is still a ridiculous time.
Yeah, and the Symmetra ban has already been deployed by Dallas Fuel as well.
Right.
And so you're going to have your map choice now. But SSG, if I'm them, I'm kind of thinking like, oh, you know, maybe we could bring out the Symmetra on a couple of maps where we maybe haven't practiced this as much, just for the fact that it obviously makes Dallas Fuel uncomfortable. And that's what we saw from them when they played each other last time as well, right? These teams, they go map 5 repeatedly. They went to 5 maps yesterday. They went 5 maps the week prior as well in week 3 of the regular season. And so these are obviously 2 teams that are playing each other really close. And this Symmetra could be the difference maker for SSG.
And it's already been banned out. So a little crazy here if we go to another map that's sim favored. But let's talk about the maps though, Johnny. We've seen this escort. We've still got a flashpoint to go. We've still got a push to go as well. Well, I guess flashpoint could be a sim map. But a lot of teams just so quick on the flashpoint now. They're so ready to take fights super early. It only feels like kind of a hybrid-y / escort kind of mode for the sim. Don't forget as well, if you're enjoying the stream and enjoying the memes and stuff on socials, you can follow us on everything, including Soup. I will keep mentioning that one. Overwatch Esports on TikTok, OW_Esports on most other platforms as well. I think all the links are down below if you're watching on the Twitch stream. And if you're on YouTube, hit the sub button too to stay up to date. But yeah, let's talk about the map. Yeah, click all the buttons. Let's talk about the maps again. Push, Flashpoint, going to Flashpoint, Suravasa, picked by the Fuel.
Yeah, so you probably want some more space to work with if you're Dallas Fuel. Just so you can try to rotate away from SSG. Atlas would have made things a little bit too close for comfort, perhaps. Would have allowed SSG to like maybe pull out the Vendetta more reliably if they wanted to too. So yeah, Suravasa makes sense here for Dallas Fuel. I feel like Suravasa is a map where you can play a lot of different heroes as well, right? There's no set kind of comp on this map. You know, typically you're going to see a speed here and there, where it's like Lucio Kiri or something like that, right? But if Dallas Fuel wanted to cook something up here, they definitely could.
The ball ban from Kellen, or like onto Kellen. Cassidy ban, you know, honestly, yeah, I don't hate it from the Fuel. Banning that one first.
I love the Wrecking Ball coming out here from SSG as well. It's kind of what we saw from them against Team Liquid in the bans, where they're like, okay, we can accept a fair amount of silly, but not too silly. If it gets too silly, it's just out of control, and we can't tame it. We can't feel comfortable with that level of craziness if Kellen were to bust out the ball. So get that out of the way. That will make this Suravasa, I think, a lot easier for Space in here. So they try to navigate some of the trickeries that Dallas Fuel have up their sleeve.
Yeah, let's rock and roll into this one then. Map number 4 here. First of 4 in NA's Grand Finals between Dallas Fuel and SSG. SSG finally claiming that map. They don't want to go down in a 4-0, and I don't think anybody in the audience wants to watch that either. Both teams already booking their tickets to Japan, but like you rightfully talked about earlier, Johnny, you won that first seed. The second seed is a little bit more dangerous when you're going to an international. You don't want to be put in a position where you're facing like the number 1 seed from Korea, number 1 seed from anywhere else. Like, stuff, man. Imagine me when I faced Zeta round 1 in the international. Like, come on. You don't want to be in that spot.
You don't want to be in. So like, yeah, prize money is cool. You booked a ticket to Japan, but like, you don't like, oh, I gotta play proper. Awesome, that's great.
Awesome, guys. Great, fantastic. Gotta watch Violet on international and hope he hits at Ajax.
Did you see the map they completed today? By the way, it's like the fastest Bruno Sapia in history.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah,
I mean,
kind of crazy.
Ridiculous team that set of division. Can't wait to watch them in Japan.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time watching them in Tokyo. All right, let's rock and roll. Luca Mino on the Alari here as Dallas Fuel with a greedy backline.
Yep, and Space Station Gaming, they know this was coming their way. They already deployed the Alari ban early in the series. So this is a true test now. Space Station Gaming, they figured out the Symmetra composition is something they can lean on. But can you utilize the extra added mobility from that teleporter work your way around the Ana Illari composition.
Yeah, the sim was kind of inevitable at some point again. And it's really good on this first point. Being able to lock down these flanks, even with just the turrets, and then burning Kellen's bubble and burning him. Oh, the sleep from long range, and then Lucamino following up. That's nice. Real clean. Oh, Kellen's low. Save Kellen. Well, that's unlucky. They can stay alive now. They're so back. Yep. They got a D-Mech Hawk, otherwise this fight is done. There's a lot of damage being slung out by CJ here, but the problem is he's just getting it's just getting eaten.
I think this is like a 3v3 right now, but Hawk having a tank pair in the mix is just so much better at the minute. It's naded though. Have to be careful. I mean, they put up 52% already here, Jaws.
Yeah, Kellen's finally back. They might be able to get the cap here. Teleport threatened. Does end up getting destroyed here. Captive Sun, Ultraviolet has got that Suzu. It ends up connecting. Can they get the kill? No. Suzu comes out, saves Sugar Free for the time. A nano boost onto Kellen though to match this rush. Kellen getting bullied out of position though. That nano boost just cannot stand up to the test, but neither can Lethal. Post bomb connects. Lethal down. No Suzu to save him. Dallas Fuel continue putting up percent now.
And the fact they captured that point in the middle of it as well kind of buys them another team fight if Space Station were to capture this point again. Hawk loses to mech. Oh no. Oh, this time waste. This actually gives Dallas Fuel so much extra percentage.
Bye. Yeah,
this is like last fight now because of that.
Painful respawn, yeah. Really painful. He's spawning at 65%, 66%. Like, come on. Last fight. You have to go quick too. You got teleport, of course, here to get out of spawn a little bit sooner. That is a really passive Suzu. Just to make sure Sonja doesn't one-clip somebody. And they flip the map on them as well, Johnny. Look at the fight in the choke. They're going to force the beat out of Avril. They've already killed Lethal. They have to touch. They get it, Johnny. But Kellen has already disrupted the team fight long enough. Avril ends up going down. And now Chronic pops the rush. Hawk has to retouch, mind you. Ultraviolet has already used Suzu, already used the TP, the Swift Step. And that's the first point to Dallas Fuel.
That's just like worst case scenario for Space Station Gaming, the way they had to drop that sound very early. I mean, that's what happens when you don't play a Tracer, right? You're not afforded that same level of safe positioning play as you go for the touch. They're in overtime. Instead, they get punished on the way as they try to rotate, set themselves up with the teleporter. Brutal stuff there. Well played by Dallas Fuel to put them in that kind of position to begin with, right? Make it really difficult for Space Station. Force out the sound barrier. Well played by Dallas Fuel. Sunjun always lurking on this Tracer that is relatively uncontested now in this matchup.
He's got pulse. He's looking for it too. Oh, it hits the ground. Yeah, no kill there. It was very close still. Lucamino's got the Captive Sun soon. Uses that shift, the outburst, to get away from that TP. Override Protocol, Lethal. Sending shots downtown, but no one in his LOS. But it does give them enough time to actually go for the cap. But here's the Captive Sun. Lucamino trying to find an off angle, but they're all hiding behind that giant Symmetra wall, as well as Hawk is beneath Lucamino. Does end up getting tagged. That's going to be a lot of explosion damage onto Hawk, but still, playing behind the wall is good enough for him to get healed.
You just have to wait for the nano boost here, really. Sonjun dies here. That's terrible, actually. It felt like Dallas Fuel. They were setting up for another fight there with CJ getting close to that nano, but Sonjun gets picked off. And that's Dallas Fuel backing all the way up here now. The Space Station, having built some of these ultimates themselves, they're in control of this point. Looking like they're in a prime position to capture the second capture point. Oh, another great pick as well. This is great stuff for SSG here.
Yeah, real nice. Wow, they're going to nano into this? Kellen is already in. He gets pooped away. Teleport for Sugar Free. Wow, that nano was a whole lot of nothing there for Fuel.
Yeah, now what?
Yeah, I mean, now you have to deal with this rush. Yeah, you can't. This is final fight on this point, too. Kellen in a really bad spot, in a really bad way. There's a touch here for the Fuel, but what's the longevity factor here for them? I mean, Kellen's already dead. There's no primal rage. Sonjun's low. They're going to try and get this touch. They do in the end, but they still have to deal with Hawk, who's just a milling around on the point. Yeah, this fight's done. Dallas Fuel, they're going to get tied up as SSG take this one.
This kind of demonstrates as well what SSG does best, right? They're so good when it comes to these Death Volley D.Va compositions, now playing with the Symmetra as well. If you're playing the composition that Dallas Fuel does, it's very vulnerable, it's very fragile. It kind of hinges on you coming up with great individual plays, where it's like the Winston or the Tracer combining one nano boost onto the Winston. you don't have a lot of leeway to mess up here as Admiral. Drops the sound very early here.
Yeah, wow. Really aggro push. Sunjun getting fried alive by those turrets for a brief moment. Shouldn't be able to get anything more. If he does, it's kind of a miracle. They've already lost Sugar Free, but a very aggressive...
Oh, no.
Okay.
But like, this is another big ultimate that Dallas Fuel use.
Yeah.
So difficult to win these fights without them.
Unfortunately, that pulse bomb was pretty bad. Lethal pops the Override Protocol straight over the top. It's so tough to deal with this too. There's so many places for the player in the sky to hide. Kellen already down. Again, this Captive Sun. These ults are just getting thrown away. Worst Captive Sun of all time, asked to leave. Like, I mean, you cannot be throwing these into the fight. Hawk's already alive. They've got the wall up as well. Like, this is tough. Okay, Lucamino is changing. So, you know, just throwing it out. Yeah, it was a big swap from Lucamino.
Yeah, they think better of it. They're going over this Brig instead, which is going to make life a bit more difficult here for Hawk. That being said, though, the extra mobility from the teleporter really strong against this composition that Dallas playing.
All right, nano boost for CJ. He's going to have to pop it onto Kellen. Kellen already kind of half HP. Bubble expended. Pressure on the point. Hawk still kind of hanging around here, trying to buy some more time. But it's Sonjin that goes down again first. Like, the Tracer in the backline is normally just such a pain. Is being focused down. Good headshot from CJ. Sugar Free dead. Nano boost to follow Ultraviolet. Okay, 2 players up now. Kellen gets chased down by Hawk. Dallas Fuel still with control.
We're in a 3 versus 3 here. Hawk is doing some poking here.
Good whip shot.
If you secure 1 frag here, yeah, Hawk is going to disengage from this one actually. Just regroup as a team. This sound barrier going to be very effective from Admiral, especially if you can combine it with the teleporter to get on top of the backline of the Dallas. Here we go.
The beat through the TP straight onto the backline. Oh my. I love how much they're pushing the tempo here, Johnny. It's been really tough to deal with. Chronic in the 1v1 versus Lethal and just loses it straight up. That is another cap here. Space Station Gaming now building up percent. Dallas Fuel with only 66%.
And this is where you want to see Space Station being active as well. Pressure all of these angles. Make it really difficult for Dallas Fuel to walk up to begin with. First, you pressure here with main. You know that Sunjun is going to navigate on this flank side as well. And then pop the override once you've built some space for yourself.
Okay, override protocol. That's exactly what
this is very aggressive though.
5. He's so deep into the backline, but CJ's getting hounded down. Good whip shot from Lucamino. The rally gets popped as the point gets flipped. CJ Lucamino holding it down. This support superstar backline is able to just hold on and allow Kellen to get the flip on the point.
Oh, this is the point, bro. This is the point. Everything hinged on that team fight, 91%. Maybe they get a touch here, but Dallas Fuel have so many tools now.
Yeah, they get a touch with the Lucio. Sure, the Lucio dies. Yeah, Admiral down. Hawk comes in for another touch on the point, but Johnny, there is no ult. Like, you're not winning this one. Dallas Fuel. Oh, okay.
Oh, the pause.
There's a pause. Oh.
Am I crazy? But like that was like way too aggressive, right? Like, if you make a play, all respect to you. If a team goes proactive, I'm all for it. I love the aggression. I felt like a bit of an overcook there from Lethal pushing out. Yeah. I know you're getting matrixed, but that was a little crazy. No?
Yeah, you were really deep. And you were 5 HP too. The matrix is not going to help you versus the Tesla cannon from Winston either. Oh boy, hopefully we'll get back into the game in just a moment, but that is going to be point cap for Dallas Fuel there, so it will be 2-1 on Suravasa. Lethal was just getting a couple of ping spikes apparently, so hopefully that gets sorted out in a sec.
Bad timing in the middle of an override that essentially hinges on a capture point as well. That's terrible timing.
Yeah. I really liked how Dallas Fuel, like you said, played that. They were able to just hold on, and Lethal ends up hits the whip shot onto Hawk, pops rally, and then stun bashes the Diva. So like, there's multiple layers of like getting the Diva off of CJ, and then CJ's able to kite back to a safer position, kite back around the walls. CJ and Lucamino working in tandem there. Rotation for the Fuel now. They're going to get to the point first, and Johnny, they just have such a massive ult advantage.
Yeah, this is looking real rough for Space Station Gaming now. But Dallas Fuel, they struggle with ultimate value so far. So they have a lot of ultimates, but they still have to utilize them to their best ability. Try to find a pick here if you can.
Ult to Suzu. Oh, it gets eaten to, well, technically eaten. It got stuck to somebody, dropped to the floor because of the Susie, then Hawk ate it. So there you go. That's how that little thing went down.
Overclock.
Well, there goes the wall. Kellen's straight in there, though. And already Chronic's found a kill. Let's use this railgun. This wall is decent, too. You can walk onto the point, but the problem is there's just too many ults in the Dallas Fuel to run them down with. The OC's already been used, the Nano as well, for Kellen to have some staying power. It's him just getting blasted, though, by Lethal. Too greedy to pop the Primal Rage, but Dallas still get capped.
Yeah, this is going to allow Space Station to get back here as well. Playing with the comfortability of the sound barrier in the mix. Sunjun dies early. No need to drop the sound barrier to begin with. So that's a free fight win there for Space Station, essentially, on the back of Kellen dying late.
Yeah, I wonder if Kellen pops Primal, Johnny, and he actually, you know, stays alive, gets the kill onto Lethal, and that's a bit longer of a cap.
See how they get back into this one. Sunjun going for this off angle here. Trying to set up for the rest of his team. This competition is so slow to play, right? Sunjun is being hunted right now. That is going to allow Kellen to push in, though.
Who needs help? Okay, Suzu actually in the skies. Override Protocol popped. Kellen low. Primal used. Background secured, maybe. CJ going low. Not quite enough for a kill, in fact. Kellen still with the Primal Rage now looking at Hawk. Is the self-destruct for Hawk still available here? Is Kellen is 11 HP, triple jumping away and still manages to get out. Lucamino, though, cannot. This is going to be final fight here for Dallas Fuel on this point. They can't afford to go down late. They need to get out, but Space Station know it. They're going to chase Kellen to the ends of the earth.
So they actually don't find the pick on the Kellen there, but they know Sunjun's going to go for the touch.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get it.
Dallas Fuel have a lot of ultimates here, Jaws.
Yeah, double support ult. Sunjun might die. No, gets away. Double support ultimate for the Dallas Fuel and a pulse bomb for Sunjun. They need to keep this going to make sure Sunjun has a way into the fight. Suzu already used a perfect time for Sunjun to get it popping now. It's asleep as well onto UV, so even if Suzu was up, there was no chance to save them there.
I mean, that is so clutch from Dallas Fuel there. They're able to stall long enough for those ultimates to come online in Space Station. Because they didn't get that pick on the Kellen, because they didn't get that pick on the Sunjun, it just allows Dallas Fuel to come back and have a proper engagement. Just the thinnest of margins once more between these two teams. Make the biggest of difference. And Dallas Fuel now on the verge of closing out here on Servas and going up 3-1 in the series.
Oh, Chronic. Yeah, can't go too low too early. They have to fight into this wall, though, which is a problem. There's the cap from SSG. Chronic low. Sugar-Free pops that wall, and Kellen is so low already. Space Station Gaming putting pedal to the metal now, trying to get to the back line. Hawk stopped for a brief moment, slept up. There's the beat. Sojourn railgun, but Kellen again is so low. The chase down from SSG is just too good. 2-2 on the board. We're going to the final point of this map.
It couldn't be closer between these two teams. Space Station hold on with this symmetric composition that has worked in their favor the last couple of maps here. And now heading to the 5th round on Servasa, giving themselves an opportunity here. And this is going to be a tricky point here for Dallas Fuel to navigate. Sunjun's already going for the big off angle here to try and get into the back line. Space Station Gaming, they will be relatively grouped up here onto the point. But they're going to try and push the Tracer away, force the recall. Don't allow Dallas Fuel to gain any kind of ground.
Well, they're going to override Protocol first. CJ and Lucamino scurrying for cover as Chronic manages to slide out of there. Lucamino, there's not much you can do in that situation, sadly, if you're the Brig. Primal Rage for Kellen, though, has already found one. Oh, the Nano boost on top of it as well. He's going straight in. Abril in trouble, manages to skate away, but Kellen's Primal ends up running out, but he still manages to get the kill onto the DPS. Staying alive in the bubble is Kellen, but he has to leap away. Self-destruct from Hawk. He gets another tool out of the bank for SSG. Hawk gets the remake, but it's a quick re-engage. Lucamino's already back in the front line, playing around the bubble. Ultraviolet down there, so Space Station not holding on to this point for too long.
Space Station Gaming respecting the potential rally from Lucamino as well. Late stagger onto Hawk here. Once again, buy some additional time for Dallas Fuel. And this is where it gets tricky for Space Station now. Because Dallas Fuel are set up here, and they have access to these flanks, Sunjun, Pulse Bomb in hand. Space Station going to be forced into an awkward position. How do they want to deploy this teleporter to avoid this pinching attack from Dallas Fuel?
You cannot let this Pulse Bomb connect.
Nade?
Good nade. Good nade! And Ultraviolet gets sniped. They have to go for the reset, Johnny. They just got to get out. Oh,
Sunjun dies though. Now, Space Station can actually advance here without being contested by this Tracer. This will allow them to get back and have a relatively clean fight.
You'd hope so, but Kellen just poking away. There's an overclock available too. And Lucamino's got the rally. This is going to be such a tough final fight here for SSG. Rally comes in. Sound barrier to save focus. He got antied. And now Sonja can look for his prey. A pokeball on the ground. No damage at all. Lucamino goes down mid-rally. Dallas Fuel. They lost their backline already. It's going to be a 98% for Dallas Fuel as SSG get capped.
And Surgeon triple blinked out of spawn there on the Tracer to try and get back in time. But at that point, Admiral had already dropped the sound barrier for SSG. They found enough momentum in the front line. And now, they gotta hold on for their lives. Dallas Fuel, lots of ultimates on the board here. Overclock, Nano, Primal Rage. One teamfight winner for Dallas Fuel. And they claim Suravasa.
It's just an overwhelming ult advantage. Same could be said for the last fight as well on the third point.
Nade?
That's a good nade. Or fourth one, I should say. There's the cleanse coming in. Primal Rage for Kellen already. Wall gets popped up here to try and stop this damage, but Kellen is just swinging his paws around. The Nano Boost gets popped on him as well. Sugar Free is so low, but Lucamino goes down to Hawk. Kellen cannot make these plays sick. A snipe for Chronic. The overclock is good. Hawk's demeched at 97%. He can't get the remake. He just can't do it. Space Station Gaming again, gonna get run over. The teleporter destroyed. Sugar Free trying to hold on as Chronic refuses to go down. The flip for the Fuel is good as Admiral gets the final touch, but Dallas Fuel, they take Suravasa and get match point in the grand finals.
The pressure from Dallas Fuel is just overwhelming in that fight. Kellan with the Primal, the Anonymous, Sonjun coming in to aid his Winston player as well. It felt like Sugar Free stayed alive for ages on the Symmetra, but all that time being bought, so difficult for SSG to capitalize, to turn their look on towards the point instead, with the Brig fighting very close to you. The On are just raining down biotic grenades, sleep darts as well. But like Dallas Fuel just had the better of SSG there in that very final fight. Still, it was so close. The Suravasa was so close here. You can't deviate from the Symmetra because of this map win, or map loss rather, if you are SSG. I still feel like this is kind of the recipe for success for SSG.
Well, we're going to go to a push now. SSG's pick. Push Sim. The Esperanza, maybe? TP past the choke points and such. It's just been working out so well, like you said. I mean, EMEA would do it.
EMEA would do it. If they can do it, why can't we do it? I still think, though, you know, if you're going towards a push map, you know, maybe that forces Dallas Fuel away from compositions like this. The Esperanza we saw yesterday was so amazing, by the way, because we still saw the opposites of play. SSG, they preferred playing with Admiral on the Lucio, and they actually had the upper hand of Dallas Fuel for the longest time. But Dallas Fuel, they came out on top playing this slower composition on Esperanza then as well. I'm wondering if you want to run things back on Esperanza because of how close that map was yesterday.
Maybe.
I feel like with SSG here, they've been so close so many times that at some point you just feel like it has to go your way.
I want to mention that there at the very end, that clip, Hawk dying on 97% to that self-destruct. It was kind of tragic. I mean, look, to be fair, even if he did survive, even if he had ult, he probably wouldn't have survived, but still having that, like, self-destruct there is a pretty big factor in the fight. Yeah, Dallas Fuel, one map away now from taking the trophy, taking the title as your stage 1 North American champions. SSG, on the other hand, need to win 3 maps in this first of 4. It is going to be Esperanza for SSG, Johnny.
Yeah, I think it's their best bet here. We didn't see the Symmetra yesterday, but maybe it's the time to bring it out. I think if you review that Suravasa, like we think back to Lethal, you know, having a ping spike when he pops around the corner with that override protocol. For the most part, I think that SSG did a great job at just managing Sojourn on the Tracer in the backline, and then also putting pressure on the backline of Dallas Fuel, making life difficult for the Ana, for the Brigitte, to get adequate value. It was just that final fight where you're fighting like down the stairs and the enemy on is just free farming you and just lobbing nades in, and so you have to manage so many things on top of you at once. I don't think that was really a prime example of SSG playing at their absolute best there. It felt like for the most part of Suravasa, they actually did really play well around Dallas Fuel composition. And so I'm still feeling quite confident about their play.
How do you reckon the bans pivot? SSG get their ban first.
Oh God, there's been so many bans. Where are we?
I know,
Where are the
yeah.
bans?
Exactly. We're on map 5 already. And that's a big thing too, right? It gets kind of, the ban pool gets kind of thin the closer you are to the end of the series. The more maps you play, it's like, okay, well, can't ban tanks now. We've already banned the Callan Ball. Like, Sim's been banned from us already. Like, there's so few bans left, it feels like. And Dallas Fuel are just going to ban Hog. Okay. Ana ban for SSG. You see what I mean? The bans are thinning, bro. Like, there's not too many left, and they're going to ban Hog.
They banned the Ana. SSG banned the Ana, and Dallas Fuel are, don't you dare bring out the Roadhog.
I mean, come on. There was no way they were going to bring out Hog, surely.
No, there's absolutely no way. But, sometimes I enjoy thinking about it. Like, what if they played the heroes?
What if? What if Hog graced us with his presence in the set? What if? Unfortunately, that if is never going to come. Well, never say never, but Hog very unlikely to show up in this series. Esperanza, Dallas Fuel on match points. SSG want to round this down out and get a couple of more maps too under their belt. They won that Stage 1 championship title before they head to Japan.
This is going to shift the dynamic a little bit when it comes to this Esperanza. The fact that SSG this time around choosing to deploy this Ana ban, because yesterday we saw that as Fuel they played the Kiriko and the Ana, remember? And they did it so well, of course. Kellan was over on the Winston once more. So maybe if you're banning the Ana, you also feel like you're getting Kellan off the Winston for a little bit. We'll kind of see what way they go. Maybe this is Dallas Fuel leaning away from dive and maybe a bit more into a brawl style of some kind. Just this Ana ban alone could change the way these compositions look quite a bit.
Hey, Kellan, in a way, is like, don't mind this map, to be honest, because we can play dive. We can emergency ram pick, obviously, but you can play Winston. You can play ball on this map. But I think ball a little less effective here. It's like a couple of flank angles, but not like anything crazy style. Dallas Fuel, I mean, are they going to go with the greedy backline again? Luke Camino on the Alari, CJ Juno?
Like, what is this home? Like, don't do this at home. Don't play Dallas Fuel's composition at home. Like, it's just not supposed to work. It just so happens that this team is amazing and they're able to pull it off.
Yeah, it just so happens Luke Camino and CJ are kind of sick, and Luke is very good on the Alari. Just so happens. Yeah, it's incredibly greedy, but in a way, it's like you can be greedy now because they're playing Zarya. They're not playing D.Va, so the chance of you actually getting on top of the Alari is a lot slimmer. You do have the advantage of speed, though, for Admiral on the Lucio.
Yeah, you have the advantage of speed.
So
the poke is too much.
But yeah, the poke is too much. Two very different styles of play, Johnny. Poke versus the kind of sustained damage in the front line. And Luke Camino kills Sugar Free.
I mean, already, Jaws, you're thinking about, what heroes do we stop to spawn here, because Space Gaming, they're going for a couple of stragglers here, but
Kellan?
They're not going to be long for this world. Sorry, Hawk.
Don't let Hawk kill everybody. Don't let Hawk kill everybody. Okay.
He got close, he got close.
Yeah, he got
do you
very
swap D.Va here now?
What, if you're Hawk? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, he does. Straight up, yeah, good call.
Give up 50% ultimate charge because the D.Va just way better in a matchup like this. So I don't even think Space Station Gaming were kind of expecting the composition that Dallas Fuel play, because we would have seen this D.Va earlier if that was the case.
Yeah, Luke Camino's going to be very careful now. Very quick is this comp. But the poke damage is a ton. Sonjin, nice little boot rocket, making sure the D.Va doesn't slam into it. Just a pain.
Yeah, I mean, we say that the D.Va is like really strong into like a Winston and a Pharah and stuff like that. These sidelines are going to be so long for Hawk, and he's going to get booped. He's not going to have an easy time to deal with the heroes on the side of Dallas Fuel here. So play D.Va all you want. It's going to be an absolute struggle for you.
Yeah, they got to move the bot at some point though. Sugar Free takes a direct hit rocket there from Sonjin, has to back off. And now Kellan drops down. This is what they're buying for now. Just this small increments of space. Souza onto Luke Camino to keep alive. The incoming onslaught of damage here from Space Station Gaming. Too much for the Alari. Yeah, the rush through this choke point. You need to pop ults here if you're SSG, and Dallas Fuel almost coaxing them to do so. CJ only just earning his.
I mean, Dallas Fuel just want to buy time here, right? They just want to survive for as long as possible and kind of bet on the Sojourn, the Pharah, finding these picks necessary. Kitsune Rush from the high ground, going to force a disengage from Space Station Gaming here. But this next engagement, this is what we're talking about. This is where some of the poke heroes from Dallas Fuel could play pivotal. And Sunjun!
Oh, the
Great
barrage! Sunjun! What a bubble, too. It's going to stop a lot of that damage coming in. Lucamino in the 1v1 versus the Tracer, but that barrage was, yeah, really good. Good kill from UV, again, kind of exit killing Chronic, but Dallas Fuel now becomes the real test for Space Station Gaming. Dallas Fuel have the high ground. They've got the ults, too.
Yeah, this is masterful play by Dallas Fuel. Just the way they synchronize together. They know the win condition so well as well. They're happy to disengage, just play their life, and trust the individual play from each hero here to utilize their mechanical skill to their advantage. Space Station Gaming, they have the sound barrier, but like, who do you go on?
Yeah, exactly that. Lethal are already taking too much damage. They're going to try and flip the map, and flip the map they do. There's a Sojourn behind Lethal right now. They've got to pick a way to go. Checkpoint secured by the Dallas Fuel here. Can take a lot of damage. Still got Primal Rage, though, as they are just encapsulating them right now. Just completely surrounding SSG. Oh, Chronic got a collat onto UV, I think, and Avril? I think that was a collat. It looked nasty, whatever it was.
It looked crazy. It looked like, was it the Kiri and the mech at the same time or something?
I think, actually, yeah, I think it was the Kiri and the mech. 70 meters and counting now. Oh, it won't be. Oh, no, you can't be Merit.
Can't be Merit. 80 meters here. Dallas Fuel, they're one map away from winning the grand final here, Jaws.
Walking this one in. Kellen jumps in. Captive Sun's going to get popped as well. Lethal's already down. Hawk, he sees the mech. You got to eat it. Yeah, he does. He ends up eating that ult, but Lucamino still doing so much damage from the sky, and Hawk ends up going down. Ultraviolet just not in a position where he can actually heal Hawk. Self-destruct gets popped. A free remake here for Hawk, but they are losing ground. They're losing it fast. Avril Theron coming up in 2 meters, and there it is.
And we're just going to see Kitsune Rush as being traded here as well. Dallas Fuel, guess what they're going to do? They're pretty much going to trade this Kitsune Rush out, drop back, and look for picks instead here.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush for both squads. I mean, surely Space Station Gaming don't let this captain go in. Sugarfree with the pulse, looking at the Pharah, Sunjun going low. Tempered aggression now for the Dallas Fuel as they don't want to overextend, but Kellen actually turns it up another notch, pops the Primal. Oh, that high noon is going to stop him from going in, but Hawk's already dead. Mech lost, Baby Diva life down, and now Lethal scurrying for cover as Kellen just jumps straight into the spawn doors.
This is it.
Johnny, this is a full cap. Dallas Fuel are just going to do it. They're just going to run it in. Someone's going to touch, but they can't get there. The Dallas Fuel have done it. A 4-1 victory for the Fuel. And they've never looked and never shone as bright as they've done now. 900 plus days before they've lost a playoffs game. They can keep that counter going. The Dallas Fuel are your North American Stage 1 2026 champions.
Yeah, what an incredible dominant showing. That is not the same story that was told just yesterday in the upper final. Although the score looks reminiscent, it does look a lot closer if you're rewatching that match. Now, Dallas Fuel. Listen, today was just a one-sided affair in NA. Reinforce, you said this is the fun region. They locked in today. No fun was had. At least not when you're on the receiving end of things. Yeah, I guess the winners had fun with it. No, but this is such a well-deserved victory for Dallas Fuel, right?
Yeah.
Because they've been dominant literally all stage long. Their regular season was convincing. They barely dropped maps during the regular season. In fact, I believe it was Space Station was the only team that managed to even take maps off of them, right? They had a 5-0 record in the standings at the very end, came out on top. They were expected to make the grand finals and be the representative for this region heading into our first LAN event. How will they stack up against international competition? That is the real question now.
I mean, I gotta say, the compositions they're playing now are just looking so pristine. This is why earlier, Joss, I said that I could see this team being competitive with the rest of the international teams because they just pick you apart. They play to their strengths. Kellan, the way he survives on this Winston to buy enough time for, you know, Lucamino's Ilari to get picks, CJ or Kiriko getting picks. This was a true masterclass being put out here by Dallas Fuel. They looked fantastic in this grand final here today, and that's why I'm putting a lot of respect on their name.
Yeah, so good. I mean, look, we thought maybe EA Space Station had it in them, especially after this Rialto game. They looked really clean on this map. The sim play from Sugarfree was just excellent, but they just couldn't get it popping at the very end. I mean, Dallas Fuel, they are just on another level, and I think this really kind of stamps that home. Both EMEA apparently and North America have that. They've got the difference makers. They've got the tier 1. They've got the tier gap between number 1 and number 2. SSG obviously still making Japan, of course, but Dallas Fuel coming out on top.
Yeah, and they shouldn't feel too bad about their performance here in not just the regular season, but also in the playoffs. They've shown us that they are one of the best teams in this region, and they can go toe-to-toe with the greats. Now, these are, of course, the teams that have qualified over the course of the last 2 days in both of our regions. Now, let's get Chronic in for a quick chat after this dominant victory in the grand final. Chronic, welcome to the show. Huge congratulations. What's going on right now for you and the team? Like, are you relieved? Because yesterday they played you quite close. Today it was very one-sided.
Honestly, we're all just super happy. Like, I had a feeling that we knew we were gonna win, but like just seeing that we're actually number 1, it's like it feels really good.
Yeah, you guys, you look different, man. Rank 1 coming out of North America at this stage. I mean, I hope you guys don't make any changes, because I think every single player on your team right now is probably the best in the region. It feels like even kind of this off-tank meta looked a bit scary for Kellen's hero pool, but you guys kind of made it work. Are you scared of anybody in Tokyo? Are you scared of anybody in the international stage?
Honestly, no. I wouldn't say I'm scared. I'm excited to play the teams, like international teams. I think it'll really like test what we can do.
I think, Chronic, what is so impressive to me when I see you play these kind of compositions is just like the trust you need to have in each other as teammates, that you're going to live for long enough. You're going to find picks on these kind of compositions. You're playing with the Alari, with the Kiriko, Sonya coming in, CJ celebrating in the back there as well. And all this trust, I feel like loops back into Wheats, which is who I want to ask you about here, because CJ mentioned yesterday like the vibes of this team and how you're really feeling good playing together. And so Wheats has been an absolute legend now. Keeps bringing teams together, rosters together to qualify for these kind of tournaments. Talk to me a little bit like the team environment and maybe what Wheats is doing to like elevate this team environment. I mean, and it enables you to play at this high level.
Yeah, I mean, the team environment's like honestly really awesome. It's like we all of us together blend so well with each other, gameplay and out of game. And Wheats kind of like solidifies that. He's kind of like the father figure of the team, and he like makes sure that we all we all making sure we were like together with each other, not nervous, and it really helps.
You guys have a very different look from a lot of the other teams with your compositions that you're playing. You think you can get away with that on the international stage?
I think so. I think especially because a lot of teams don't know how to play against our style, because there's very, very, very little teams that actually play what we play. So yeah, it'll definitely be really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like stage 2's coming up. Do you think you can keep that momentum going as well after the international?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can still be number 1, and I think everybody on our team is absolutely insane, and we work so well together that we definitely can.
Chronic, I gotta ask you now. It's been an incredible journey for you as well, just on a personal level, because last year, obviously, with the release of Freya, I think a lot of more people, they paid attention to your name and what you're capable of on a hero like Freya. But then you've also like developed so well on these other hitscan heroes, Sojourn last year, but now also popping off on Emery as well. I just want to ask you now, as you look forward to the international stage, is there any hitscan player that you have your sights on that you want to take down to maybe, elevate yourself a little bit more and turn into one of the best hitscan players in the world?
I think the best one that comes to mind is Quartz and TM in general, because he's like, everyone thinks of him as the number 1 hitscan, and he is really, really insane. And I think it would be really, really fun to play against him again.
Yeah, we're always here for EMEA versus NA showdown for sure. Chronic, once again, congratulations. Thank you so much for taking the time. Please extend our congratulations to the rest of the team as well. And we can't wait to see you and the crew in Japan.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Of course. Great to hear from Chronic. What a showcase of dominance from both of our both of our champions in EMEA as well as NA today. They came to play. It's gonna be a dogfight in Japan. It's gonna be great.
Dude, he looks so good there. He got the Ajax on the Lucio too near that choke, and then hit the Kalat on the Kiri and the mech. Like, my God, he looks so clean. I want to see him face TM real bad. I kind of agree with him. Like, look, I want him to run Quartz a little bit here, because Quartz, especially last year, was considered the best hit scam, right? He won the World Championships. Like, Dallas Fuel versus TM would be a heck of a game. And then we'll see what Korea have to bring to the table too. Zeta Division obviously
stacked.
Indestructible, but yeah, I mean, across the board it looks insane already, and we don't know the China seeds or the Asia seeds either. So yeah,
I'm so excited.
Exactly.
And I have to wait for a month.
I know,
it's crazy. But the good news is that you're not just sitting around like twiddling your thumbs. No, you have plenty of Overwatch action that you can still watch, because only EMEA and NA have qualified thus far, right? We still have to go through all the other qualifiers. So we have weekend after weekend after weekend with qualifiers. Must be nice to be one of the NA or EMEA teams at this point in time, right? Because they can sit back and kind of just watch what the potential competition is doing.
Yeah, Japan's finals is tomorrow, 13-14. Let's go. Advance to the Asia playoffs, and then Pacific's right around the corner too. There's a whole bunch of Overwatch before the actual LAN to consume. So yeah, you got a lot of watching to do, chat.
Stacked calendar of Overwatch. You know, we got World Cup stuff coming up as well, you know, later on this spring. So it's just so much Overwatch.
I don't have time for all of that. How do we make it work? How do we make it work?
Well,
as we're wrapping the NA and EMEA playoffs, though, what's the big takeaway for you guys? Jack, share with class.
Yeah, just how good Dallas Fuel are, honestly. I thought maybe it was going to be the number 1 and number 2 being really close there, but yeah, SSG, despite how dominant they were against Team Liquid, just couldn't put up the same kind of performance versus Dallas Fuel. So yeah, looking forward to the international stage. I think this year especially, it's going to be a lot closer for every region.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I had to follow up on you on that. Like, I can't find an alternate kind of big takeaway there, because I think that is the big thing. Obviously, you know, Nightmare, they had their run last year in this Champions Clash, you know, where Zero popped off on the Tracer. They took down Chris Raccoon 1. They earned themselves 4th in that tournament. But I feel like for quite some time now, EMEA has had the better of North America, and therefore NA has had a tough time in these major international competitions. And so looking at these two teams, Dallas Fuel and SSG, I feel like this is the best chance NA has had in quite a while of putting on some great performances and compete with international teams.
Yeah, the competition is going to be stacked in Tokyo, Japan in May. So make sure to follow all the teams as they qualify over the next couple of weeks. But that's it from us. It's been an absolute blast. Johnny, Jack, y'all are the GOATs. Thank you so much for guiding us through the
And you
action.
are, Zoe.
We can all be GOATs. It's a whole zoo. It's a whole zoo out here.
So we're all GOATs.
Okay? Everyone's a goat. Everyone's a goat. That's right. Now, I do see you two, my brothers from other mothers, on LAN. Sounds like a threat, but actually it's
whoa.
So
No
see you on
violence,
LAN,
Zoe.
bro. It's gonna be violent. Not between us, but what the teams are bringing to the table, I'm sure they're not gonna be no tomfoolery when it's for all the marbles on LAN, right? Now we had an absolute blast watching their journey up until now. Much more to come. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope all of you are joining us for Tokyo as well. Big shout out, of course, once again to our producers and observers for all the incredible work they've been putting in. For now, rest up, have a good night. Thank you so much for watching.